You can measure the size of an elephant. You can clock the speed of a cheetah, but you can't quantify the heart of a kings, queens, and in-betweens. Welcome to Dr. Boxing Talk. Stream starts now.
The champ is here! The champ is here! The champ is here!
If I tell you I'm good, probably you will say I'm boasting. But if I tell you I'm no good, you know one line.
Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. What it do, what it do, what it do. Good, great, grand morning to y'all wonderful people, man. Hopefully we are back. You know what I'm saying? We had a weather attack on our internets, as a former President George W. Bush would say, internets. You know what I'm saying? I got to put the S on that thing. So hopefully we back. It'll be good. But if not, it's all good. You know what I'm saying? We just do other things, man, like update the channel, work on little different things, you know what I'm talking about? But we are here, man. We are here, man. What it do, brothers and sisters, brethren and sisters, boys and girls, dudes and dudettes, hermanos, mi hermanas, prince and princesses, kings, queens, and everything in between. Y'all know what time it is. A doctor's in the house. Yes, sir. We are here, man. We are here. Let's go, man. We got my boy Oscar Perez in the building. What's good, brethren? My topics. Okay, man. So before we get started, as always, man, let's go ahead and thank the Most High. So please join me and bow your heads and say our prayers, man. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this wonderful Tuesday. We thank you for blessing us to see this wonderful day. Please continue to lead us in the right direction and keep us on the path, Lord. Even when we get discouraged, even when we feel confused or we're unsure of ourselves and the direction where we're going. Please correct us and put us on the proper path if we are on the wrong path. But if we are on the right path, give us the strength to keep going and the ability to see beyond our own perception. You know, we do that with faith and faith in you. So we thank you for all your blessings, and we thank you for every situation that you got us through and led us through thus far. And we look forward to the situations that you get us through in the future, Lord. So we want to thank you for our blessings. We ask you for more, and we ask you for the forgiveness of our sins, Lord, and our sincerest condolences to those that lost loved ones recently or in the past, and for those of us that lose loved ones in the future. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Let's get it, man. And speaking of lost ones, man, I want to go ahead and give a 10 count, our ceremonial 10 count for Leo Santa Cruz's father, man, Jose Santa Cruz, man. I don't know how long a lot of us been watching boxing, but if you watch boxing to when Leo Santa Cruz is fighting, then you know that then you at least seen Jose Santa Cruz before, you know. So yeah, man, I want to throw up a 10 count for him, man. Leo Santa Cruz is a very good fighter, and I'm sure that he would attribute a lot of his success, both in and out the ring, to the presence of his father, man. And his father, well, I don't know how obvious it is, but he lost his battle to cancer. He had cancer for a while when Leo Santa Cruz was at his peak, but he fought through it to make sure he was there for his son. You know what I'm saying? Like a true warrior does, and you know, that's dope. So shout out to Jose Santa Cruz. He succumbed to the effects of cancer, man. So freak cancer. But let's give Jose Santa Cruz his proper 10 count. So join me in doing that. Let me find the bell. Yes, sir. Let's give him his 10 count, man. For Jose Santa Cruz, rest in peace. Yes, sir. Shout out to Jose Santa Cruz, man, and our sincerest condolences to the whole Santa Cruz family, the whole Cruz family, man. You know, but yeah, let's get right to it, bro. We got some things to talk about, like the Devin Haney joint, man. My boy Oscar says, "Smack that like button." Yes, sir. Smack the like button. Yes, sir. Like Nishida will smack Junto the Monster Slayer to a stoppage at 5. I call this the fall of Japan's most wanted. I'm asleep. Yeah, smack that like button for your boy. I don't know about the other stuff he said. But yeah, smack the like button for y'all boy. I really appreciate that, man. So we got some news, man. Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez, bro. I'm not mad at this fight. I'm excited for the fight, but I'm a little cautious. I'm a little nervous. I'm approaching it with caution because I'm not sure how exciting it's going to be. I definitely think that, considering the circumstances, if the fight was maybe last year before the Devin Haney Ryan stuff, even if it wasn't, you know, even if it was after that, but it was before the Jose Carlos Ramirez fight, you know, attached to it, I don't think that that's enough to put an indictment on Devin Haney. Just one performance where he outclassed a guy, but it was boring, you know what I'm saying? So people are going to be a little cautious, and they're going to worry about what you did for me lately, not what you've done over the past. And so Teofimo, we know with Teofimo's past of fighting Jermaine Ortiz, he's not able to cut off the ring. So because of that, and then seeing that Devin Haney employed a tactic to where you would need to cut off the ring to be successful or challenge him, then I could understand why people are a little nervous. Because on one hand, you have Teofimo, who proved he cannot cut off the ring against Jermaine Ortiz, going against a guy who proved it's difficult to cut off the ring, and you might need to do it against his last fight against Jose Carlos Ramirez. So, you know, I could see why people are this time. You know, usually I'm pretty hard on people for being so negative, but this time I could actually understand, and I think it's justifiable why you would be a little nervous of this fight not being good and potentially being boring. Now, with that being said, we have to, in my opinion, the positive, optimistic part, a point of view would be that, you know, things happen in boxing, man, and styles make fights. What if Devin Haney doesn't approach Jose Carlos or Teofimo like in the same manner which he approached Jose Carlos Ramirez? Because Teofimo is a more athletic guy, you know what I'm saying? So it might be a different tactic employed. And then Teofimo, obviously, he's going to want to, hopefully he's going to want to fight too. He's not just going to want to sit there and be okay with just trying to hunt him down, right? You know, even when he did against Jermaine Ortiz, he went back to the corner, put himself in the corner, and let Jermaine Ortiz get an advantageous position. So maybe he might do the same thing to Devin Haney, you know, as opposed to just trying to chase him fruitlessly like Jose Carlos Ramirez did, you know. So I mean, there's a couple ways to look at it, but overall, I'm a little bit down on this fight. I'm gonna tell you why, because I'm not even sure if it's gonna happen. So it's proposed for August 16th. And I don't know why they would do August 16th. You know, to me, that's a red flag right there. Like, because those you that pay attention know, right? August 16th is Gervonta Tank Davis versus Lamont Roach rematch. So why would they want to do that on the same day as the Lamont Roach and Gervonta Tank Davis fight? That doesn't mean that it won't happen, because let's say that this is a Riyadh season fight, right? So if it happens in Riyadh, you know, it could be at a different time, right? And usually a little bit earlier when it's in Riyadh, right? So it might not conflict. It could just be a great weekend of boxing, you know, but it just seems a little suspicious, on top of the suspicion that I already have that Teofimo ain't gonna fight Devin Haney. You know, I just don't believe Teofimo until he gets in the ring. You know, he's been calling out Terrence Crawford, Jerron Boots Ennis, Brian Norman, Gervonta Tank Davis, guys in his weight class, out of his weight. Well, no, nobody in his weight class actually. You know, and then you know, he's just been calling on everybody as a fought anybody. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, then he'll turn around and fight Steve Claggett. You know, Arnold Barbosa Jr. was good, but we'll see how that goes. You know, that without I think that was a good fight because Barbosa was a mandatory. He deserved that fight, so I give him credit for that fight. But I'm just not sure if he'll fight anybody of any consequence unless he really has to, you know, but maybe he has to because he's going at it with Turkey, right? So, and he's on the Turkey card. You definitely don't want Turkey to not be on your side, especially if you're Teofimo and you're struggling with your current promotion in Top Rank, you know, going through that litigation that's very public and messy. So I can see how it could happen. I'm just not convinced until it does happen. It's me personally, you know, and I'm a pretty optimistic person, but I'm very pessimist when it comes to Teofimo and his fuckery. You know, he's a clown, racist clown, racist piece of shit. And I just think it's funny too, you know, how we have the Turkey versus Teo situation. And, you know, Teo said some very, discriminatory things and hateful things towards Middle Eastern folks as well, you know, particularly Saudi Arabia folks. He was and Muslim folks. He was teasing Turkey Al Sheikh and saying that he'll let him call him Muhammad, you know what I'm saying, which is a stereotypical name for Muslims, and especially those of the Muslim faith, and especially that look like the brown Muslims, you know. So he said that, and he said a lot of homophobic stuff. Called him a called him a dictator with an emphasis. He called him a dictator with the emphasis on the dick.
No, did he?
And so, while it's funny, you know, it's disrespectful, you know. But at the same time, I'm gonna be honest, man. I'd be lying to you if I said I felt bad for Turkey. I don't feel bad for Turkey. I mean, because Turkey is the same. Teo said the same stuff about, you know, about saying banana this, banana that, monkey this, monkey that, and I don't relate to that, so it doesn't bother me because I don't know who he's talking about. Like he talking about himself, you know, because he acts like a goofy monkey, you know what I'm saying? You are what you act. He acts like a buffoon, you know what I'm saying? And a baboon. So I think he's more so talking about himself. But when people use like little, when you say somebody's acting like a monkey, it means that they're acting goofy, acting stupid, acting crazy. It shouldn't have any type of racist undertone. But he has, and he used it as a racist undertone because, you know, people are dumb and they try to make these correlations that are usually false, you know, most likely false. But so and then Turkey Al Sheikh, he didn't get mad, right? He just turned around and let Teofimo host his event. You know, what was that event called again? The Ring Magazine night for boxing, the Ring Magazine Boxing Awards. He let Teofimo host it, despite all the stuff that he said, the nasty, racist, discriminatory stuff that he said. So I will give Turkey credit for this, though. You know, one, I don't feel bad for him because, I mean, once you see somebody's pattern and you see somebody's habits, then you should know, don't treat people what they show you. You know what I'm saying? If they show you something, then believe them. So now he just shifted his attention towards hateful and discriminatory stuff towards Turkey, and I don't feel bad for him, but I gotta give credit for Turkey because I will say this: he's still working with Teo, so I will give him credit for being consistent. At least Turkey's consistent. You know what I'm saying? He didn't care when Teo said crazy stuff about this group of people, and he doesn't care that he said it against another group of people. You know what I'm saying? I think it would have looked worse if he would have been mad at Teo for saying stuff that he was quote unquote impacted by, but did it get mad at him saying stuff that other people were impacted by? You know what I'm saying? So I will give him credit for that, for being consistent, and he still works with Teo just like he still worked with some other people that said some crazy stuff. So You know, I will say he's not appearing as if he's taking things personally. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you should stand for something, because if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. You know what I'm saying? So I think that he should reprimand him for it to the best of his ability. But at the same time, hey, Teofimo is a good fighter, speaking objectively, and I would like to see him involved in some fights. You know, and Devin Haney's a good one. I just don't know about the timing, man. Shout out to my guy Mike. What's good, brethren? Got my boy Oster in the building, big member in the building. He said, Tio, what's up, Omar? He said, Tio's timing, footwork, and punch selection. Yeah, Tio's timing, footwork, and punch selection. Are you saying that's good or bad? I don't know if you're saying that's good or bad. I don't. I think you could make an argument for both. I think you really make a better argument for it being bad. So I don't know what angle you're coming from. But yeah, so Teofimo, I think that Teofimo is Teofimo and Devin Haney's a good fight. But once again, I'm not convinced that it's gonna happen. You know, I hope it happens, but I'm not sure. But if it does happen, I think that it's a good fight. And this is what, you know, they both accused each other of ducking. You know, Teofimo said that Devin Haney didn't make himself available. I know there's a interview with Bob Arum, said that Devin Haney didn't pick up the phone when they were trying to negotiate, and they could have had the fight earlier. And that's the top ranked representative. Now, you know, he is top ranked, Bob Arum. So, you know, there's things that go into it. I'm not saying that Devin Haney, I'm not saying it's true or false. I'm just saying that these are the things that are out there. So Devin Haney has been accused by Teofimo and others of ducking Teofimo. And of course, Teofimo has been accused of ducking Devin Haney by saying things like, "Oh, we want 20 million for that fight." You got that on camera. So you could almost say that they're both guilty of ducking each other in the past. But from the way I look at it, you know, and me being removed from both sides, objectively speaking, to me it seems like Teofimo has been the one that doesn't really want to fight. You know, a lot of these guys that he calls out. But if he fights Devin Haney now, that'd be good. And if Devin Haney fights Teofimo, that'd be good too as well. So I think it would be if Teofimo could touch up Devin Haney, he might be in trouble. You know, and if Devin Haney could outbox it like we think he can, then Teofimo will be in trouble. So I think this is a good fight. We finally having another fight amongst the guys that are considered the top at 135 to 140, right? Because remember, I know they're gonna fight at the catch weight, but I'm just saying back in the past, you know, the top at 135 was considered 135, 140 was Devin Haney, Gervonta Tank Davis, Shakur Stevenson, and Teofimo Lopez, right? So we're getting another one of those four that's gonna mix it up. So that's always a great thing, you know. I'm looking forward to this fight. If it happens, I just have my doubts. And I'll also say this too about Teofimo and Devin Haney. They're fighting at a catch weight. I'm getting kind of tired of these catch weights, man. But I understand this one because, you know, Devin Haney, his last fight was a catch weight with Jose Carlos Ramirez at 144, if I'm not mistaken. And Teofimo is a champion at 140. So this one makes sense to fight at a catch weight. You know, 145 is what they're going to fight at. I just wonder if Teofimo beats Devin Haney, would he go back down to 140 or would he go to 147? You know, I think it's obvious if he loses, he'll go back down to 140. But if he wins, I wonder what that'd be. What would be the next move for that? You know what I'm saying? And now also with Devin Haney, if he wins, I think he'll still go to 147. I think if he loses, he'll still go to 147. You know, I think he'll still proceed accordingly, because that's where his body's taking him, it seems like. But I think Teofimo's up in the air, man. I think that because he's been calling out Brian Norman, even though I don't think it was real, and him calling out Jerome Butenis, I don't think it was real. At least they have the consistency of both being at 147, you know, so I think that things are leading to him also approaching welterweight as well. So we'll see how it goes, man. Like I said, we'll see if it happens. August 16th, the same day as Gervonta Tank Davis Lamont Roach rematch. It's kind of crazy, kind of weird to me, but like I said, if they fight in Saudi Arabia, it could work out. We could have you know, I like those marathons of boxing, man. We could have fights from 5 o'clock all the way to 11 o'clock in the night, you know what I'm saying, from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. on August 16th, good Lord willing. So I think it'll work out good for me, you know what I'm saying. I like it, but I just, again, we'll see. Now moving on to another topic, man, and we spoke briefly on Riyadh season. Another fight that happened in Riyadh season was Badou Jack versus Noel McCallan at the cruiserweight division. You know, Badou Jack has a WBC belt at cruiserweight, and they're talking about having a rematch. And Noel McCallan, you know, he was a former champion, and then he was declared a champion at first. Well, he was a champion. Badou Jack was a champion at recess, and then when Badou Jack, then Noel McCallan was demoted, if you will, to champion at recess. Then they elevated Badou Jack back to full champion. You know, so it's been kind of weird at WBC for the WBC cruiserweight title, and I think it's getting even more weirder, right, with them having a rematch. Like, who the heck wants to see Okay, Badu Jack and Noah McCain had a good fight. Yes, it was a good fight, but was it that good to have a rematch? Like, these rematches are getting kind of old, bro. Like, Gervonta Tank Davis, Lamont Roach, that rematch makes sense. It was a draw, number one. And number two, it was a controversial draw at that, because it had some controversy. The knee, when he took the knee, he should have lost points. Points should have been deducted. And if that was counted, then it could have changed and he could have potentially lost. Or if that was counted, the fight could have went a whole nother way. You know what I'm saying? Tank could have fought with more intensity, possibly knocked out Roach. Roach could have been more patient, and then while Tank got extra aggressive, he could have attacked recklessly and led to Lamont Roach knocking out Tank. We never know. So I think that rematch makes sense because it was a draw, and there was some controversy with it. So it's justified, But then we have another rematch with who we having a rematch with? We just had a rematch with Bruno Soros and Jaime Munguia. That's cool. But was it necessary? I mean, the man Bruno Soros came from France, went to Mexico, and knocked dude out in his backyard. Why are we having a rematch? I don't mind it because, if Jaime Munguia has a rematch clause, I get it. That's cool. You have a rematch clause, and then, of course, it looks like he cheated him now, which is wrong. Shame on Jaime Munguia. But there's still a chance for him to come out clean with the B sample. But that was a rematch, And shout out to Jaime Munguia. I thought he would avenge that loss, and he actually did. But now it's a little cloud around it because he could have cheated and stuff like that, with his adverse analytical fighting of extra testosterone. So we'll see. But once again, that's another rematch. And I don't mind rematches, but to me, they got to be justified. And then Caleb Plant, shout out to my guys, one of my favorite fighters to watch, along with Jaime Munguia, as long as his punk ass ain't really cheating.
We do not let people who are on the juice discuss real athletes. That's all.
But yeah, so Caleb Plant now, of course, he just lost to Armando Resendez. They're talking about potentially having a rematch there. We just saw Khalil Coe and Manuel Gallegos have a rematch after Gallegos beat Khalil Coe, and now Khalil Coe avenged that loss. He looked very good, but it's still another rematch. And I'm not saying that I don't like the rematches, but I feel like that's cool to have them against contenders. But when you're champions, I feel like you kind of run the risk of holding up the division for nonsense, right? Noel McCain been a champion for a long time, and if you've been keeping up with the cruiserweight division, which I know a lot of people don't, and I don't blame you, but he was supposed to fight Ryan Rozicki. He didn't fight Ryan Rozicki forever. It was like literally like 3 years he didn't fight Ryan Rozicki, right? And then Ryan Rozicki finally got hurt. I say finally because shout out to him, but he finally got hurt, so he couldn't fight for the cruiserweight belt. And then all of a sudden, Noel McCain, who was just a champion at recess, because he was declared a champion at recess because he wouldn't fight Ryan Rozicki, now he gets a title shot, and now he's getting another title shot. So I don't know, maybe Ryan Rozicki's still hurt, and so they couldn't get him in. So they're just like, okay, bet we're gonna give you a rematch and another attempt to get the belt back. But I just think it's kind of ridiculous, man. Move on, I'd even be more satisfied if Chris William Smith, who just lost his WBO title to Zerto, got the rematch. Got a WBC title, a title shot, But what I don't like, not even to mention, okay, Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, they're having a trilogy, and Katie Taylor won both times. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's just kind of ridiculous. Like, then you have Chantel Cameron, she's fighting somebody else, but she's the one that deserves a trilogy against Katie Taylor because they're 1-1. Katie Taylor beat her, Chantel Cameron beat Katie Taylor first, and then Katie Taylor beat Chantel Cameron. They should have the trilogy. I'm not saying that Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor's not an exciting fight. I'm not even saying that Amanda Serrano may have even won the second fight. That was a close fight. But on paper, she lost 2-0. Why are we having the rematch? I'm just like, these rematches, I feel like it's kind of annoying. And then, but I will say this though. I saw some people say, I don't get why they're having a rematch, and I agree with that. I don't really understand why they're having a rematch. I think it's unnecessary in the cruiserweight division. But I will say this though. Somebody was like, Ja Battaglia, I like Ja Battaglia, but his fans are stupid. I'm not gonna lie to you. So someone was like, oh, they're holding up the division to try to stop Ja Battaglia again. Bitch, shut up, bro. You're just dumb. Like, do you watch boxing or not, bro? Like, shut up, bro. You stupid.
Shut up, bitch. Oh my God.
Like, I'm getting annoyed. Like, they keep saying anytime somebody fights, all of a sudden it's because it's some conspiracy theory against Ja Battaglia. Ja Battaglia is fighting Claudio Squayo, a guy who's ranked like number 14 and never fought out of Italy. That's who he's fighting as a voluntary defense. He's not fighting anybody of any consequence. So I don't know why people get this notion that every time somebody fights, whether it's Badu Jack or Zerto Ramirez is fighting his mandatory Junio Dorticos. Badu Jack was essentially fighting his mandatory in his last fight against Noel McCain. I'm not justifying this rematch now, but it was a close fight, right? I think if I'm not mistaken, it was a majority. Was It wasn't a unanimous decision. It wasn't. I think it was a majority decision victory for Badu Jack, right? I think so, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was one judge scored it a draw, the other two scored it in favor of Badu Jack, 115, 113, if my memory serves me correctly. And the other judge scored it 114, 114. So it was a majority decision victory for him. So it was a close fight. And the rematch is justified from that standpoint. But I just think that, man, all these rematches are getting kind of annoying. But then the guy who probably should have got a rematch in Carlos Adames versus Hamza Shiraz, because they robbed Carlos Adames, and Hamza Shiraz did not get a draw. I don't know how he's still undefeated right now. That should have been a rematch, you know, if anything, and let Carlos Adames beat his behind again. No, assuming that Bronco Adames would have wanted that. But yeah, so I just think it's funny that everybody thinks that it's some conspiracy theory to stop Ja Battaglia from getting belts. No. Zerto is fighting his mandatory for the WBA, Nuno Dorticos. You know what I'm saying? And Badu Jack, from what I've read and from what I've seen, he's not going for the Noel McCain rematch. The WBC has ordered it. So it's out of his hands. You know what I'm saying? But what is in your hands is who you fight voluntarily. And once again, Ja Battaglia is voluntarily, as a voluntary defense, is fighting Claudio Squayo. So the person that has the most ability to move around and leverage to move around right now, as it's seen, is Ja Battaglia. And he's fighting Claudio Squayo. I don't have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? You never know what an undefeated fighter could do. You know, he is undefeated. And last time we saw, you know, an undefeated fighter that was an underdog was Bruno Saras, and he went in Jaime Munguia's backyard and did what he did to him in Tijuana, Mexico. So I'm not saying to count him out, but I'm just saying that out of the opponents right now, the cruiserweight division, out of the champions of their opponents, Ja Battaglia he has the most leeway and to do what he wants, and he's fighting probably the lowest level of opposition, you know. And now you can say, okay, well, Zerto's occupied, Badu Jack's occupied, you know, and stuff like that. But my question is this: if he wasn't fighting Claudio Squayo, maybe he could have. Do you think it's impossible to believe that maybe he could have got a fight with Badu Jack right now? And maybe if he was available, then they would not have ordered a rematch with Noel McCain. I don't know. I'm speculating. I don't know, you know, but I'm just saying, if you're gonna go and jump out the window and assume that everybody's trying to stop Ja Battaglia from his pursuit of undisputed, then let's talk about all the scenarios that we could also speculate on as well. You know what I'm saying? So I think these unifications and will happen at cruiserweight. I will say big salute to Ja Battaglia, because I was watching an interview by him, and he said you know, he's not sure when he'll get the Zerto fight, because he thinks that Zerto might fight Jake Paul, which I don't think Zerto will fight Jake Paul. Not because Zerto wouldn't do it, but I don't think Jake Paul will do it. But I will say big salute to Ja Battaglia, because he made a pretty honest statement. You know, don't forget to smack that like button, y'all. But he said, hey man, he said, I don't blame Zerto for fighting Jake Paul, because he said, I would fight Jake Paul too if I was offered the fight, because that's an easy payday, you know. So he basically was like, at least he was being honest, man, because, you know, these dumb goofies that call themselves fans of the sport, they would try to act like their favorite fighter wouldn't do the same thing. And Ja Battaglia straight up told you, he said, yeah man, if I got the Jake Paul fight, that's easy money, you know, and you get a big bag. So absolutely I would do it. So shout out to him for at least admitting that if Zerto does fight Jake Paul, which I don't think will happen, like I said, I don't think Jake Paul fights Zerto or anybody else that's any real competition or real threat. But if he did get it, he was like, yeah man, I basically I approved that fight. Shout out to him. He said, Oscar said, there's time where a fight don't deserve a rematch. Like, in my humble opinion, Caleb versus Resendez, Jack versus the Duck, right? Taylor versus Serrano, so on. I agree. It's so unnecessary. Yeah, even like, as much as I like Caleb Plant, you know, what up, pugilism? As much as I like Caleb Plant, I just think that Armando Resendez, like, let him move on. You know, now we'll say this. You know, I know Caleb Plant, they said they have a rematch clause. So if you have a rematch clause, you got to respect it, you know, and I think Armando and other fighters will, you know. But at the same time, it's like, maybe we could have a rematch later, like, be like, okay, bet, take a rain check on the rematch clause. You know what I'm saying? Don't have a rematch immediately. Maybe get another fight and then come back and revisit. But it's just like, bro, I'm these rematches. Maybe I'm just a prisoner of the moment, but I don't remember these rematches happening so often like this, bro. This is like the era of the rematch, bro. And it's getting kind of annoying, you know. Even Ben Whitaker and Liam Cameron, that was a rematch, you know. There's all these rematches. Fabio Worley, Fraser Clark had a rematch. You know, that made sense, though, because that was a good fight. It was a draw, at least. You know, some of them are justified. Some of them are more justified than others, you know. But it's like, I I don't know. You know, but like Bivol and Beterbiev, to me, that's a trilogy that's necessary. They're 1-1. You know, like I said, so some of them make sense, but some of them are just like, bro, come on, bro, let's just move on, bro. Like, who cares? Boys Be Quiet, what's good? But yeah, I just think that some of these rematches are a little bit redundant, man, and overdone. But yeah, man. So we gonna move on to the next topic, man. I was watching the interview with Frank Martin, and I thought this was very interesting. You know, Frank Martin's coming back. That's good for him. He still doesn't have a date. He didn't add any further specificity as far as a fight date. But he has announced his return, and I love to hear it. And he said he is returning at 140. Like I announced this a while ago, so he is staying consistent with that, and he is going to be he's kind of dropping hints, but I don't know who he's going to be fighting yet. But he said we're going to be excited about it. He has some big news at the date, so we'll see, man. At 140, he left it open for him to be fighting like guys like Keyshawn Davis, but you know Keyshawn's at 135, so he said Keyshawn's a 135-pound champion, so I would only entertain that fight at 140 because he said he's not going back down. I don't blame him. You know, I think once you move up, I think that it only hurts you to keep fluctuating weight, going up and down. I think you should just commit to one weight. There's a lot of guys at 140 he could fight. You know, he said that he'll fight he'll even fight Devin Haney at a catch weight. You know, he's going up to 147. He said he'll fight Ryan Garcia at a catch weight. He said at 140 he'll fight Richardson Hitchens, the current champion, you know, and guys like that. So I think those are good fights for him at 140. So we'll see how it goes, man. We'll see what happens. And he does have a major change, though. He's not with Derek James. We announced that before too, and now he confirmed. I didn't know who he was with though, but now he's not with Derek James. He announced that he's officially with Buddy McGirt, and I think that's a good pairing, man. I think Buddy McGirt is a great trainer. I think that's fire. And yeah, you know, he said he's also working with Marcos from Texas. And Marcos, if you pay attention to boxing in Texas, you usually hear about a trainer named Marcos, you know. So he's also pairing with him in Texas as well. As well-known Texas local trainer, you know. I believe he got some working with Errol Spence and some other guys as well. So, yeah, so that's good news for Frank Martin. He looked healthy. He looked ready. And one thing I didn't like, though, you know, but I'm not mad at it, right? They asked him about the Tank fight during his interview. It was like a 20-minute interview. And he said that he said he was drained against Tank, right? He said that when he fought Tank, he was drained.
What?
And I'm so sick of this nonsense, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not saying that he wasn't drained, you know. I'm saying I don't care. And I know a lot of y'all know I rock with Gervonta Tank Davis, right? But I'm not saying I don't care because of that. It has nothing to do with Gervonta Tank Davis, right? Because I'm very consistent. You know, when Ray Ford said that he was drained against Nick Ball when he lost, I don't care. You signed up for the fight. Those are the circumstances in which you agreed to have the fight take place. So you deal with it. You know what I'm saying? You knew that you were struggling to make the weight before you accepted the terms of the fight. And you thought that you were good enough to still beat the person. So same with Frank Martin and Gervonta Tank Davis. You signed up for that. I don't want to hear about you were drained or nothing like that because, and I'm not saying it's not true now. I think it is true with Ray Ford that he was drained and compromised. I think it was also true with Frank Martin that he probably was because now he's moving up to 140. So, and just like Ray Ford, he moved up after that fight as well. You know, even Ryan Garcia, I thought he's full of crap because he fought at 135 and he even got the chance to fight at 136, which is an extra pound. I don't want to hear about anybody being drained. You know what I'm saying? But it just looks crazy when you never fought at the weight class above. But then you say you're drained, you know, like, so Ray Ford has never fought at 130, if I'm not mistaken, or he didn't fight at 130 in a while. Frank Martin never fought at 140. This would be his first time moving to 140. So was Ryan Garcia. He was fought at some catchweights against Emmanuel Tago and Javier Fortuna, but he never officially fought at 140 until after he fought Tank. So it's just funny to me that these fighters people will say, oh, I was drained. But that's the weight class that you were fighting in. So were you drained before or are you just drained now because you lost? You see what I'm saying? But I do believe he probably was drained, like I said, because Frank Martin is moving up to 140. So I do give the benefit of the doubt. I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm just saying that I don't really care. You signed up for it, bro. Like if you can't make a weight, move up. I don't care how much money you're getting or whatever else that makes this attractive for you to stay there. Move up because you're gonna regret it if you lose. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you're going to feel like you compromised yourself. And you probably did. But at the same time, you thought it was worth it. And you thought you had the chance to win. Because I got to give you the benefit of the doubt of being a warrior. I don't think that you just thought that you couldn't overcome what was in front of you. Especially when you're an undefeated guy like Frank Martin was. Shout out to the Ghost. So if you were undefeated, I'm pretty sure that you were confident that you could win. And now that you didn't win, now you're saying you're drained. Now, I will say this, though. In his defense, he didn't say, oh, yeah, I lost that's why I lost. So I'll give it. He didn't say that's why he lost. He just said that's how he felt, and he felt like that's why he got tired a little bit early, which is kind of saying if I did get tired, I might have did better. You know, I might have done better. So I just don't want to hear it, man. But shout out to Frank the Ghost Martin. I'm looking forward to him coming back, you know, and I want to see it. But I will say this, though, you know, I want people to say that he was drained because that's what they say about Ryan Garcia. So if you're one of those goofballs and those idiots and those buffoons and imbeciles that say, oh, yeah, Ryan Garcia was drained against Tank, then I need you to say that Frank Martin was drained against Tank, too. And I need you to say that Ray Ford was drained against Nick Ball, too. Don't just be selective with your acceptance of these reasons or these justifications as to why they lost and not treating them as excuses, right? Because excuses have a negative connotation. They're all the same thing, but excuses have is negative, you know. If you think that Ryan Garcia was drained or anybody else was drained in the weight class that they fought at, then I need you to keep that same energy and make that applicable to Frank Martin. And also make that applicable to Errol Spence when he lost to Terrence Crawford. And also make that applicable to whoever else said that they were drained. Because I think it's just amazing how much every time Ryan Garcia lost, he just lost to Rolly Romero, and it was because of a layoff. Devin Haney had a layoff too. And they're both young, and Devin Haney won. In fact, the guy who fought the next day, Badu Jack, he had a 2-year layoff, and he's 40. And he still won. So what's the excuse? So it's always an excuse, you know what I'm saying? And now he lost. Now he got to take some time off, take the rest of the year off to get himself together. Man, fuck out of here, man, you bum. He did Clone, my guy Clone in the building. What's good, brethren? Big member in the building. He said, man, excuses from some of these boxes. You accepted the fight, you know what comes with it. Exactly. Don't accept it if you can't make the weight. Just take the defeat. I agree with that. Exactly. So yeah, I just think it's kind of crazy, man. But like I said, he wasn't, in his defense, they were talking about the fight and he was asking him, the interviewer was asking about the fight, but I know a lot of people take it like that. He did say that he wishes Gervonta Tank Davis nothing but the best. He said he thinks he's the best at 135, and he was even talking about that, you know, that he's fond of him, you know, like they're cool or whatever. So he wasn't really saying it like, oh, that I lost, but I just kind of wish he wouldn't have said it like that because that's how people will take it. But you know, it is what it is, man. Just don't be selective, you know. If you're gonna accept the weight drain issue for some fighters, accept it for all fighters. But I'm very consistent. I don't want to hear it from whether I like you or not. If I like you, like I like Frank Martin, I don't want to hear about you being weight drained in the fight that you accepted the terms with. If I don't like you, like Ryan Garcia, even though I liked him before, I don't want to hear about weight draining either. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter whether I like you or not. If you accept the terms, I don't want to hear about being weight drained. If when Terrence Crawford and Saul Canelo Alvarez fight, my boy Cinnamon, if Cinnamon wins like I think he's going to, I don't want to hear about Terrence Crawford being too small. That's what you accepted. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to hear about, oh, it was just too much for me. Well, yeah, we knew that, you know. And if Bud beats Cinnamon, then I don't want to hear anybody say, oh, it's because Cinnamon's old or because Cinnamon, whatever excuse they're gonna make, or he wasn't, whatever it is, he's too comfortable. No excuses, bro. Let the best man win in every situation. Let the best woman and best man win, man. Stop making excuses. Shout out to my guy Clone, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter.
These biscuits.
Shout out to my guy Clone, man. He said, dropping the graffiti on the chat walls. He said, glad you safe in the storm. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah, man. It was, it just knocked out my internet. Like I said, I'll let y'all know if it's like a serious storm or something like that. But yeah, I mean, it's been storming all week. It was just raining hard yesterday too. So it looks like it's about to pour again. It's just that, you know, Florida, I don't know what's, they can't handle any rain, bro. And not your internet service provider. They're terrible, bro. If it rains or the wind blows, it's gonna knock out the internet. But it was a tornado though. It was a tornado warning. Just there's some damages down yonder. I thank God. Nobody. I don't think there was any fatalities. But there was some damage though. But especially the internet get knocked out. Internet been getting knocked out for the last couple days, man. But it's good though because I do need to. You know, I need to take a break. You know, I need to take a break. I go hard, man. 2 days. Two live streams and videos all throughout the week. 2 live streams Monday through Friday, and then we do Saturday, Sunday, and stuff like that too. So I take it as a blessing, you know. And I've been trying to restructure the stream, you know what I'm saying. And we'll see if we're gonna keep going live as often as we do. You know what I'm saying. I might need to focus on some other things. We'll see. But I appreciate you though. He said, glad you were safe in the storm. Thank you. He said, but Mother Nature not taking no Knicks disrespect. Right. Hey, this is what me, you, and Mother Nature and everybody thinks about the Knicks.
Know your fucking place, trash.
Knicks are garbage. He said, also Tyler Hero, the best Heat player. He white and wears do-rag. Hey, Tyler Hero might be the best Knicks player right now. I mean, between him and Bam Adebayo, you know, I still lean towards Bam, but offensively, definitely Tyler Hero. Man, that's funny, man. Shout out to the Knicks though. Knicks, you know, I mean, it is what it is, man. We got, bro. Who would have thought we'd have OKC in Indiana? That's crazy. But yeah, I got OKC beating Indiana though. But yeah, it was good legacy. But yeah, man, I just think that with that being said, bro, I guess consistency is just hard for people, you know. They're gonna talk trash about Frank Martin making excuses. I don't think he really made excuses. He was just fielding the questions. But I am ready to see Frank Martin bounce back, man. Yes, sir. That's all the topics I have for today. If you're new, please subscribe and drop a like. It's free. Talk to him, clone. Thank you, bro. Hit that like button, man. People be stingy with the likes, man. You know, I've been seeing a lot of biting of my style now, but we gonna keep doing our thing. But I've been noticing, you know what I'm saying? Hey, cause I be around. I look around. I don't really stick around. But I look around and stuff like that. I see a lot of people, you know, I don't mind you bite my style, but at least, hey, be like, hey, man, I got this from Doc or something like that. You know, but we all do. We all take your stuff and borrow. But yeah, I've been seeing a lot of, hey, a lot more. I've been seeing a lot more. You know what I'm talking about? They think because I'm a small channel, people won't notice. All right. All right. Ain't going to be a small channel for long, little bitch. He said, Trevor said, don't leave already. Nah, I ain't going nowhere, man. I'm chilling for a little bit, for a little longer, for a little bit. Shout out to Trevor. But yeah, I will say this though, man. Going back to it, I think with fighters, man, I just think that we gotta appreciate a little bit more, you know. But at the same time, I think a good way that we appreciate them and the sport is by, you know, calling it for what it is. I'm not saying you can't. We're all human, you know what I'm saying? But one thing I try to remain, and I don't even try, it just comes naturally, just objectivity, bro, and consistency. You know, I'm not going to feel one way about one fighter doing something and then another fighter do the same thing and then I feel a different way about it. No, bro, like what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong, and what's complimentary is should be complimented, and what needs to be critiqued should be critiqued, you know? And I think that you know, with I would like to see some unifications at cruiserweight, some more unifications, right? Because the only unification we saw was actually Zerto. People talking crazy, but Zerto's the one that had the unification with Chris William Smith for the WBO, and then obviously after he beat Gulamarian for the WBA title. So it's just like, yeah, let these fights happen, man. I'm not gonna go out my way to blame Badu Jack. I'm not gonna go out my way to blame Ja Pataya. And I'm definitely not gonna go out my way to blame Zerto Ramirez, especially when he's fighting his mandatory. Ja Pataya just fought his mandatory, and well, his replacement for his mandatory in David Nika, but before David Nika, it was supposed to be Hussein Sankar. So we'll see how it goes, man. He said, "Yo, apologize for missing so many. Just had my shout out to my guy Styles, man. Hey, bro, congratulations, bro. Ain't no pressure, bro. I was like, dang, I wonder where my boy at. You crossed my mind a couple times. Shout out to my boy Styles, and congratulations to you and yours, man. Man, that's just great news, man. Shout out to you, man. Congratulations. I know you're gonna be you know what I'm saying, a great father, man. Shout out to you, bro. Congratulations to your beautiful little girl and your wife too, man. Mrs. Styles. Congratulations to both of y'all, man. Many blessings, and yeah. Congratulations, bro. God bless, bro. That's dope. Yes, sir, man. That's dope, man. Hey. Yes, sir. We got my boy Big Dog Willie coming through, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. This man said, hope your daughter is healthy and becomes a future Knicks fan. Bro, stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. Hey, Big Dog Willie, my guy, man, dropping a graffiti on the chat wall, says Tank. He meant to say, he said Jake Paul versus Tank. He meant to say Gervonta Tank Davis. You know what I'm saying? Put those GTD chains in the chat. Versus Jake Paul, November 22nd, Las Vegas, MGM. Facts, big facts. And I hate that fight. I do not like that fight. But at the same time, hey, get your money, man. And it's facts. I don't think it'll be facts if Lamont Roach messes around and pulls an upset. That's one thing I'll say this too, chat. Y'all know I like Caleb Plant, right? Caleb Plant's my guy. But it's very rare that I'm mad at an upset. Like, so if Lamont Roach beats Gervonta Tank Davis, as much as I'm a Gervonta Tank Davis fan, let Lamont Roach win. I'm always going to be a person that wants a betterment of the sport. And I don't think it should ever be a situation where any of us should be okay with the wrong person winning. You know what I'm saying? You should always have the best man or best woman win. Now we're human. We're going to have our preferences. So I'm going for Tank in every fight that he's involved in. But every fight that he's involved in, I think the better man should win. So if Lamont Roach proves that he should win, then boom, he should win. I don't think anybody should be robbed. But yeah, he has a hell of a fight in front of him with Lamont Roach. So that's no obviously he proved that that's nobody to just ignore or dismiss. So we'll see, man. If Tank doesn't beat Lamont Roach, and if Jake Paul doesn't beat who's Jake Paul fighting again? Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Hey, that would be off again. And we've seen things get derailed. Like we just saw Caleb Plant and Charlo talk about fighting this whole time, and that got derailed because in comes Armando Resendez. You know, Jose Armando Resendez. He said, "I'm not going. You're not about to get through me." Jamal Charlo got through Thomas Lamana. He fulfilled his end of the bargain. Caleb Plant fumbled. You know what I'm saying? We saw this before Anthony Joshua, Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder fumbled the bag with Joseph Parker. Anthony Joshua handled business against Otto Wallen. Boom, but that fight is derailed. We still haven't seen them yet. So I think it's appropriate and always respecting to pay attention. It's appropriate to give respect to your opponents. I'm not saying Caleb Plant wasn't, because he was saying, "Hey, I'm not looking past Resendez. I'm not looking past Resendez." But sometimes the media does it to you because they keep asking you about certain fighters, and sometimes you subconsciously look past people. And not to mention, he's having a shout out to my boy Styles. He's also having a baby, you know, Caleb Plant, and that could get your mind off things as well. And Armando was focused, and he definitely deserved to win. That was a split decision victory. I don't know how you scored it for Caleb Plant, and I'm a Caleb Plant guy. I thought I was generous when I scored it 115, 113 in favor of Resendez. I scored it 7 rounds to 5, and people said I was crazy. I don't know how that one judge scored it in favor of Caleb Plant, man. Shout out to my guy Just Do. What's good, brethren? He said, "I came to terms that boxing today is bullshit. However, I love the sport, so I'll just watch the fight because it's really too confusingly hard to like because of the BS going on." Yeah, I feel that. And boxing didn't have channels back then like it does now. The mainstream networks barely covered boxing except for the big fights. You're right about that, Pugilism. He said, "Caleb soft. I'm double play. He's soft, had me. However, he is exposed." Yo, man. He said he had me. However, you must have lost some money on Caleb Plant. You must have lost some money, my boy. That boy Oser mad at Caleb Plant, boy. You must have lost some money on that man. My boy, too bad at Caleb Plant. You must have lost some money, boy. I don't think Caleb Plant soft. I just think that shout out to my boy Styles. He said, "What happened to all the stepping?" Caleb Plant talked about, "Hey, we saw the big step of Khalil Cole. I guess he took all the steps." My boy Caleb Plant need to go take a step class or something. He got to get them steps back because he damn sure ain't stepped on nothing. But Resendez, yeah, I just feel like he was, you know, I want to applaud more Resendez than I do want to disrespect Caleb Plant. I don't think he's done, but you know me, I'm guilty of not giving up on fighters. I don't think he's done. I just think he had a bad night. And you know, he clearly wasn't utilizing his right hand. And he did say afterwards, he didn't make an excuse. Now, and I'm not making an excuse for him, but he didn't really make an excuse. Somebody specifically asked him about his right hand, and he said, yeah, it was a little compromised. So he's in the fight, he was handicapped. But still, we've seen people come out victorious with a messed up hand. Look at Gervonta Tank Davis versus Aesop Pitbull Cruz. He still was successful with a messed up hand. And I think Aesop Pitbull Cruz being a former champion and going on to become a champion after losing the Tank, that's a more difficult fight than Resendez. Obviously, we see Shakur with his bad hands still be successful. We see Floyd Mayweather with his brittle hands still be successful. So we see fighters, not just with their hands, but other essential tools as a pugilist, be compromised and still come out victorious. So once again, just like the weight drain, you're in the fight, I don't care. You know, Sergio Martinez, I'm still mad at him to this day. I rock with Sergio Martinez. But when he went in there and fought Miguel Cotto with a bum knee, I was mad because I was like, bro, I'm looking forward to this fight. And now it wasn't even a fight. Miguel Cotto it had an easy night, probably one of his easiest nights, because Sergio Martinez wanted to go into a fight while being injured. But at the same time, I'm not going to say, oh, Miguel Cotto wouldn't have won if Sergio Martinez wasn't injured. We'll never know because that's Sergio Martinez's fault. It's not Cotto's fault. You can only fight what's in front of you in whatever condition that they present themselves. You see what I'm saying? So as much as I like Caleb Plant, I don't care. Yeah, it was messed up. I'm not taking anything away from Resendez, you know. So now if we get the rematch clause, if they enact the rematch clause and they have it, you know, I would have Caleb Plant winning again. And I don't know what you would have, but I would have Caleb Plant winning again. And I think it'll be a good fight, but I do not want to see the rematch immediately. I'd rather see Resendez move on to let him get to use his opportunity, you know, and move on to fight somebody else and then maybe double back on the Caleb Plant rematch. But you know, we'll probably see the immediate rematch. I wouldn't be mad at it anyway, because this would probably both of these fights would be the most money I would assume that he's ever made in his career. So it'll be a good thing for him too. And if he's really about that, he could win again. You know, so we'll see, man. Shout out to my guy Ty in the building, big member in the building. So we'll see how it goes, man. But yeah, I don't think he's done. He just had me fooled until I see he's not that enough, bro. He's a champion, man. Stop playing, man. What you mean, bro? Sometimes, hey, styles make fights, man. Styles make fights, and that was just a bad style for him that night. I do think that he should have overcome, but I mean, it is what it is, bro. That's one. I mean, let's look at Caleb Plant's losses, right? Like I said, to me, this was upset of the year. Let's not act like we didn't expect. Shout out to my guy Styles. Like he said, Caleb Plant was making it sound like it was going to be easy. He go step on him, you know, and all that stuff. And he didn't do that. So, yes, he deserves to get critiqued for it and talk trash about, right? You need to get this for it, right? Because he was acting like he was going to whoop Resendez, and he didn't do anything close. But I will say this, though. Caleb Plant he seems to fight anybody. You can't take that away from him. You know what I'm saying? He fought David Benavidez. He lost, but he fought him where a lot of people didn't want to. He fought Cinnamon, right? He got stopped, but he fought him, you know, and he fought him pretty well. So Resendez to me is the upset of the year. And we can't remember that it was upset. It was upset. Why? Because he already has 2 losses, right? He lost to a guy named Marcos Hernandez, who was 14. No. Yeah, he was like 14-4 when he lost to him, right? And then the same Marcos Hernandez, he's like 16 and he's like 16 and what is he? I think he's like 16-9 or something right now with 2 draws or something like that. So he's not really that good. So that's why it was an upset, right? You don't really expect him to win. Then he had another loss against Elijah Garcia, right? Elijah Garcia stopped Resendez, right? Elijah Garcia lost to Kyron Davis. It was a split decision loss, but it was still a loss, right? Kyron Davis, who just fought Yo-Yo Diablo, aka Yoenli Hernandez, right? On the same card as Caleb Plant. So the guy that beat Resendez actually got mollywopped on the same card. That's Kyron Davis, because Kyron Davis beat Elijah Garcia. Elijah Garcia stopped Resendez. So I say that to say that this was a big upset. Let's not act like in hindsight that we knew that this guy had a chance against Caleb Plant. Stop it. You know, so Resendez just put his best win, if I'm not mistaken, was Jarrett Swift Hurd. And he beat Jarrett Swift Hurd, who's retired, by the way, coincidentally. He beat Jarrett Swift Hurd at the latter portion of his career while he was on a severe decline. I'm not taking that away from him, but I'm just saying the facts. The facts is that his best win was an old, worn down Jarrett Swift Hurd, and I think that a lot of people would take Caleb Plant over Jarrett Swift Hurd as well. So even his best win, I don't think that we would pick Swift Hurd to beat Caleb Plant. So I'm just saying that to show that it's a testament to how much of an upset this was. Caleb Plant put on a terrible shitty performance. I'm not saying don't talk trash about him, hell yeah, but I don't want to go too far and say, oh, he's finished and all this stuff. I mean, it happens sometimes. It's boxing. But he definitely looked bad, though. He definitely looked bad. We got Kendrick in the building, big member in the building. He said, no excuse. That's not an excuse. How is that an excuse? I said he lost. You heard excuses because maybe he lost you some money or you don't like Plant. I did not give Plant any excuses. In fact, I said the opposite. I said that Resendez deserves all the credit. I said it was an upset of the year so far. So something cannot be an upset of the year and then we act like, oh yeah, we knew that was gonna happen. You did not. Ain't nobody know that Resendez was gonna win, bro. Stop it. Nobody knew that. And the reason why he didn't know that is because of Caleb Plant's reputation and his resume. I definitely don't. I'm not giving no excuse. Hell no, he ain't get no excuse. What I'm saying is that don't make it seem like we knew that was going to be the outcome. Ain't no way you do that. He said Caleb's not ready. He's a gatekeeper. Max plans a good fight before the big for a boxer. Caleb. He said Plant is a good fight before the big for a boxer. Oh, he's a good fight before the big fight for a boxer? I mean, he might be. Hey, Caleb Plant might never bounce back. He might be right. He might never. This might be the last time we see Caleb Plant. He might have a rematch with Resendez and get smoked. You might be right. However, I'm going to give him the opportunity to get smoked before I say that he's finished. You know what I'm saying? Jaime Munguia is a bad example right now because Jaime Munguia is a terrible example to use, but I'm still going to use him because it's relevant to the conversation, even though he is accused of cheating.
We do not let people who are on the juice discuss real athletes. That's all.
I will say this. So Jaime Munguia, right? Jaime Munguia got knocked the freak out by Bruno Saraz. A lot of people counted him out. I didn't. I said that he would beat Bruno Soros despite my better judgment, right? Because we know that the rematches usually benefit the better boxer. We know Bruno Soros is a better boxer, but I like Jaime Munguia a lot because he's a very action-packed fighter. He throws punches and bunches and he blocks with his face. He's either you going or he going, but somebody's going, you know. And I like that. It's exciting, you know. But I just felt like he had something that he was going to dig deep and beat Bruno Soros, and he did. You know, granted now it looks bad because has accusations of cheating, you know, with that adverse analytical fighting of the extra testosterone and stuff like that. So that's not a good example from that standpoint, but it is a good example because he wasn't finished. He bounced back and beat the dude that beat him. Let's look for a better example, right? Khalil Cole. Khalil Cole got knocked out by Manuel Gallegos. Did you just watch the fight this past weekend with Khalil Cole? Khalil Cole got it back and knocked out the dude that knocked him out. So I'm saying, like, these things happen. Was that a good loss for Khalil Cole? No. Everybody was disappointed that he lost to a guy of the caliber of Marcos Gallegos. But I gave him another chance, and he showed me that he deserved another chance. So I'm not saying that Caleb Plant is going to be back. I'm saying I'm going to give him a chance to be back because he was the IBF champion. He did beat Jose Uzcategui. He did put Andre Durrell in the dirt and make it hurt. You see what I'm saying? He did put on, in my opinion, one of the best performances last year against Trevor McCumbee with that real-time adaptation. And then you wonder, like, dang, how come you weren't able to adapt against Resendez? You know what I'm saying? But I think that's crazy to write him off. That's my personal opinion. He said, Doc, I respect protecting the fighters, helping Plant with it. Bro, I'm done. Y'all got it, bro. I'm done, bro. Whatever, bro. Now we have to stop helping failures. This gladiator school. Get on your game, homie. Caleb at this point, look at the bag up. Smack a black dude in public. He got his ass kicked by a Mexican. Karma. Bro, that's great. You see? You also, you see? That's a problem. That's a problem right there. There it is right there. Shout out to you. So let's address that. Cole was, hey, Kendrick said, I'm not going for the Jaime, but I'm going. He said the Cole's a good example. And shout out to my boy Kendrick. I appreciate that, brother. Kendrick approved. He said, Jaime, I'm not going, but Khalil Cole's a good example. Thank you, bro. Jaime would be a good example if not for the circumstances post-fight, but you know, that's why I'm mad at Ryan Garcia. And that's why if Jaime Munguia ends up being a cheater, I'm going to be mad at him too. Because that's the thing, bro. When people cheat, they don't just, not only are they showing that they're a coward, showing that they're untrustworthy, showing that they lack integrity, but it also shows a disrespect for the sport. More importantly, it shows that you don't care about the well-being of the other fighter. It's supposed to be a fraternity. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, we could not like each other, but we shouldn't want to harm each other to the point where we can't go back to our families or compromise our welfare. You know what I'm saying? So when you cheat, that's why I'm so upset with Conor Ben and Ryan Garcia especially, you know, because it seems like they did it on purpose. Now, Jaime Munguia, I'm going to give him the same benefit of the doubt that I gave Ryan Garcia. I said it's a slim chance, it's a rarity that the B sample comes back different than the A sample. But we're going to give him a chance because all we have to do is wait. And then when it comes out that he cheated, bitch, I'm going to be hard on him too. You see what I'm saying? So we going to wait. But it definitely looks like he cheated with that adverse analytical finding. Something was definitely there. But I want to show y'all why Oster bad, man. Check out why Oster bad, bro. That's why he mad, chat. Shout out to my boy Oster. He mad at this. Look at him. Look at him. You see, I'm going to tell you why I have a different approach. I'm going to tell you why I have a different approach to this, chat. This is why I have a different approach. Look at Jamal Charlo right here. Jamal Charlo's too comfortable. That's the problem. So according to the story, those of you that don't know the story, let me educate you right now. Let me enlighten you. So the story is that Jamal Charlo kept touching Caleb Plant's face. He kept touching his beard specifically, and Caleb Plant told him stop doing that. In addition to him calling his wife nicknames, you know? I don't think it was anything disrespectful, but he was just like calling her, like, her name's Jordan Plant. I think he was called like Jordy or something like that. He's like, hey, don't give my wife no pet name. And, you know, I think Jamal Charlo chilled on that, but then he started touching his face. So Caleb Plant said, next time I see you, I'm going to slap the shit out you. That's what Caleb Plant said. Now, all that, I just gave you a brief synopsis, right? Now imagine, Oster, if you do something to me and I say next time I see you, I'm gonna slap the shit out you, and you gonna look at me like this, or you gonna be squared up and ready and prepared? You gonna have your defense up, or you gonna be chilling like this? It's kind of like the same reason why I don't feel bad for Chris Rock. Chris Rock, you just talk trash about another man's wife. I know it's a joke, you're a comedian. I'm not saying that you should pick sides. Just this is what hear me out. You talk trash about the dude's wife, and you did it repeatedly in the past before, and then you see said dude walk up to you with the slow stroll and you just stick your neck out like this. Look at his posture. His neck is up like this. He don't even think nothing about to happen. He has the posture of, I deserve whatever's coming. Same with Chris Rock. I don't feel bad. Okay, I'll give you another example. Look at Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. If you go watch the video that was released, which shouldn't have been a release, it should have been private, but it was released, right? You see Jordan Poole and Draymond arguing, they talking trash, and then you see Draymond walk from down yonder, from Timbuktu. You see what I'm saying? He walked from the boondocks. He walked to Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole sat there like he didn't think anything was gonna happen. So my point is this, man. We need to stop. You talk about me babying stuff, Oster. We need to stop babying people. If it's okay to talk trash, but you got to be prepared for what comes with that. Where I'm from, you can talk trash, but sometimes you might end up in a fisticuff. You might end up swinging. You might end up squabbling if you talk a certain amount of trash to the right person. So my point is this: if you don't know how to defend yourself, or you're not ready to engage, don't talk trash. Talking trash is not for everybody. So that's why I don't care if Jamal Charles was black, blue, red, green, orange, and purple. I don't care if he was every single color in the book. That has nothing to do. To me, this is one person being disrespectful and another person checking that disrespect. That's all I see it. I don't care what color Caleb played, white, black, blue, orange, green. I don't care. This is one person being disrespectful and the other person checking that disrespect. And that's what you're supposed to do. And that's why I rock with Caleb Sweethand's plan. Because his neck is right up in the air, and that's what happens when your neck in the air after talking trash. Pop, you get fired on. That's what's supposed to happen. I don't want to live nowhere else where that doesn't happen. If you're not equipped to talk trash, don't talk trash because it's cool. Go take your behind. That's the problem with Twitter right now. Everybody on Twitter in that little cesspool of idiocy and toxicity. Everybody's so accustomed to talking trash with no repercussions. Heck no, you're supposed to get repercussions, and sometimes the repercussions end up in a concussion. You know what I'm talking about? So heck no, I see it as two people disrespect. I'm not saying that you see it like that either, Oster. I'm just saying how I see it. I'm not accusing you of seeing it a different way. I appreciate you just taking us down that road. But yeah, I'm on Caleb's plan side on that. You know, and I will say this too. I respect Jamal Charlo because he's like, hey, I just want to fight. You know, I acknowledge my part. I was wrong, and he antagonized it. And you know, and it's so hard for people to be accountable. That's why I salute Jamal Charlo too, because if you listen to him tell the story, he's like, no, I deserve that because I was disrespectful. I was pushing the issue, and he didn't act like he was a victim, you know, and he didn't like do anything stupid like press charges and all that. And same with Chris Rock, you know, Chris Rock. Well, I think that he was trying to act like a victim. He didn't take any accountability. But I think the fact that he didn't press charges was kind of him saying, okay, bet, you know, I'm taking some accountability. You know what I'm saying? So I think accountability is everything. And despite how people are talking about, oh, Jamal Charlo needs to get it back in blood, I don't think he does. I think he's handling it right as an adult. You know what I'm saying? He's like, okay, bet, I did my part and I got what I deserved. Charlo was probably drunk. Yeah, he was sober after that slap. Yeah, I was talking to my guy Ty. He said folks acted like Caleb, Raekwon Plant, and Cody Raheem Rose not part of the coach. You feel me? He had the barbecue right now. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my boy Ty. Shout out to my boy Ty, man. Yeah. Can't say Charles probably drunk. He slapped him sober right there. He could have passed all sobriety tests. Shout out to my guy Tech Dumb Dad, man. Yes, sir. Renewing that membership for the 11 months, man. Yes, sir. 11 strong months with the membership renewal. He said he's not going anywhere. He's here for another 30 days.
I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on.
Yes, sir. Shout out to my guy Tech Dumb Dad, man. He said, what's good, Doc and DBT fam? Hey, man, chilling, man. It's been a while, but I'm back. Hope everyone is doing well. Yes, sir. I'm glad to see you back, man. I see you in the Discord and stuff like that, man. I see you with the paraphernalia, you know what I'm saying, and the memorabilia, you know what I'm saying, the boxing paraphernalia and the boxing memorabilia. Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate that, man. Big 11 months, man. Almost a year. Let's go. He said, if you duck smoke, you started, not good. Yeah. Facts, Oscar. Doc used this slapping example to take away from the fact Plant is cooked. No, I didn't, bro. He might be cooked, but I'm gonna give him a chance. That's all I'm saying, man. Crazy thing about Ball, that Ball wasn't the only that got slapped that night. He was just okay. Talk to him, Ty. Talk to him. And that's the thing, Clone. I'm gonna show you this. Jose Benavidez got slapped. By who? Caleb Plant. And he deserved it too. Let me see if I can pull it up because I know you may not have seen it. Those of you that know, and I'm not gonna lie, I like David Benavidez, but I thought this was weak by David Benavidez, by Team Benavidez, not just David. But you know, sometimes you get caught up in the situation and you know you get caught up in the moment. But Caleb Plant slapped Jose Benavidez too. Like you gotta understand. That's what I said about Will Smith, bro. I know I'm taking it back, but Will Smith, like, he slapped or punched Ethan Hawke. So sometimes you gotta have awareness, bro. You can't talk trash, and that's one thing. I'm not be where you're from, but respect it crosses out all boundaries. No matter where you're from, no matter if you grew up in suburbia, you grew up in the urban, you grew up in the hood, you grew up in the country, you grew up in the rural area, it doesn't matter, bro. You grew up in the city, respect crosses all boundaries, baby. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes growing up in an environment where you're not sheltered and you're not treated like everything you do is good, and you're not protected, you got to learn some things. You got to adapt, right? It's called being street smart. You got to know that sometimes you can't talk trash to Clone the same way you talk trash to Doc, or you can't talk trash to Doc the same way you talk trash to Ty, because Ty might take off on you. Clone might take off on you. Doc might be cool, but Oster might take off on you. You see what I'm saying? And you learn that stuff as you grow up with the respectable childhood. You know what I'm saying? You got to know these things. So Will Smith has a history of slapping bitches. He slapped the one dude on the red carpet that tried to pretend like he was about to kiss him. You seen it? The dude, that paparazzi dude that acted like he was trying to kiss Will Smith. Will Smith slapped him. Ethan Hawke was mouthing off at the lip or whatever movie set that they were a part of. He stocked him in his eye. So I think that is probably a normal reaction for some people. And that's to slap the hell out you, and Caleb Plant's one of them ones. So I'm gonna go show you and see if I can find it. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Now, Caleb Plant might have took this L now. They might have took this L because it was more of them than they were, and that's why I think it was weak by Team Benavidez, because they clearly had the numbers. And I'm not defending Caleb Plant, I'm just saying. So those of you that haven't seen, this is years ago. This is before David and Caleb fought, right? So check this out.
You gotta chill. Listen, you gotta chill.
You tell him he gotta chill. Caleb Plant comes and he says he got to chill.
Listen, you got a problem? You gotta chill. Listen, you gotta chill.
Look. So my point is that this is nothing new. I'm not saying that he's right. You judge it how you want to judge it, but this is nothing new. You talk the right stuff, you do the right thing, you might get slapped. It is what it is, bro. You got to know who you could talk to, bro. You got to know that, man. That's part of being street smart. That's part of keep your head on the swivel, man. He said, Ty Moore said, keep it a G. Who ain't violate Jose Benavidez Jr. Shout out to my guy, Ty Moore said, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Yeah, like I said, once again, shout out to my guy Ty. He said, keep it in G. Who ain't violate Jose Benavidez Jr. But if go, I'll drop the link for those of you that haven't seen it. If you watch it, I'm not sticking up for Caleb Plant. But if you go watch the entire video, you see that they were training. It's just Caleb, bro. They outnumbered. It's just Caleb Plant and his trainer. They're training in the gym, and then Jose Benavidez, David Benavidez, and their entourage is like 4 or 5 of them. They come in there and they're antagonizing Caleb Plant. Go watch the video. It's like a 2 or 3 minute video. It's not long at all, but you could clearly see from the video that Caleb Plant, not only did he take one of the dudes that was trying to talk to him and, hey man, let us do our workout. Y'all do y'all thing, whatever. We ain't got to do this or whatever. He was trying to be the cool head. But sometimes you can only be the cool head for so long. He assessed the situation and said, okay, bet. If we about to go off, then I'm going to get off first. And in his defense, he wasn't the first person that struck. I think Jose Benavidez pushed him first or something like that. Yeah, go watch the video. Shout out to my guy, Lee Jackson. What's good, brethren? Question, my guys that be on the gym for a fighter, is it more humiliating when they get slapped? I mean, slap is the worst thing you do to a man, right? So, yeah, slapping is always worse. I don't think that's just not a gym. That's life. You don't spit on somebody, you don't slap somebody. Spitting to me is the worst thing you could do. But slapping is probably the second worst. The crazy, he said, my guy Lee Jackson, he said Caleb different, standing on 10 toes. But that's the thing though. Like I said, once again, I'm not saying, I just don't think Jamal Charlo wants to fight Caleb Plant in the ring. That's cool with me. I don't think he has to go and slap Caleb Plant back. Like I said, I think a part of being an adult is accountability. And I think Jamal Charlo, he has taken accountability, and I respect him for that. I respect it. Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, and a lot of people talk trash about that too. Will Smith only did it because it was Chris Rock. Well, no, Ethan Hawke got slapped too. The guy, the paparazzi dude, got slapped too by Will Smith. Chris Rock, he got slapped too. In fact, I could almost argue that it would have been abnormal for Will Smith not to slap Chris Rock. You know, I'm not, like I said, once again, I'm not saying this right. I'm not saying this wrong. I know it sounds like I'm justifying it. My point is that sometimes you got to count on people to be who they are. And when you poke the bear, if the bear does more than growl and it bites your ass and it mauls you, that might be on you more than the bear. It's like those people that take those photos and then they look confused when they get impaled. You know, there's that one video of the lady going and walking up to the bison and petting it on the head after people telling her repeatedly, don't approach the bison. The bison goes and rams her ass, pause, and now she looking confused like she don't know what just happened or why it happened. No, man, it's supposed to happen, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, sometimes some people could look at the stove and see that it's hot, and some people got to touch it. Well, if you're one of the people that got to touch it, they're going to get burned. That's what happens. When you touch the stove, you get burned. I'm not going to feel bad for you getting burned. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Some people get animals encounters that they didn't try to. You know, but there's some people that go out their way to make sure that they're in harm's way. And if danger finds you, when you put yourself in the way, then, hey, that's what's supposed to happen. Only unless you want to be unalive. Don't spit or smack. Yeah, facts. Guns are legal these days. Yeah, you shouldn't do that. Yeah, you shouldn't do that. But I mean, like I said, no, I don't blame. I'm not mad at him for the slap because, like I said, he was not the antagonist. We got to look at things like being physically being physical is not the only way to antagonize a situation. People act like, oh, you're immature because you get physical. No, that's not the case. Sometimes you're immature when you're trying to play on the fact that somebody won't get physical. You're probably immature and you're probably the bullies. A lot of times the bully just gets their ass whooped. You see what I'm saying? Just because you lose a fight doesn't mean that you weren't the bully. You know, it doesn't mean that you were the victim. You know, sometimes people like to be a bully, and then when shit hits the fan, they realize that that's not their place. That's not their position. You feel me? So that's all. You know, I don't think that I don't think a slap is way more disrespectful than a punch. Slapping the dude just called him a bitch with it. Yes, exactly, Tech, exactly. So, but like I said, I'm not saying I think Jermall Charlo is handling it well. He wants to fight him. He doesn't want to take it street. He doesn't want to make it street. He doesn't want to make it anything it's not. He said, hey man, you know, I disrespected him. He disrespected me back. Move on. I think that's a proper way to act. I think people that are acting like he should do something else, I think they're kind of, no disrespect to anybody in the chat, I think they're kind of immature. You know, it was a situation that happened. Jermall Charlo handled it how he thought he should handle it, and now for him it was to walk away, and that's what happened. Like Kendrick said, he could have been drunk. I don't know. Omari in the building, nephew, what up? So I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think they should handle it in the boxing ring, and I think, especially from what we saw against Resendez, I think Jermall Charlo would win. But I like Caleb Plant a lot, and I think he's gonna bounce back from the Resendez loss, in my personal opinion. But it is what it is. D1, what it do, brethren? Big member in the building. What's good? We got Omari Thomas, big member in the building. Talk to him, Ty. Will A. Ducker face is not just talk to him. I was West Philadelphia, born and raised. You know what I'm talking about? Last time he ducked, he ain't ducked that face. He got shipped off. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to Will, man. I'm not going, man. People say, oh, you know, he would. If it, I don't remember if it was Joe Rogan's punk ass or was it Mankind or Quentin Rampage Jackson's stupid ass. One of them idiots. They were like, oh, if Will Smith only did it because it was Chris Rock and not The Rock. I said, no, that's how you think. You know what I'm saying? Some people are willing to put it all. I'm not saying that he would have slapped The Rock now. I'm not dumb. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that I've been in fights against people that are bigger than me. I've been in fights with people that are the same size as me. I've fought people that are smaller than me. I fight people based on their actions of disrespect. I don't sit there and analyze situation. Oh, okay, if this dude talks about, if this person does this because he's big, I'm not going to react. No, bruh. What are we talking about? That's a punk ass puss ass mentality. You know what I'm saying? But people try to impose, and they try to project their feelings onto others. No, you wouldn't do something because somebody's bigger than you, or you wouldn't do something because you know what I'm saying? You would take certain stuff for certain people based on who they are, and that's how you end up in a Diddy situation. We gonna pause that.
No Diddy.
That's how you end up in this Diddy situation. You see, I'm not trying to be funny. All jokes aside, seriously though, if you what I'm saying is that when you don't judge or what was it? If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Meaning that if you don't have certain values that you won't, and certain things that you won't tolerate, regardless of who's doing it, then you're gonna end up in situations to where people could take advantage of you based on who they are. So if someone slaps you, you don't get mad because it's somebody that you could whoop, or you don't get mad because it's somebody that you don't think you could whoop. They're gonna keep slapping you. But if you react to somebody that you think you could whoop, and they do the same thing, then I mean, I think that makes you a coward. You know what I'm saying? So like the reason why I said the Diddy situation is that under most circumstances, these people would not have allowed somebody to take advantage of them if they weren't a prominent person. Meaning, if Diddy was broke or if he wasn't rich, you think that some of these people would have done the things that he quote unquote made them do? No, it's because they were also trying to use him as well for his prominence, for his wealth, for his fame, for whatever it is. So they're going to tolerate a little more. But if you don't tolerate anything, I guarantee you Diddy or The Rock or whoever it is, they don't want them problems either. You know what I'm saying? So people, if you notice, even with bullies, like bullies attack the people that pull up the least resistance. It's not about about winning the fight. It's the fact that they can intimidate you without even having to get in the fight. You see what I'm saying? But if you show that you aren't going and you're willing to stand up for yourself, then you'll probably get left alone. You see what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Did he slap Drake, right? Come on now. Did he say, hey, come on now. Talk to him, Kendrick. Come on now. He ain't slap. Hey, Kendrick, he ain't slapped Kendrick. You feel me? I was going to say he ain't slapped Meek Mill, but he might have slapped Meek Mill on the ass. I don't know. But he you see what I'm saying? How we got here. How we get here. I'm just saying. So my point is that when people say, oh, if that was if that was The Rock instead of Chris Rock, or if that was, I don't know, whatever big guy, if that was Mark Henry or John Cena, Will Smith wouldn't have slapped him. I don't know that, because I know that if I was going to slap somebody, I would slap them based off what they did, not of who they are. I done slapped people way bigger than me. I done fought people way bigger than me. In fact, yeah, that's a whole nother story, but it is what it is, man. So some people are built like that though, and some people aren't. Some people don't care about what you look like. They care about the action, and that's why we should always. And that even when we come back to boxing, like I said, look at Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. Because people like Ryan Garcia, if you like Ryan Garcia, you think PEDs don't matter, but PEDs mattered before. You weren't saying that PEDs didn't matter when Conor Benn got popped dirty. You weren't saying PEDs didn't matter when Dennis McCann popped dirty. You weren't saying PEDs didn't matter when Cesar Martinez popped dirty. You weren't saying that PEDs didn't matter when everybody else in history popped dirty. But because you like Ryan Garcia, he pops dirty. Now all of a sudden PEDs don't matter. That's the same thing I'm talking about. Once again, people don't judge the action; they judge the person doing it. It goes all the way to the president. To the presidency of the United States. All walks of life. Two people could do the same thing. If you like one person or you're fond of one person, you're gonna minimize it. If you don't like another person, you're gonna exaggerate it. That's how we got here. You see what I'm saying? Sean Cole definitely would have smacked him too. Ask Cole what happened to you. J. Cole facts. That's the point that I'm making. You know, so once again, we don't judge. It's like even we see it in Teofimo, right? If Teofimo was saying some of these things about a different community than he's saying it about, he would be reprimanded. You see what I'm saying? But it's because we treat people differently with not only who they are, but also who they're attacking and who's being victimized or done dirty by the attacks. You see what I'm saying? I ain't even got to spell it out for you. You know, if you're being honest, you know some of the groups that if Teofimo was targeting, instead of who he's targeting, he probably wouldn't get another fight again. Much less host some boxing awards. Kendrick, am I lying? Come on now. Come on now. We need them predictions for this weekend. Yeah, we go do it. He said Sean Coles definitely would have. I read that already. Keyshawn Juto. Oh yeah, we got some good fights this weekend. Good Lord. Okay, we finally talking boxing. Doc, I see what you did. You took the heat off of play. That's crazy, bro. Kyle versus ADT versus Keyshawn. Experience 147 challenge for Key on the same card. We definitely need to drop some predictions, Oscar. Shout out to my boy Oscar. He said we need the predictions, Doc. Yes, sir. We got a lot of fights. We gonna do some towards the middle of the week though. Probably maybe tomorrow. Good Lord willing. No, but let's go back to Plant though, because this man closed wallet. I'm not taking no pressure off of Plant. I'm just saying, you know, I'm not one to throw away people. You know, I mean, look how CRUZ hasn't been looking the best when he lost to Rolly. I still like Pitbull Cruz. I'm not looking forward to him fighting Angel Fierro, man. That's gonna be a great fight. I'm looking forward to it, but I don't think that's good for their welfare, man. Somebody going, man, that's a brutal fight, man. That's a brutal fight, man. That's a brutal fight, but you know, it is what it is, man. Hey, shout out to my guy Oster, man. This man Oster trolling, man. Shout out to Oster. Hit me on the cash out. That's my brother right there, man. Shout out to my boy Oster dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter.
These biscuits.
He said $5 saying that. Oh, you can't see it. He said Caleb Plant is done. Put a fork in him. Caleb Plant might be done, man. I'm gonna give him a chance, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give him a chance, bro. That's just how I am. I'm not mad. Like I said, Resendez, this is upset of the year to me. And that's not a good loss. That's a bad loss. But I'm willing to see if he could bounce back, man. You know what I'm saying? I was willing to see Jaime Munguia could bounce back. I was willing. You know me. I'm really want to see if Frank Martin can bounce back. You know, I guess from his loss of Tank. So I don't really drop a fighter. You know, but I'm hoping that Caleb Plant does bounce back because he could. Maybe he turned into like a Jose Pedraza. You know, where he just goes on a mean losing streak, or Deontay Wilder. You know, goes on a mean losing streak. That's definitely possible. That's why boxing is. Oh man, it's a crazy sport, man. It's a crazy sport. One loss could really change your psyche and change how you approach your next fight and all your subsequent fights after that. You know, yeah, it's very fragile. You know, but I would say this about Caleb Plant though. This is good news, right? While I do not believe in excuses, you know, I don't care about Frank Martin saying that he was possibly drained. I'm not saying he's making excuses. I'm just saying that's what he said. Caleb Plant having his hand messed up and having a baby or whatever. Ray Ford being drained. But the good thing is that it could be true. It's not like a Ryan. I'm not trying to put too much pressure on Ryan Garcia, but he's just one of the ones that just came out with an excuse, right? It's not like Ryan Garcia saying, oh, I had time off. Well, Devin Haney had time off too. He didn't lose. It's not like him saying, oh, it's because the crowd. Well, Teofimo fought in the same crowd conditions. He didn't lose, you know? So it's not like a something that cannot be something that's just straight BS, you know? Those excuses. It's like Deontay Wilder saying that, oh, I had the weights, you know, I had the costume on my body that added extra weight to my legs. So my legs got tired and that's why I lost. So like those are excuses, but those are or like Tyson Fury saying, "Oh yeah, Usyk only won because they're trying to galvanize the Ukrainian people." So they wanted him to beat him, so it could give the country some hope. They didn't want their hero to lose, that's why he lost. So those are like BS excuses. But when your hand is hurting, and if your hand is compromised, then that's something that you could fix, right? What if Caleb Plant's hands really is messed up? And he comes back better. What if he was really occupied, his mind was on his wife having a baby that's coming? You know what I'm saying? These are all things that can change and he can perform better. Same with Frank Martin. He can move up to 140 and look better. You know, if it is true that he was drained, or Ray Ford, if it was true that he was drained against Nick Ball at 126, he moved up and he could look better at 130, and he has been looking better. So I'm saying that some things are excuses that are just pulled out your butthole and talking out the side of the neck, and some things are really reasons as to why you didn't perform your best. And while I'm giving Resendez all the credit, I don't care if both Caleb Plants were hurt and his feet were compromised. I don't care. Resendez did his thing and he landed the upset of the year in my book. So I'm giving him all the credit. However, it's still a possibility that Caleb Plant really could have had his right hand compromised, and he really could have his mind not have been focused because he was worried about the welfare of his newborn or incoming child, and he could perform better, you know. But then again, we've seen Shakram Giyashov, who lost his daughter. Rest in peace to Shakram Giyashov's family. He lost his daughter and he still performed and beat who did he just beat? I don't remember who Shakram Giyashov just beat, but on the undercard of Boots and Stanionis. I don't remember. But you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. That's all. We'll see. I'm willing to give him a chance. That's who I'm waiting to see is Frank Martin. Man, me too, bro. Yo, Doc, are you on BoxRec? Nah. Like me? Nah. All amateurs don't get a BoxRec. Ray J said it was a misunderstanding. They thought he was talking about Diddy, but he was talking about Suge. Oh, I don't know what y'all. Caleb Raekwon Plants come back and Doc will be steady. Wait, what? What happened? Hold on, bro. Wait, this is Doc inviting Caleb to make an appointment for the. That's crazy. Hey, chat, man. Hey, chat, right? Hey, Caleb's jaw was compromised too. He was getting the beast, but I'm not making no excuses for him, bro. I'm just saying that I'm gonna give him a chance to bounce back, bro. We see fighters bounce back, man. We see him not bounce back, but we see them bounce back. Hey, chat, man. Hey, I want to say this too, man. Hey, chat, I'm not making a new YouTube channel, but I'm gonna make another channel. I'm gonna treat my first channel as my like variety, because I do like a lot of stuff, man. As Kendrick knows, who's on my Twitch. I shout out to my boy Kendrick, but I do gaming. I do trailer reactions. I haven't done them in a while. I do workout videos. I do tutorial videos on how to dribble in 2K. You know what I'm saying? I do tutorial videos on how to fix your IP address. That's why when I tell people I can track your IP if I want to. You know what I'm saying? When you come in here acting a donkey, I just don't waste my time on goofies. But yeah, I got videos how to do all types of stuff. That's my first channel. We amassed like over 7,000 subscribers, so shout out to them. But I'm gonna put some more workout videos. I'm gonna put them on my other channel, so subscribe up, man. It's my variety channel. But he's talking about I'm on steroids because of this, chat. I'm gonna show a members only video. So shout out to all the members too. One of the perks of becoming a member is that you get access to the members only videos. So I'm gonna show one of the members only videos right here. This is why he accused me of being on steroids, bro. Check this out. So this is my first time trying to clap push up. That was my first time trying it. I want to do it with less legs involved. Mission accomplished, right? And then I said, clap and muscle up next week, good Lord willing, right? And then so next week came a little early. I went back out there in like a couple of days, and I was like, man, let me try this clap and muscle up. I was scared, I ain't gonna lie. Hey! 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 So that was me doing a clap and muscle up, man, for the first time. I was a little nervous, but we gonna do some more stuff. I'm gonna put my jerseys on there, man. I got some. I'm trying to. There's a couple things I want to work on, man. So, you act like we wasn't on card together. You act like you a hater, man. Shout out to my boy Ty dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Oh man, it's very close. So you on snack? I'm on that snack pack. Tell Victor Conti come holler at me, man. I'm trying to be a sponsored athlete. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Put me on that snack pack. Oscar says, got that whiskey and cigar ready for Sunday morning after the sheet stops shooting for the upset. We will, stop. We will line it up. You got my, hey, you might as well throw that in the trash because you ain't lining up that cigar. My boy Juto gonna put that in the dirt, make it hurt. My boy Ty said, I want to know exactly what Ryan gets surgery. Come on now. Cause he heard it. That's why I asked Ty when I dropped the video on Ryan Garcia. I said, oh, is he brittle? Is it appropriate to call him brittle hands? Because this is like his second hand surgery, right? So are his hands brittle too? Because that's what we say about Shakur and everybody else who has hands problems. We call them brittle hands and pillow fists. So is it appropriate to call this is a second hand surgery, right? He said, I want to know exactly what Ryan getting surgery on, right? Because with Shakur, we know exactly what metacarpal procedure he received, right? Talk to him. We know exactly what metacarpal procedure he received. Yeah. Facts. Yeah, I want to know too. You know, I'm curious too. Kendrick, he on snack. Nah, he on that Reynoso pack. Eddie Reynoso, shout out to them, man. Hey, I'm on the vacas, you know what I'm saying? Mas vacas, por favor. I need that carne. I need that, bro. I need that cow meat. Oh man, I want to know how Ryan hurt his hand when he ain't laying shit. Come on now, Kendrick. But no, Kendrick, because he hurt his hand before. You know, he hurt his hand was already hurt going into the fight. That's what they said. He hurt it during training. Shout out to Charlie Suarez though. Charlie Suarez got a no contest. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we gonna pause that. Yeah. That's it. The cow meat is crazy.
No, did he?
We're gonna pause that, but yeah, shout out to Charlie Suarez, man. He got a no contest. I dropped that video too as well. It got turned to a no contest. I want to say justice is served because the right thing, I wouldn't say happened. The right thing would have been to call Charlie Suarez the victor, like we said the night of the fight, and when I made a follow-up video. You know, but what I did say would happen because we pay attention to boxers. So shout out to y'all that rock with me. I'm usually right when I assess these things, bro. I don't say stuff off of feelings and emotions, bro. I say it off of objectivity and patterns and research and what usually happens. I said that it would not get overturned as far as the victor. It wouldn't change the victory to Charlie Suarez, but the best case scenario according to boxing, what we normally see is that he will get a no contest. He'll get his O back. you know what I'm saying, which he deserves, because you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose. You don't want to lose like that, period. But especially when you're undefeated, you know, you don't want to get your O took like that. He has an immediate rematch, according to Carl Moretti, who's the vice president of Top Rank. He said the immediate rematch is being ordered, and so the WBO president Gustavo Oliveira has said that they're pursuing immediate rematch as well. So we'll see the Mexican champion Emmanuel Navarrete, the Mexican WBO champion Emmanuel Navarrete, go against his undefeated mandatory contender and the Filipino contender Charlie Suarez. So we're gonna see it, man. It's gonna be good. Vaquero versus a King's Warrior. So get to running back. My guy Reb in the building, big member in the building. What's good, Reb? My guy. I didn't even see you sneak in here, brother. Hey, shout out to my guy D1. I'm just seeing this message. My bad. He said, oh shit, someone bought me a membership. I have 2 other memberships bought for me. I had one for 26 and the other for 37 months. Thanks. I'll keep going. Hey, man, shout out to my guy D1, man. Yes, sir. Anybody who gets gifted a membership, please consider renewing that membership upon expiration. Of course, you don't have to, but I appreciate it, man. It really helps us keep going and growing. Shout out to my guy D1, and shout out to whoever gifted him. I think it was Dub, my boy Dub. Gifted you. Shout out to you, bro. Robert Davis says he said Tio is making the easiest fight so he doesn't get hurt. Shout out to Robert Davis. I agree, bro. I know I missed some messages. My bad. It definitely wasn't intentional. I'm gonna miss some messages though as we grow, you know. Shout out to my guy Red, man. Bro, and Reb says that Breadman video looks bad. The Breadman video looks bad for Caleb.
Yeah.
He should have just stayed quiet. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really understand that, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I was confused when I was watching. I'm like, what is he doing? Like when Steven Breadman, I think it was on Fight Hype or Fight Hub. I'm not sure, but I didn't really understand that. Like I was kind of confused. Yeah, I agree with you, Reb, 1000%. I didn't really understand. Like, what was there a motive? Were you just being silly? Or you? But that's why I always say this though. You know, it's like maybe Breadman was advocating for him not to take the fight. Maybe he was giving him advice and telling him not to take the fight. So maybe it was a I told you so moment. I don't know, but I still feel like I don't really understand that. But I will say this though too. This is why I don't like talking to fighters. Trainers don't really matter, but fighters after the fight, because I don't really like to, not talking to them, but I don't really like holding on to their words, because, you know, you're in the moment right now. And in this moment, you just suffered a defeat. You probably, out of it a little bit. You're focusing, you're talking about, you're asking these fighters to worry about what's going to happen in the future when they're trying to worry about what's going on in the present. They just suffered a loss. They got punched on, you know what I'm saying? Maybe got knocked out. You know, they're kind of out of it. You know what I'm saying? Mind all over the place. So, you know, even it doesn't matter. Even if they won, you know, even if they won, they still probably got punched on. So it's like, you know, you're living in the moment. You might be like, hey man, I'll fight. You could be Keyshawn Davis. You win the fight. You be like, hey man, I feel unstoppable, man. I'm in shape. I'll fight Anthony Joshua. You know, people are like, oh, he said he'll fight Anthony Joshua. It's like, bro, relax, man. The man just happy, bro. Like different emotions, man. So I don't know. I've always been an advocate of not. You can talk to the trainers. So Breadman has no excuse, but. Chill out with the questions that we ask the fighters, or at least let's not hold on to it. Oscar Perez says I'm in the court. Oh no, I'm about to get off, bro. I'm not opening. No, I'm not opening. I can't talk. Shout out to my guy Oscar dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Yeah, I'm not opening up the court today. Damn. I'm actually about to. I mean, y'all could go in there though. Shout out to the members. You know what I'm saying? Members could go in there. Big up to the members. And if you don't have access to the membership, if you are a member and you don't have access to the membership voice, the members voice channel in the Discord, let me know and I'll fix that. Shout out to my guy Ty says, Corey, get active, say word. Shout out to my guy dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Hell no, I'm not jumping the court because y'all gonna have me on forever, bro. I'm hungry. But I am gonna open up the court for the late show, good Lord willing. But excuse me real quick. Dang. I am gonna open up the court for the late show. I ain't messing with y'all in the court today. Y'all gonna have me on there forever. Good Lord willing, I will open up the court for the late show. Oh, but chat, I also want to there was something else I wanted to discuss with y'all before I slide. I'm not sliding right now though, but I wanted to ask y'all, man, what do y'all think about what's I gonna do? I forgot what I was gonna ask y'all about. Damn. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna open up the court now. We're gonna have a new little format. That's what I want to do. I meant to tell y'all. So after the show, towards the end of the show, we're gonna do like be in the court like how I usually am. With shout out to my guys, Ty and Oscar, where we be chilling in the court. And Oster as well, like chilling in the court in the back. We can just chill and just chop it up. That's gonna be like towards the end of the show. But during the show, I want people to be able to like kind of call in. You know what I'm saying? I want people to kind of call in and give their takes. And I'm gonna put like a time limit. I'll probably do like a 1 round time limit on it. I want to know what y'all think about that, man. I think when people call in and give their takes on the on certain topics that we're discussing at the moment, I think that'd be better with the flow of the show, you know, as opposed to just having people in there and kind of freestyling. At the end of the show, we could freestyle, but during like during the middle while the show's going, like for example, I'm talking about Frank Martin. Somebody wants to call in and give their opinion or their stance on the Frank Martin topic. You know, you can just call in whenever, and then I'll give you 3 minutes like this. I'll put the time on the clock, and you got 3 minutes to say your piece, and then, you know, we'll respond and we'll have a conversation. Or if you just want to go on a little rant, boom, you got your time. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think I'm gonna do. Yeah, so you can just call in throughout the show, and yeah, so for example, like I'll be talking about Frank Martin, and you have something to say on Frank Martin. Even if I go to another topic, like we were talking about Devin Haney and Teofimo, you'd be like, okay, bet, I'm calling. I want to talk about Frank Martin. Boom, you know what I'm saying? And I'll pull you up to talk, but you gotta wait in the back to when I bring people up. You know what I'm saying? So as soon as you back there, I'm not gonna pull you up immediately unless I'm in a gap. I'm in a transition between topics. That's what I want to do. I think that'd make the show flow better, you know. We're gonna try. Shout out to my guy Al Booger, big member in the building. Shout out to my guy Ty Morris said, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. My boy Ty says, pull up. Y'all pull up to the members only court. Facts, man. There's a channel right here. It's for members only. Anybody that's a member on the Discord, anybody who's a member on the channel, you get the members only BTF, Box and Talk Family members only chat. So if you are a member on the YouTube channel, you have access to this chat. We got Ty back there. We got Oscar back there. We got Oster back there. You know what I'm saying? I could pop in on them right now, but I got to pull out my headset, and I don't feel like pulling out my headset right now. So yeah, man. We got the member. Al Booger got access to that. If you want to just chop it up in the background, you know, do that, you know, or when I'm off stream or whatever. But yeah, man, just pull up. We're gonna chop it up later on. I just gotta go and slide. You know, I've already did a 2-hour show. I want to do a little I didn't want to stay on too long. I got some stuff I gotta take care of. Shout out to my guy Ty, man, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Oh boy, Ty, don't do him like that, Ty. My boy dropping the graffiti on the chat walls to preach real quick. He says, I'm putting Breadman in the same category as Malik Scott.
Yeah.
For what he said in the corner.
Yeah.
And afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna lie, Ty. That kind of hurt me, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Because I'm with you and Reb. I'm like, bro, what's going on? Like, what's the problem? Like, I don't want to put him in Malik Scott category, but bro, that's a good point, Ty, because, you know, he has what? He took some L's, didn't he? Because he's trading Tyrone Davis, ain't it? He took some L. He took a bad L with Tyrone Davis. Tyrone Davis didn't even look like he was supposed to be in the ring with Yo-Yo Hernandez. You know, no disrespect to Tyrone Davis. Tyrone Davis is a good fighter. And then, of course, he got the upset of the year put on him with Caleb Plant. Yeah, man, Stephen Breadman's not looking good, man. But I'm not, but I ain't gonna say Malik Scott. And hey, my boy Candy Slim 501 in the building, big member in the building. Yes, sir. Shout out to my guy Clone, man. He said, so show ends when Plant lose? You know what? You know what? How come you stayed for a while when the Knicks lost? Shout out to my guy Clone, man, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. You know what? You know what? You know what? I'm gonna stay on for 20 more minutes. And we gonna pull up in the Discord, man. You know what? I'm gonna change my mind, bro. I'm gonna stay on for just because Clone did that. I'm gonna stay on for and we about to hit the goal, chat. Shout out to y'all for showing me love, man. We about to hit the goal. I'm gonna open up the Discord, man. Shout out to Oscar. Shout out to Clone. Shout out to Oster. Shout out to Ty. Shout out to everybody who contributed and the renew on the subscription. We gonna open up the Discord, man, because y'all talking crazy, bro. You know what I'm saying? This man Clone. I'm gonna open it up, bro. I'm gonna open it up, bro, because y'all wildin'. Don't say I don't love y'all, man. Don't forget to smack that like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel as well. Smack that like button. Yeah, I ain't gonna call him Malik Scott, man. But he's looking bad right now. Yeah, cause this man clone and suckered me into a gosh dang.
If you can't overcome achievements, then you not as good as you say you are. That's just facts. That's just 100%.
This man talking about Caleb playing. How much you want to bet? He talking about Caleb playing.
Yeah. We start talking about it. Stop. Ain't take a rock science.
This man a hater, bro. Not my boy Oster, man. Not OG Oster being a hater.
No.
That's crazy.
No. I'm not hating on. Hey, listen, Doc. I'm not hating on him. I was just telling Ty. I'm like this. I like Caleb playing. You know that. I like Caleb playing. I like him. But I'm just starting to see. I'm starting to see lately. I really like. I told you that's one of them. We was talking about Crawford. We was talking about the fight. I remember I put Plan in there because I like the way he fight. But I'm really starting to see. You know how people say Canelo burned out in 8 rounds, he slowed down, but you can't prove it because he win. I'm really starting to see Saleh. I'm really starting to see Caleb. I never see him go past 8. I'm not talking about what he had before 8.
Yeah.
Whether if he goes 12 or not, he gets scared. He gets like kind of soft. You know how some people adjust, Doc? You get hit with a hard punch, you might have to adjust it. You know what I mean? You still win. But it seems like when he get hit with a hard point, he don't adjust. And he grab a lot. He start that excessive grab. And every time he throw 2 punches, he'll grab and grab and grab. I just see something different when they start to fighting more. You know what I mean? So, like I tell you, I like the boxing. And I'm not down with your fan club and none of that. You know what I mean? I can like you, but if you ain't going to plug up my little likeness, you got to go in there and do what you got to do, man. You know what I mean? Because I got people to talk to about you. So if you slipping, then you slipping. I'm not talking about nobody that's slipping.
I feel it.
That's just me. Yeah, you know what I mean?
I feel it. That ain't no hate, bro. You know I'm trolling. Hey, give me a second real quick. Shout out to my guy Clone. Dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Yes, sir. Give me a quick second. Shout out to my guy Clone, man. He said, crazy work. We just keeping you honest. You supposed to be a doctor. It's crazy. This man a hater, bro. Oh, this man in the Discord, man. Too? What up, bro? This man crazy, bro.
You're ducking smoke all stream, bro.
Oh, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. They say I'm ducking smoke.
He was ducking smoke. Oster presented the topic, and you know, Doc went around the whole topic, talking about Diddy and slapping. He ain't saying nothing about the fight.
Come on, bro. Hey, Kenny still said bad weekend for Brad. Yep, was gonna be. Yeah, he said he's gonna stop Hernandez. Yeah, but you gotta understand, Kyron Davis coming off of upsetting another upstart in Elijah Garcia. So I get it, but he looked terrible though. He did not like he belonged in the ring. But he said
he didn't even win one round. Though.
He didn't win one. Talk to him, Oscar. Say it again. I don't think they heard.
He got dropped. He got dropped twice or once. I think once got called slip, right?
I think once. I think once.
Yeah, once got called slip, but yeah.
Yeah, because the other one, he like pushed him. Yeah.
Nah, I will say he tough, bro. If you want to test yourself, he tough.
But can I ask y'all a question? Why do y'all think Plant lost? So it was just a bad matchup? Or did he truly overlook him, or is he really washed?
I think that he lost because he's always with that out of gas. You can't do that with certain people. You can't be out of gas with certain people in the late rounds because certain people fight is in the late rounds. So you can't be getting out of gas. You know what I mean? This is why sometimes people will sit there and let you do all that bullshit in the beginning because they won't bring you down to the waters, man, to see what's up. And it's just known that you tone down around this time. So you talk all that shit in the ring. You talk all that out the ring. You know, because you got a good hype game. I give you that. I give you the behind Ryan Garcia and another one, you might be the third best hype.
You see you wilding. You see you wilding now.
No, I'm talking about hyping yourself out the ring.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
I'm gonna give
No, I'm
y'all
talking
this.
about I'm talking about hyping the stuff out the ring so we could be like, but every time you get in the ring after all this hype, you be falling down. Caleb, when it comes to the big fights, this fight you're supposed to win.
I agree with
You
that.
think it could be that body work?
I
That
agree with
body
that, but
work
I feel like you
put in there?
exaggerating because he. I'm not saying you're supposed to lose, but he only had 2 losses prior to this fight, and those were to who? 2 guys. One guy's undefeated, and the other guy's a face of boxing. So this is really his first time losing a fight that we could really shit on.
He really shouldn't have lost.
Right.
But I look at now if you say that right, say this right. Say he lost to the 2 that fairly, I guess he's supposed to lose to, if not win.
No. I don't want to say supposed
No,
to.
no, I know what you're saying.
I don't want to say supposed to. Okay.
No, not like that. I'm just saying we
Right.
most favored. If you fighting
I'm
2
okay
of the
with
top
them.
tiers, whatever.
Right.
Now you fighting somebody that people feel you're supposed to win, and you still lose. So it gotta be something with you, K, that we not seeing. It gotta be something either in the we not seeing it because you in the position and you lose to the ones that people say that you was a 50-50, and then you lose to the one that you're supposed to win. So where you put me at the thing? So at the next fight, what I supposed to say? Like I'm gonna say, okay, he can't fight. He can't. Well, not he can't, but he lost to the one that I figured that he's supposed to win. But the 2 he lost to, that was all right because that was a cool loss because it was the ones he lost to. So who could he beat? We need to get to the next step. Like I said, you're gonna end up being a gatekeeper. We can't get to the next step because you're not getting us there.
I'll explain. I'm gonna let Ty go because Ty was saying I'm gonna let Oscar go, and then I'll respond to that. Go ahead, Ty. I think you were saying something. My fault, bro. I don't know if you there. You there, bro?
Ty at work. He going in.
Okay.
Yeah, he said but he might pop right in. Though.
Yo.
I think you're trying to talk now.
Okay.
I had to put that motherfucker on speaker. Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I was trying to yap about this off air with y'all, but I'm gonna say it like this. What Ulster's saying is valid based off of what Plant came out there and put on. But I'm gonna say this. Plant made 2 mistakes. Not going out there try to put on a fight predicated to his style and still rocking with Breadman. Breadman is the same type of trainer Malik Scott is.
You on that bullshit. Come on, bro.
No. Hear me out with this.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
This dude is an excellent man when it comes down to film study and implementing certain things. But he should not be your head trainer.
That's too much pressure.
What he said to Caleb when he was in the corner, bruh, you gotta be aware of your surroundings. You said that shit on camera.
See, I didn't hear. What did he say?
No trainer should be advocating or telling a man, yo, go ahead. If you gotta go low, do it.
Wait. He said that? He said wait. He said if you gotta go low like a low blow?
Nah, yes. Come on. He said that for real?
Bruh. He's on camera.
Oh, see, I gotta go watch the fight again because I can't hear it when I'm streaming, when I'm commentating, so I can't hear what they. No, I didn't catch that. And I got Emma. I'm gonna go back and watch that tonight.
Doc, you got a job, Doc? You got something to do today?
Hey,
you just gave me something to do. I got something to do today.
Bro, I'm telling you, I'm gonna definitely go back and watch that while I'm dropping these videos and stuff and there's some business. But yeah, for sure, that's crazy. That's
Breadman and Malik Scott pride themselves on the basics, on the technical stuff of boxing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But when you look at their fighters, where is it translating? You would think with Plant, this should have been a master class. So this is an indictment on him as a head trainer.
For real. Man, that was crazy.
He had Plant out there looking lethargic. Come on, man. The one thing we know about him is the gas tank. Where's the strength and conditioning at?
Talk to him.
Breadman, that's where you get your bread and butter at. You are strength and conditioning. How your man gassing out? Make that make sense.
Two folks said I heard that. And Booger said, I'm not mad at Breadman if he said that, but that's I'm not mad at him. But Ty's point is that it's kind of like the turkey. Well, it's different, but like the turkey thing, right? I'm not gonna say that it happened before when you telling people the scorecard, but the fact that you out there and blatant with it, like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's wrong, but it's even worse when you get caught and you just doing it on camera like that. It's like, bro, so what you doing behind the scenes if you're doing it like that? You know, so it's like you can't be advocating for your fighter to do something illegal. Not saying that they don't do that, but you can't do it, and then the whole world hears you. And now it's just like, bro, like, what are we doing, man? It's like
Yeah, man.
that's
crazy as
crazy.
hell.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Technical
Man.
guru. I expect that type
Yeah.
of shit out of Robert Garcia.
Yeah, that's
He's
crazy.
the guy that would say something like that. But you supposed to be the technical guru.
Right.
That ain't supposed to come out your mouth.
And even and like you said, that's a good point, Robert Garcia, because that's still a bad look. There's no excuse, even if Robert Garcia says it, or Robert Garcia's good point, right? Like even with the with the plaster, right? He knew about that, right? But we're not gonna blame him because he didn't get caught knowing about it. But I think it's like I blame Derrick James for knowing about Ryan Garcia on that stuff, but I can't definitively point at it. But if they came out and they found some type of documentation saying DJ saying, yeah, man, Ryan, take that. or yeah, Robert Garcia said, oh yeah, go ahead, Margarita, wrap your hands in that. It's different when you know that they're saying that. I think that's where I agree with Ty 1000%. But I'm gonna let Oscar go ahead, Oscar. Let Oscar get in. Wait, you was done, Ty? My fault. Yeah, he went on mute. Go ahead, Oscar.
I was gonna say, I just think it's a little fair that we're sitting over here saying like, oh, we see this often that he just gassed out like that when this is the first time he actually gassed out like that.
Agreed.
Now, like that at that point, but I don't want to take anything away from Resendez. Resendez fought his fight. He obviously was well conditioned. He was digging to the body. He was landing some crazy shots on Caleb to the body. You know, that might have something to do with it. But yeah, I think Caleb just to me it looked like he had a whole different game plan.
Yeah.
To me, like he watched some. Oh, and let's be honest, this is Resendez. If you watch Resendez, I don't know if y'all do, but like I watched Resendez a couple times. This is his best performance of his life.
Facts.
So it's not like you can. But I did expect it because what Resendez showed me before was worse than what McCumbee showed me against Caleb. So I expected Caleb to walk through this dude.
Me too.
So, yeah, no.
So that's why I agree with Oster on that part. Hey, give me a second real quick. Let me hit this Cash App, man. My boy, and I mean not a Cash App, Super Chat. Shout out to my guy Candy Slim dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter.
I know this thing is about.
Shout out to my guy Candy Slim, man. He said Caleb indeed needs to go to Big Bear. I agree. He said he's living the good life. And this is what I said, but I ain't saying it like this. This man Candy Slim full of shit. I said this essentially, but my delivery was a little more tactful. He said he's living the good life. M's in the bank, toddler, daughter, wife is preggo with his boy, and that preggo could have hit different. He's right though. I agree. It's like, you know, well, I don't know that from experience, you know. Yeah, good Lord willing one day, you know. But the man talking about that prego kitty hit different, bro. What's wrong with this man, bro?
That makes sense though. If he gassed out, I could understand.
Come on. Yeah, I agree. But that's what I was saying. I was saying that, you know, I think there's the circumstances to where he can get better, and that's why I'm not counting him out. I'm not saying that it's excuses why he lost. He should still overcome.
That message is true.
He should still over. What'd you say, Oscar?
It's enough fighters, Doc.
No. What'd you say, Oscar? Let me see what Oscar
I approve that message.
That's crazy. That's what I thought you said. That's crazy. But I wanted to say that I think that I'm about to address your comment too. I wrote it down, Oster, and I'm gonna let you go. But I think that I said this in the video, right? Shout out to Candy Stuff for the $5. Appreciate it, brother. But I do think that these are things that can be fixed. It's like when Tank said that his hand was hurt. He still won against Isaac Cruz, but I do think it's going to be a better performance for Tank because I do think his hand was messed up. Ray Ford, going forward, I'm not giving him an excuse for losing to Nick Ball because that's a fight that he signed up for, but I do think that he would be better at 130, and he's proven that. Same with Frank Martin. I think he's going to be better at 140. I don't want to hear about him being weight drained at 135 when he fought Tank, but I do think that these are things that could go in your favor that you could fix. Same with Devin Haney, right? With Devin Haney, I do think that he has things that he could fix with the way he approached Ryan Garcia, but I'm not one of those that will say, oh, on the flip side, that he should have lost because of his approach. No, he lost because the dude was on PEDs. But there's things that he could improve. You know, there was nothing that Ryan Garcia could necessarily improve, you know? And so back what Oster was saying with the Caleb playing gatekeeper stuff, I personally just think that's too far. I think that if he loses again, then maybe gatekeeper. But this dude, you know, and I know you're not saying exactly Ryan Garcia, so I don't want to take you for literally or and put a magnifying glass on everything you say. But I think that is Ryan Garcia, that's disrespectful, bro. And like I said, I know you're not saying it like literally like that, but Caleb Plant was a champion, man. He's been in an undisputed fight with the face of boxing. He got stopped, and you're right. He did slow down again. However, he was doing good. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like he was just cruising. He was winning rounds against against Canelo. He was winning rounds against David Benavidez. He beat Jose Uzcategui. He beat Andre Durrell and some others. So you know what I'm saying? He beat what's my boy's name? That former Olympian Mike Lee. He was on Subway commercials endorsed. So he has good wins. You know what I'm saying? Good quality wins. This was a bad loss, but this is his first bad loss. So I'm with you that he lost all his big fights, his biggest fights, yes. But sometimes this is his first time losing a fight that he was supposed to win. You know what I'm saying? So I got to give him that. You know, I'm not saying he was supposed to lose the other fight. You're supposed to rise to the occasion, but it's not like he lost to some poo putts. Now you could say he lost to a poo putt, whatever, or Resendez, but he has never done that before. So now if he goes and he like puts on a mediocre performance and he loses again, then I'm with you. But I can't call a guy a gatekeeper because he had one bad loss. This is his first bad loss. You know, but go ahead, Oster.
No, I 100%. I'm just saying I'm going by, you know, growth and development. You understand what I mean? This is what it's about. It's about growth and development. Whatever your problem is that you had in your last fight, we done seen this, Caleb, so it should be fixed by now. You done been in there with the Canelos. You've been in there with the Benavidez. This should be fixed. There should be no more talking about gassing. You don't get knocked out. You get unanimous decisions against you, so you do go 12 rounds. So it makes kind of sense that it's not like you getting knocked out when you lose it. You going around, you winning some rounds, but winning rounds ain't winning the fight. That's why I say we're not going to start praising failure like it's winning now. I mean, you can win some of the game. I mean, you can be winning the race, but somebody be running 100 track a yard, and I got you for 80, 80 yards, and all of a sudden I gas out, and you come and beat me.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody gonna talk about your old had him until you got to the end. They're gonna talk about your greatness and your determination, how you pulled it through.
Yeah, but
they're gonna talk about how you pulled it through.
Right, but some
and that's why I'm
do
saying, well,
gas
Caleb,
out
I'm just
like.
saying.
Go ahead.
Huh?
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, with the gassing out things like Jermaine Taylor, that's one of my favorite fighters. He always gassed out. I'm not saying that's good. It's bad. But I'm saying some people have different flaws and different advantages. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that Caleb Plant can't fix it, but maybe he's just a fighter that can't go the 12 rounds and keep up that same pace. I mean, which is not good. But it's just something that people could take advantage of. But I'm saying that the reason why I brought up Jermaine Taylor is that Jermaine Taylor was still undisputed despite his flaw of gassing out. You know what I'm saying? He still was able to beat B-Hop and Week You Right. So I don't think that's just a flaw that he has to overcome. You know, I don't think that's enough for me. I'm not saying for you, but for me, I don't think that's enough for me to count him out. Now, if he loses again now, then you know, then I'll see. But if let's say he beats Resendez and then he comes back and he loses to Berlanga, then I'm done. You know, I'm done saying that Caleb Plant is probably championship material. But if he beats Resendez and he comes back and loses to Jamal Charlo, well, to me that's another loss. It's not that bad. Berlanga's not that bad, but I think that he should be able to beat Berlanga. That's my point. Jamal Charlo, to me, I always thought that was a 50-50 fight. Maybe 60-40 in favor of Charlo, but I think that that's a good fight. So to me, a loser in that fight is not necessarily done. But if Caleb Plant loses to Resendez, beats Resendez, and then loses like a Berlanga, who I think that he should be able to beat, which I think he'll have a hard time convincing anybody that he'll beat him now. But, you know, then I think that's a problem. But I don't think there's anything wrong with gassing. I don't care how you lost to David Benavidez. I don't care how you lost to Canelo, which he did get stopped in, the 12th round against Canelo or the 11th round? I don't remember. But it was late. So I don't really think that's a problem, man. Go ahead, Kendrick. What's good, bro? No, he's not there. It's not like I said. I'm not saying that I'm excusing losses, but let's face it, some losses are better. It's like Beterbiev lost to Bivol. Bivol lost to Beterbiev. I don't think anybody's gonna shit on him for that. You know what I'm saying? But now Bivol goes and loses to somebody else. Right. But even if it was a back to back, it's like, okay, let me say, who could I say?
Let's say McCumbee beats Pacheco, then all of a sudden Caleb is good because he beat McCumbie.
Yeah, but some losses, you're right.
Not even that. I mean, that's a good one too. But I'm talking about like somebody that lost, and then I'm trying to think of. I'm having a blank right now.
I know a good one is Canelo. That's a good one.
Well, that was too far. That was too far spaced. But yeah, I mean, and those are two legends. You know, one serious legend, and then one on his way to be a legend in Bivol. So I feel like that's.
But that was a good one though.
That's an extreme. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to give you an example of people that lost to good people, and I think are okay. I don't know why I just can't think of anybody right now. Who?
Tevin Farmer.
Tevin Farmer will work. Yeah, Tevin Farmer losing to Cepeda and then losing to that'll work. He has more losses than I would like, but that'll work too. Yeah.
At the time when Plant fought Darrell, who do you thought was going to win that fight at that time? I liked the Darrell at that time, to be honest with you. Even though he took that layoff.
I thought Andre Darrell was going to win. I didn't
really thought he was going to win
that fight. I thought Andre Darrell was going to win.
Yeah.
I thought Uzcategui was going to beat him too.
Oh no, I ain't see that one, but I know.
I thought he was going to beat Caleb Plant as well. But what I'm saying is, I just think that even if they are back to back or close, I just think that different. Now his psyche could be impacted, but I don't really think that those are bad. I mean, but then again, I'm a person that also didn't think Teofimo losing to Kambosos was that bad. I thought it was bad because to be a show that Teofimo may not be the pound for pound number 1, 2, or 3 guy that he was on the that he was projected to be, but I didn't think it was that bad because Kambosos is a champion. You know what I'm saying? Now we're at now it doesn't grow well. But at that time, man, he lost to a champion, bro. I don't really think that's too bad. So Caleb Plant losing to Benavidez, who's still undefeated now. Canelo, I definitely no issue. You know, I think it's a problem that he lost to Resendez, but this is his first real. To me, this is the first time that he lost to a guy that he probably shouldn't have lost to.
Yeah, he shouldn't have lost to none of them getting in the ring if that's if you the fighter you want to be. But I think that he just I put it this way. I'm not gonna say soft because you got to soft. No, for real, because it's kind of soft to me when you because I seen you see graders. No, but you put it this way, he ain't got that dog that he got out the ring. He don't have that dog in him. He one of those typical people like Tyson said. You talk all that shit till you get punched in your face. He's a clear example of that. He's a clear example.
I don't see that, bro. I'm not that
example of that, man.
Like, okay, so you feel like he quit against Resendez. That's why you think he lost? You feel like he quit?
I'm telling you, you can look at the fight. When you look at it around the 6th, 7th round, if you look at the fight and look at him, he realized he couldn't do nothing. He throw 2 punches and he'd grab him. He'd make it look like something.
Right.
He'd do 2 punches and he'd grab it. He'd do 2 punches and he'd grab it. But it'd be too intentional at that time. It's like crazy. When you look at the fight, it's like, all right, come on. And it's that hit. That's how he got caught. He was getting hit in that body. He ain't want those hits no more. Kayla, he ain't want to stand up no more. I'm telling you, you can look at the fight.
Right, but when we watched the fight, what was I saying? I was like, why he not releasing that right hand? And if his right hand is hurt, then that's why he's not releasing the right hand. And that's also an example of him using... What you say?
He tapping. I said, Kayla tapping. You'll see. I think, look, around the 4th round, if you look at him, I think it's around the 4th round when he first caught him, when Rennes first caught him with the right. He first caught him, the first time he caught him. Since then, you will see Kayla never throw that left. Look at it. He'd throw it as a guy and throw another one and he'd grab it.
He would throw the left.
He'd never let that left go again. He'd never let it go again. If you look at it,
he was throwing his left, bro. He wasn't throwing his right hand. He was throwing his left hand.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I don't think he's capping. I think that's why he was reluctant to throw it. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the reason why he would punch twice and then clinch. You know, I'm not saying that it's a good thing or an excuse. You know, Resendez still did his thing, and but I don't think he's making that up. I mean, I could be wrong. We'll see. We'll see next fight.
Look, it kind of fit what I think. It kind of fit what I'm saying, because if he says his hand hurt, at whatever round, and he just at the end of the fight he said I guess that's one of the reasons why I got the decision to go over there. But I know fighters who hand hurt.
Yeah, I agree with that now. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
They still kick your ass with one hand or two hands. They still win, though, because at the end of the day, you got to win. You forgot about this fight because your hand hurt. That's why I be talking about that mental. That's why I be talking about when in the middle of that fight, something go on, and then all of a sudden a lot of excuses go in the fight ahead. So when you come out to fight, you start talking dumb shit like this. Oh, my hand got hurt in the 4th round.
Well, he was asked about it. He was asked about it, though. It hurt. Yeah. He heard it going into the fight before. He said you heard it going into the fight. He said Bradman said Caleb Plant never said nothing about his arm or hand during the whole camp or on the miss. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't really understand why Bradman came out and said.
I'm telling you, man, this is cat, Doc. I swear, God.
I mean, maybe you're right. Like I said, you could be right, but I don't. Like I said, somebody asked about his right hand.
Doc, we lost better ones, Doc. We lost better ones, Doc. We lost better ones.
I don't think that. I don't think that's it. I think you were going overboard, man. I don't think that. Like I said, I could be wrong, but I don't think that's a sign of him quitting or being a front runner. I just think that Resendez is just better than what he thought and had more fight in him than he thought. And And Caleb Plant is just he has a lot more to answer. You know, he got some questions to answer for the crowd, maybe not for himself. If he's telling the truth, then he's good. When he comes back, we'll see. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I just you know, I was willing. You got to think though. Like I said, I'm not saying that you're wrong. How did you feel when Jaime Munguia got knocked out by Bruno Soares? Did you think Munguia was done?
No, but to be honest with you, I don't know too much about Munguia. No, that's serious. I really don't. So
No,
I ain't
but
gonna sit there and talk to you like, because you ask me another question, I'd be stuck. I would tell you straight. I don't know too much.
No. I'm asking you if you, but your answer was no, and that's sufficient. It don't matter. But my point is that Munguia already lost to Canelo at that point, and he got knocked out. So if you don't think he was done after getting put to sleep by somebody we didn't know,
I thought he was done.
Why we think Caleb Plant done?
McGill is done because the man had to cheat to win.
Yeah, okay. I'm saying that's what I said. I said after the Munguia fight, after he lost. Okay. Yeah, I'm saying after he lost. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with counting him out if you can count him out. But I just think that if we're not going to count Munguia out after he got put to sleep, Caleb Plant didn't get put to sleep. He just lost the decision.
I'm just saying. I think Munguia is not that good anyway because the man he don't got no defense. He just be blocked. Right. He just throw punches. But for Caleb Plant, I feel like if you gassing out in the latter of your fights, then how can you really be a elite fighter to these other elite fighters when you try to fight them? Like it's not going to work if you can't have good conditioning. You can't beat nobody with terrible conditioning.
Wait. So
I don't think.
So y'all think he was losing because of conditioning? You think that was the only reason?
I'm telling you, man.
I think it was conditioned, and I think he overlooked him. I think it was conditioned, and he overlooked him. I think it was a combination.
What y'all thought about Resendez, though? What you thought on Resendez? Like Resendez' performance. What you thought about it?
I thought it was a good performance. I thought it was a good performance.
I thought he just fought solid. I thought he just fought a solid fight. Just a solid fight. Like
I was just surprised that Plant ain't making no adjustments whatsoever.
Yeah, I was surprised.
That's what I'm saying.
That I was surprised. That I agree. Yeah.
I don't know what happened in the
same exact fight from round 1 to round 12. He let him
can't
fight
give him no different looks
exact
and
fight.
nothing.
Well, okay,
Yeah,
so let me ask you. Were you in the chat when we were doing the live chat, Oster and Clone? I don't remember. I know Kendrick was.
I think I was inside.
Nah, I wasn't.
Okay.
I wasn't.
Well, during the fight, and correct me if I'm wrong, Oscar or Kendrick, y'all here. I remember I had it the first 4 rounds I gave to Plant, and they said I was crazy.
Yes.
Right? They said that Resendez. What you say, Oscar?
I thought you were. I gave the first 3 to Plant and the 10th to Plant.
Okay, right.
Every time I see Plant, to be honest with you, I think he got the first 4 rounds.
So my point is saying that if you didn't think he won the first 4 rounds, unless you're saying he gassed out in 5, then I don't think, you know what I'm saying, he wasn't really winning much anyway. So I think that it's more of a game plan thing than him gassing. I think he was gassed. Don't get me wrong. I think he was gassed, but I didn't really think he was gassed until like 8 or 9. That's why I was like, damn.
That's what I'm saying.
So let me ask you, what was his game plan?
But at that point, at 8 or 9, he already lost 5, 6, or 7 to me. So and I gave round 3. I gave round 3. I said round 3 was a swing round. Could have went either way. I gave it a plan, but it could have went either way. So I think it was more than him just being. I think Resendez just had a good game plan, or he fought well, and I think it's because Caleb Plant was also compromised. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think anyway. I don't know.
But I'm just saying that if I didn't see Resendez, I didn't see him in there doing nothing. I seen Caleb Plant trying to do everything. That's what I seen. I seen him trying to do, and he figured out after the 5th round, when he caught him the 6th round, when he hit him, when he caught him flush, because he caught Caleb flush with that one.
Yep, try to do a Philly
and
shot.
Yeah, exactly. He caught him flush, and then that's when you could see, if you look at the fight, you will see in the beginning when Caleb was winning, because every fight I see Caleb fight, I always see that he won like the first 4 rounds, because that's the kind of fighter he is.
Okay.
He that active fighter. That's the kind of fighter he is. So I always, because he'd want to come in there and throw the punches. He do all that shit. But he just, if they take him to the later rounds, these boxers, they get their later rounds getting these body shots, and you realizing all that herky-jerky, whatever is going on, this motherfucker just keep coming at you, and you ain't changing it up. And he's just gonna walk you down eventually. He gonna do it, and you know you tired out. All right, you know that, Kayla. Everybody in the world know that. You know you at least tire out around 6th to the 8th round. You start to decline it on your activity. On the activity that you're doing in the ring, it start to get minimized. You can start getting slow, and if the fight just changed, and you don't know how to come back out of that zone for some reason, because it's always happening.
But his last fight he made a hell of an adjustment against Trevor McCumbee.
He did.
So that's
But
not necessarily true.
He kind of said it though. He kind of said what Oster said in when he was rewatching his fight with somebody. They was rewatching his McCumbee fight, and he was like the later rounds. He kind of took a round off.
No, I agree with that.
So
No,
like,
he definitely gets because if he didn't get tired against David Benavidez, you could argue he would have or and Cinnamon, he probably would have won. So that is true. But what I'm saying is I don't know if that is the reason why he lost.
You don't think that's a big like something that he possibly is causing him to lose all these fights?
Yeah. I'm saying that, but what I'm saying is this. I'm saying that too, but I'm saying that if he's had it this way, I think it's a little much to say that he's done because he lost one fight and he's been this way. He won all the other fights.
Oh, okay.
And the two that he lost was against the same guy that Demetrius Boo Andre lost to, the same guy that Alexander Vosdick lost to, the same guy that Dave Morrell just lost to. So, and Dave Benavidez, and then he lost to the same guy that everybody else lost to besides Floyd Mayweather and Bivol and Cinnamon. So I think having one bad loss is not enough to write off his accomplishments. You know what I'm saying? Like he still has been a champion. He's still been in an undisputed fight. He still beat guys that beat former champions, Uz Katakui and what's the other dude's name? Anthony Durrell. So yeah, I don't know, man. I think, bro, it's a bad. Essentially, what it is boxing, so it's worse. And like what Ty said with him advocating for low blows is worse because it's boxing. But it's one bad. I just see it as one bad game, man. I see it as one bad game, and Resendez had a good game, and we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it happens if they have a rematch clause that they're talking about, and we'll see how it goes. And if he loses again, then shout out to Resendez. And even then, I still won't write him off. I'm gonna be honest, because styles make fights, and maybe Resendez has got it for him. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, Doc, can I add this?
Yes, sir.
But that wasn't one bad game for Breadman.
That's true. That was two in the same night.
We seen 6 straight fights of Breadman going out there saying some doo-doo. Some doo-doo garbage. Some DDG. Doo-doo garbage.
Doo-doo garbage is crazy.
DDG
is crazy, bro.
Fucking place.
Isn't that like a rapper or something?
They gonna pull up on you, Tom. You better be careful.
DDG doo-doo garbage is crazy.
Brad know where I'm at. That's why he had to pay me.
You on side, bro.
Yeah.
I got your back, Ty. I got your back, bro. Don't worry, I got your back, bro.
I don't think Plant is like officially done, but he got to change something though, man. He might have to holler at some snacks or get holler at Reynoso.
That's crazy.
Reynoso, yeah. You got to call Reynoso.
You know what I'm saying, Doc? I was saying that what you're saying is 100% right. I ain't knocking at who he lost to, and they lost and all that. I'm talking about Plant.
Right,
because that he won and lost, he's still gas out. That's the point. No matter he won and lost, he got a good record, but he still gasses out around. But some of these people without the top tiers, he can't play at all.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? And now it might be starting to be a problem because he's starting to lose to people he's supposed to win. It ain't his fighting style. He's gassing out.
Yeah, it's the first time. So I don't know if I can say he's starting. He just did one time. Yeah.
I'm not saying that you gas out and lose. You can gas out and win. He do it all the time. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying
what you're trying to say is it would apply to a Martin, to a Frank Martin. It would apply to a Ruger. It would apply to
nobody. You're counting because they know you're counting because it's lost. Listen to what I'm saying. You're counting because you lose.
What the hell are you talking about?
Hear me out. No, hear me out. Just hear me out. I'm not trying to debate about it.
I'm just trying to make a point, bro. Just hear me out. Okay? Just hear me out. It would apply to them because they said they were drained, but they took the fight knowingly they were drained. You know what I mean? That would apply because then that's an excuse. But to me, a bad game doesn't define your career, honestly, to me. Now, if it does to you, then it's you. But it don't apply to me.
What I'm saying is this. I'm not talking about rehydrate. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about simple fighting. You can gas out and win the fight. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it wrong. You can do it. It can be done, but you just can't do it to certain people. Certain fighters see that. You see somebody that you're supposed to beat, and you think he didn't know that you gassed out? They know this. Plant know this. This is why I think it was Kendrick said that. What
I
he
think I
needs
know
to
where
do
Oster
is get
going with this.
yeah, he need to get a better the one that make what you just
Go to
said, the
Big
one that get you
Bear.
to get
Yeah, Big Bear or something like that.
yeah, you need to do listen at some time in your career. I understand some people got the trainer, that's a good family trainer for the whole career. But at some time, for some boxers, they got to change up the camp. They just have to. It's for some of them, for not all of them. But for some of them.
I agree, but I'm more so on the side of Oscar on this, because to me, I'm not saying that, but the reason why I said that he's not the first person to get tired, and I brought up Jermaine Taylor, is because you could win despite your flaws. Some people's flaws are they don't hit hard. Some people's flaws are they get tired. Some people's flaws are they're flat-footed, or there's people's flaw, whatever their flaw is. Sometimes I know conditioning sounds like that's the easiest to fix, but I don't think everybody has the capacity to be conditioned the whole time. And so my point is that might just be his flaw, and that this is the first time that we could really be like, okay, bet, this is where win or lose, it doesn't matter if you win. Like he still gets tired, like we said, wins or losses, whatever, but he still was good enough to win. So to make it seem like everybody's able to capitalize on that, they might see it, but can you capitalize on it? So you might see this flaw, you might see the fact that Tank starts slow every time, but can you capitalize on it? We might see that this person does this every time, but can you capitalize on it? So I don't want to lose. I'm not saying that you're saying this. I'm saying for me, I don't want to lose the fact that Resendez fought a good fight against a guy and took advantage of whatever he took advantage of. But I also don't think that this is indicative of. Okay, let me ask you this. Oh, you know what? Let me ask you this, Ty. I want to ask you. If Resendez and Plant have a rematch, who you got?
I'm taking Plant.
Okay, Oster, who you got?
I'm gonna watch that one.
You still gonna watch it? I know you gonna watch it. Who you got?
Yeah, I'm not gonna take nobody. I'm gonna watch that one.
No, hell no. You better take Resendez. No, all this shit.
I gotta take somebody.
Yeah, hell yeah. Yes, sir.
I got
money on the line.
Okay, what you say? What you say, Oster? What you say? You take who? Okay, I'm done. I'm not saying no more. I'm not saying.
No, I'm not saying I don't like Plant. Listen,
no,
hear me out. I'm not. No, I like Plant.
But it don't matter who you like. Who do you think will win? Forget who you like.
No, I think Plant will win. I'm gonna go with Plant to win. Because he do have the skills to win. I just need him to get better conditioning. That's it. I ain't saying nothing else about none of his game. He needs better conditioning. No matter if he think he go through boxing and everybody know that you tire out. Some people that box, their point is to bring you to the deep waters.
Of course, yeah.
That's their whole thing. I'm getting to the deep waters and I'm gonna work them. So you'll lose to people like that all the time. I'm just saying, get a good conditioning, and we're gonna see you splurge. If you get some good conditioning, we see you actively, like you in 11th, 12th round, like you is, like they say with Tank. They say Tank start slow. That's just Tank fight style. But he got a plan for that. He got a plan why he's starting slow, and you come up doing what you're doing. He got a whole plan.
Right, but maybe that's Plant's plan.
If you tire out,
maybe that's.
But you can't have a plan. No, but hear me out. Your plan, you can't have a now, Doc. Listen, you cannot have a plan if you know I'm a gas outlet. That can't be part of your plan.
No, but you just said it backwards. You just said it backwards. Though. Your plan isn't to tire out. Your plan is that you know you're going to tire out, so you're going to make sure you win the early rounds. So when you tire out, you still have a good enough lead. And what did Caleb Plant say? He said he thought he had the first 6 rounds or 7 rounds, whatever he said. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying counteract your weaknesses. So you don't go in there like, oh yeah, I'm a tire out. No, you go out there like, bet I know I tire out. Because I mean, just for being in the gym, not even. I was gonna ask Ty, but I can ask anybody. It's like some people just get. We could play basketball for however long we play basketball, bro. I just don't get tired as fast as my partner. You know what I'm saying? Or your partner might just get tired faster than you, or you know what I'm saying? Or it just some people's conditioning may not be. That's a characteristic, or I don't want to say a skill, but yeah, I would say that's a skill in itself. Like some people just. I remember on the track team, bro. There was this one guy, man. He just runs. He wasn't the fastest, but he was. His endurance is just crazy. It's just in him. He just keeps running and running. So he was good at cross country sprints. He's getting smoked. You know what I'm saying? All right, well, the 200, he gets smoked. But come to that 800, he's running that first 200. He's running that same speed he was running the second 200. The third 200, the fourth. You know what I'm saying? Like some people stamina is. I'm not saying I agree with you, because on the outside it looks like it's like defense, right? It's like an effort thing. So same with stamina. It's like, okay, bet you could go fix conditioning. I'm not sure everybody can. And I'm gonna ask Ty, your experience. Don't you know that people in the gym that you work with, they tend to slow down after a certain point? Would you say that they don't condition as hard? Some people do condition and they just can't get right. You know, but
that's not an indictment on them.
Right.
I'm gonna play the middle on this because, like, both sides of the fence, y'all both are right. But that's not the only problem Caleb has. He needs both those things. Conditioning always been a problem. He never addressed it. But at this stage of Caleb Plant's career, it's a mentality change. You can't go in there trying to predicate your game off athleticism, knowing you would tick older.
That's true too.
And that's the problem with employing a bread man. He come in with that slick Philly mentality. Everything's explosive off athleticism, and that's not what he need at this point in his career.
That's a good point.
He need to go get a Virgil Hunter. He need to go get Ronnie Shields.
I like to see Virgil Hunter back.
Because it's not just
the allegations.
And with that, Doc, if we go about like what you just said just now, if that's Caleb Plant thing like that, then I'm going with what it is because the same thing gonna happen.
Okay. You know,
same thing gonna happen. I'm gonna go with him. If we,
No, sorry. No, go ahead. Sorry, I mean, my bad.
No, I'm just saying like that. But I strongly believe that his athleticism, like Ty said, all that, everything that's athletic about you or whatever it is, all that fades if you run out of gas.
I agree.
You don't got to run 40 out of gas, but if your gas start going down, everything goes down. You know what I mean? You taking hits. You taking hits, you know what I mean? And you moving around and you get more hit now because you gassing out. So you get more hits. So it's just like that strength and conditioning. He'll be good, man. If he can either slow down in the beginning rounds and then speed up in the later rounds. Change that up. Instead of coming out like a jackrabbit, come out, and chill out for a minute and don't lose the rounds, but don't gas out when you always doing it.
And okay, so I want to say this too. I want to piggyback on what Ty said. I'm not saying you're wrong because I'm not in the camp with Caleb. He could be somebody who doesn't hit the road work. You know what I'm saying? You could be 1,000% correct. I don't know. I'm just saying that I know that I've been around just playing sports, period. It don't have to be just boxing, exclusive boxing, be basketball, football. There's some people that just they just can't keep up the whole time. You know what I'm saying? And also too, it's like, I just had another example. Oh, it's like Beterbiev, right? And this is different, but when Bivol talked about Beterbiev and Canelo, and they asked him who hits harder, he added some further clarification on it. But he was like, one punch. He asked for clarity, and he said, one punch, I'm going with Cinnamon. But he said, I want to be very clear that it's not that he hits harder. It's not that he has a capacity or it's not that Beterbiev doesn't have the capability of hitting as hard as Canelo. But he says that Canelo puts everything into a single shot. Beterbiev is just steady with his every shot is power. It might not be one shot as strong as the one singular shot that Cinnamon throws, but it's not because he doesn't have a capacity. It's just because he's a steady. He's slow and steady wins the race. He's just very steady with it. So maybe Canelo, if he tried to, maybe he couldn't fight like Beterbiev. I'm not saying he can or he can't, but maybe he has tried that option. Maybe he's tried to throw things with a little bit less stank on it, or it just didn't work. But then he was like, okay, bet I'm good at timing. So I'm a time you and give it all she got and probably put you down like he did with Berlanga or Jaime Munguia. So I do think that there's more ways to skin the cat, and I think that you got to figure out what way works best for you. But at the same time, I will capitulate that I don't know. You could be right. You could be right there, Caleb, because it is something we see, like Ty said. Maybe he's not putting in the work, and maybe that's a simple issue right there. Maybe he just don't like to run. We know Deontay Wilder has been documented that he doesn't. He doesn't put too much in the endurance part. So maybe Caleb plays over that same cloth. You could be right. I just don't think so, but you could be right though, for sure. Let me hit this super chat real quick. Shout out to my guy Running Red. He said if Plant goes into the rematch with the same trainer, he can't stop. Ramos had a great game plan based on watching the Canelo fight. Shout out to my boy Red dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter.
He right though. He 100% right about that shit.
I'm gonna add one thing to this. All this could have been mitigated had Caleb Plant knew how to effectively clinch.
Yes, I agree with that.
Like, this is the reason why I'm gonna break the third wall with this. I had my mans reach out to him because him and Cole Boy is tight.
Yep. Absolutely. That for
Brad man, you know me. You know Aaron. Shit, you know Dez. Why is this man not learning how to move in and out the clinch?
Come on now.
That shit reaching at this man kneecaps and all that other stuff that was not working. He was getting pieced up.
Yes, he was. And Yeah, it's like a lost art, man. And one thing I will say about what Oster's, I agree with 1,000%. I think we all kind of said it some slight way, is that sometimes you got to get dirty, man. And I ain't see Caleb play get. I don't mean dirty like low blows. I'm talking about like show that dog.
Not the dirty he was asking for.
Yeah, I ain't saying that dirty. I'm talking about like you got to get in the trenches, like you got to, you know what I'm saying. You got to show that dog in you. I agree with Oster. I did not see that in Caleb Plant, that fight. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I will agree with that. I will agree with that. And you never know when somebody might slow down, man. We might have saw the best of Caleb play. He could be right about that too. He's not a spring chicken, right? He's what, 30? He's not old, but you know, you just never know when some people start slowing down. I think he's like what, 30, 33, 30, something like that. So he could be slowing down, man. And if he is slowing down, and you know he does get tired, then yeah, he's gonna be in trouble because he's gonna take more hits and stuff like that. But
yeah, you know what, Dr. He might not be slowing down. He probably just reached his max.
Yeah, I mean that too, but I think his max is too like I'm taking him. If the rematch happens, I'm taking Caleb Plant. I'm
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Ty, in the chat, the whole chat. All right. Would you think that you can give Caleb Plant right now to like, implement in his game plan to make him that you'll feel that he could go unified in the division if he had this one thing?
No, hell no, he can't. That's
go unified.
Yeah, no, hell.
If we talking about everybody except for Canelo.
Yeah, okay. If we say that,
go watch them tapes of Bernard. Go watch them tapes.
I'm just saying. Like, yeah, it's just a question. Is there something that he's missing that he could become, you know, unified in the division?
Yeah,
as of right now.
He answering.
He need to go watch them tapes of Bernard versus the rest of the field minus Canelo. All he gotta do is come in there with a stiff jab, clinch, wash, repeat. Throw combinations off that. Get dirty on the inside. Back up. Use your range.
It's not gonna be
the rest of the dudes and experience to get around that.
Yep.
It's not gonna be a fancy style, but if it gets the job done, then there's very much little we can't say about it.
What you think about this? If we can give him a gift, right? It's gonna be one or the other. We can give him a full standalone package where he could last 12 rounds and still fight the way he fight, or we give him power in his punches. Which one? He lacked both of them. Because he lacked both of them.
I don't want to give him either. And here's why. Giving him that is going to open up other deficiencies. When you give a guy too much power, they start lacking technical in the technical field. Niggas start getting too, used to the one punch out, like the one punch knockout shit. That's when they start lacking in other categories. You don't need that. You need to be well-rounded.
No, I was talking about in stimulation phases, just on some theoretical. I'm just saying, if we gave him stamina,
I think power is good enough. I'll give him stamina.
I think I give him stamina. I give him stamina.
I think though, to what Ty's point is though, like, and that's kind of my point. I was just saying that the opposite. I agree with what Ty said. I think like that's kind of what I was saying. Just I was going in from the other end of the spectrum. I was just saying that everybody has deficiencies, man. So you just gotta work with what you got. So I'm not trying to say, I'm not. That's what I'm trying to make sure I'm not taking away from Resendez. I think that he just fought the better fight, but I don't think that Caleb was bad enough to where I would write him off, for the future fights. Now, if he shows me again, it gives me a reason, then I'll be like, okay, bet. But it's like Frank Martin, I was excited. Granted, that's Tank, but I was still excited to see him bounce back. Even Rolly Romero, I still want to see Rolly Romero. Then lost to Eastside Pitbull CRUZ and lost to Tank. It was questionable that he could have lost to the Ishmael Barroso, the old man. I still want to see him, So I don't really, and I don't think of Rolly as a gatekeeper. I think he's I'm surprised he has a belt, you know what I'm saying? But I see him as a contender.
Gatekeeper like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't know.
Really a gatekeeper
I don't know. For me, gatekeepers are like a motherfucker. For me, gatekeepers are like, who could I say? Like a Brian Mendoza. To me, that's a gatekeeper. And when I say that disrespectfully, I don't mean disrespectfully. I think that I don't really see them becoming a champion ever again, or a strong contender. I can see them being like a middle of the pack guy. To me, that's why I see of a gatekeeper. Like, to me, a gatekeeper is like, he stops you. You could be a high level gatekeeper or a low level gatekeeper, like different types. I just think that a gatekeeper is a clear, definitive separation between a tier below and a tier above. So I don't really Gabe Rosado, right? I don't think Caleb Plant is I can see Caleb play. Like let's say hypothetically speaking, like Ty said, just to entertain that, right? If you could take Cinnamon out, why would I think Caleb Plant could beat Diego Pacheco or Christian and Billy or Edgar Berlanga or who else? Or Jamal Charlo, what he just showed. I mean, bro, if we flip that, and I shot out to Bronco Adames, I disagree with him, but what he said was that Resendez would have beat Jamal Charlo too. But what he was saying is that Caleb Plant clearly had the tougher competition, which he did, but I don't know if Resendez would have beat Charlo. That's the part I disagree with. But I get what he's saying. The premise is that Caleb Plant for sure would have beat Thomas Lamana. So even though Jamal Charlo, his performance was better, I should say, it's still who he fought and the way that Thomas Lamana fought. I have no doubt that Caleb Plant would have beat Thomas Lamana as well. And I think he would have beat Resendez as well too. But if I was gonna doubt anybody, if someone asked me, okay, bet, if they swapped opponents, who do I think has a better chance of losing? I would say that Charlo has a better chance of losing to Resendez than Caleb Plant had to lose to Lamana.
So I got a quick question for y'all then. All right, go ahead, Oster.
I guess how you go, you can go.
Hey, I got a quick question. So what does Plant have to do if they do have a rematch? What does he have to do differently? Because if he goes in and generally fights the same fight, because I don't see him as a person that will go in there and have a completely different game plan. I feel like he's going to do the same fight, but maybe he would do it. I don't see him doing anything differently. So, in your opinion, what do you think he have to do differently?
I think he uses jab more. I was saying that during the fight. I was like, bro, why isn't he fighting that range more? Why is he so willing to go inside? I don't think he could have stopped it. And I think what Ty already explained, uses range more when he comes in, throw combinations, get up out of there again, and rinse and repeat. I think Ty said it perfectly. Now, of course, it's easier said than done. Resendez was determined. He was determined, and he was perseverant and resilient. But I don't think that was anything that Plant hasn't seen or beat before. I just think that it is what it is. Resendez fought good.
I don't think he got him. Oh, yeah.
No, I'm done. I got Caleb Plant winning.
If Caleb Plant don't get no standing on, that's what he better get. And we want to throw jabs for 12 rounds. Why he got to run around the ring or whatever? They say Shakur run, but we don't see Shakur run out of gas. No, he don't see him run out of gas though. But I'm saying whatever your game plan is, your problem is stamina, man, regardless to what. So you run out of gas. So you gotta fix that. You have to fix that. Definitely if you go back in there with the same motherfucker you just came out of there with.
I don't know, man. I think he'll throw more right hands, bro. Like I said, I'm gonna watch it again and I'm gonna count how many right hands he threw throughout the fight. I'm gonna count because I'm gonna watch it again. I want to hear what Breadman said too.
The right hand,
I know he didn't throw the right hands.
He could have oil, grease in his eye. He still got tired. That ain't got nothing to do with none of that. Your hand could be hurt. You still tired.
See, I agree with you. I agree with you that we expect people to overcome because they're in the ring, which is why I brought up Sergio Martinez, right? And Miguel Cotto with his knee. However, that doesn't change the fact that he was still compromised. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I agree with you that he should have overcame, but I think those are two different things. I think saying that nothing is wrong and saying that you should overcome are two different things. So some people will overcome, like Gervonta Tank Davis or Shakur Stevenson or whoever else has hurt hands. They could still overcome because they did that, but just because they do overcome doesn't mean that nothing was wrong with their hand. They might have did better. You know what I'm saying? So I think that just because he lost doesn't mean it's not an excuse to lose. But I do think that there's something that he could have did better. It's like with even PEDs is worse, but even with PEDs with Ryan Garcia, I think that changes. That doesn't change what happened, but I do think that that perceived loss that had something to do with it. Obviously, so you can say, oh well, PEDs don't matter. You're still in the ring. No, how you're in the ring matters. You know what I'm saying? Even with Manny Pacquiao, I don't think that if his shoulder was good or not, I think he still would have lost Floyd Mayweather. But I do think it would have been a better fight if his shoulder was good. Same with Errol Spence. I think that the car accident, he wasn't 100%, but I think Terrence Crawford still would have beat him regardless. But I think it would have been a better performance. Now with the PEDs, it's different because I don't like to judge that at all. And I think that it would have been different. I think Devin Haney probably would have won without the PEDs. But so I guess that was a bad example. But what I'm saying is that once you're in the ring, it doesn't matter. We're going to judge it for how it is. Now we're going to see after the fact, and we could judge like, oh, well, it probably would have been different. But it depends on you, Oster, whether or Oscar or Ty or me, if we think that would have been enough to change the outcome if they run it back. That's what I'm focused on, the run back. I'm not really focused on what happened. It already happened. Resendez won. I don't want to take no credit away from him. But I do think kind of like with Tank and Roach. Like, I think that Roach, to me, I've seen Roach fight. I'm not sure if he could produce anything better than that because I haven't really seen anything that was much better than that, win or lose. You know what I'm saying? Tank, I feel like he could get better. Now, stylistically, can he do that against Roach is yet to be seen. But I know that wasn't the best performance I could see from Tank or even the second best or whatever. So I think he could improve. Caleb Plant, I know that wasn't the best performance I've seen from him. Resendez, I think that was, from what I see, I only seen 2 or 3 fights. That was the best performance I've seen from him. So can he replicate his best performance? Can Caleb Plant get? Go ahead. I'm done. I'm just repeating myself. Go ahead, bro.
Caleb Plant.
Yo, so I think a lot of everybody missing the point of why Caleb Plant lost this fight. It's not the stamina. That motherfucker got rocked early. It's him. It's his defensive flaws, right? And it's the same thing that made him lose against Canelo. The same exact thing. That hole is there. They're gonna throw over the top and they're gonna crack him on his jaw. He throws that jab slow and lazy, and they're gonna throw over it. So the thing with Caleb is I don't think he's going to be able to beat Resendez again because of the fact that Resendez already knows the game plan. And clearly Caleb hasn't fixed that game plan. Yeah, because Caleb, I disagree. If there was 15 more seconds in that, what was it, round 4 or 5?
Yeah, I don't remember.
There was 15 more seconds in that.
He rocked it.
He was leaving on the stretcher.
Bro,
I'm telling you, like
Caleb
5
was
or 6,
gone.
he had him. He was gone.
He was gone.
He ain't want that no more.
That was saved by the bell.
Come on, man.
He ain't want it no more.
Nah, this is not a good stylistic matchup for Caleb Plant.
I agree with that. It might not be.
The pressure that Resendez and Caleb, I don't know, maybe it's Father Time. I think it's Father Time, if anything. Father Time slaps everybody differently. Yep, maybe Caleb's time is up.
That's a fact.
Because he didn't look like he had any pop in his punches, especially after he got cracked. Resendez was eating all of the big punches that Caleb was throwing in the beginning. And he just had no answer. He had no answer. And when a fighter has no answer like that, I don't think a rematch is gonna get better.
I mean, we said the same thing about Bruno Saras, a lot of us, and the rematch. Like I said, that's a bad example.
Bruno Saras, no, bullshit. Bullshit. He had an answer. His answer was juice. I don't want to hear that.
You
didn't know that though until
the answer was illegal.
You didn't know that. Okay,
no,
so
but don't we gotta wait?
It don't matter.
Khalil Cole.
I
can give the show.
Khalil Cole actually had it. Khalil Cole actually was hospitalized multiple times and had issues with his training camp, which made sense as to why he gassed out. He actually gassed out.
But you knew
that's
that after
different.
The
I don't think Caleb Plant gassed out.
It's not different. I mean, you
know, it is different because
you're saying that you don't think he gassed out. No, but you're saying stylistically off what? So Resendez is the best person. You think Resendez is the best person fighter that Caleb Plant fought? That's
never
what
said
we're doing?
that. When did I say that? When did I say that? I said stylistically, it's a bad matchup.
Why?
With that jab, and Resendez has that overhand that he's going to throw every time.
So he's the best overhand. He's the best overhand right that Caleb Plant's fought.
Never said that. Again, never said that. I said stylistically is a bad matchup.
So why? Tell me why. Tell me why. Is it stylistic?
I just told you twice.
So I just asked you. You just said you never said anything about the pressure, and you're talking about the right hand of the pressure.
What? I never said what.
You just said that Resendez applied pressure. Did you not in your explanation?
I did, and I did not say that he was the best at applying pressure. That's what you attributed to me.
So that is my point. So if he's not the best, why do you think that he can't conquer Resendez?
Because the best he also got knocked out by. He didn't finish the fight against the best.
Against Caleb Plant? I mean, against Cinnamon?
Against Canelo, yes.
Okay, so you think Resendez is the second best pressure fighter? And he has the second best overhand, right? Yes.
Recently? Yeah.
Okay.
Can I add something to this?
So he has a better. So let me ask you this. So you said that he doesn't have the power. My bad. Go ahead, Ty. So you said. I mean, I'm gonna let you go after this. So you said that he doesn't have the power, right?
Resendez back.
Right. So is he orthodox or southpaw? Caleb Plant.
Who?
Caleb Plant.
Caleb Plant?
Yeah.
He's orthodox. What does that mean?
Okay. So he doesn't have the power and he's orthodox and his right hand's hurt. So right hand means that his strong arm is his right hand, right? That's what orthodox means, right?
Okay.
Oh, maybe it was asking. How many right hands did he land?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Guess what? He was too scared to throw them bitches up. He got cracked.
He was scared or was his hand hurt?
I don't know.
You just told me. Well, hold on. But you just told me Khalil Cole had a reason because he was gassed out of hospital, which I agree. So if not throwing your right hand, is that not a reason if your right hand's compromised?
No, what I'm saying, what I'm saying is that if you throw the right hand, if your right hand was compromised, it could be compromised. You know what I mean?
It could not be too.
Like I said, Yeah, it could be compromised, but you still don't have nothing after that. It's so if you hurt your foot, that's why you lost. If you know what I mean. I know people that sprained it. You remember thing with Crawford, Gamboa. Remember he said he sprained his leg. He still fought through that, but he got knocked out, but he still tried to fight through that motherfucker.
Caleb Plant finished the fight. What do you mean? He did fight. He didn't quit.
Yeah.
No, I ain't say he quit. I just say he lost stamina. I say he lost stamina, and he ain't got no dog in him.
But you just gave me an example of Gamboa or whoever you said finishing the fight. Caleb Plant also finished the fight.
Yeah, but Gamboa got knocked out, but Caleb Plant said that his hand hurt, and I know he got smacked. I seen it.
But right. So what I'm saying is that Gamboa, if he got hurt and he got knocked out, to me, okay, and now maybe that's not what you're saying, but to me, when you said that, it's like you're saying that Caleb Plant gave up or he didn't put effort to fight because if his hand was hurt, he didn't throw it.
On top of his hands getting hurt and on top of him getting cracked, he ain't got no dog in him. I'm telling you, he wasn't mad enough. He ain't got no dog in him. He forgot all that shit he talked about in the media. I'm telling you, he forgot all that.
No dog in him, but I don't know if he has the same maybe passion hunger that he once had when he was younger. Obviously, that's gonna
I could agree with that.
Depending on your life. You know what I mean? The way your life goes and shit like that, that might be a big factor in it. And that's probably what we saw in there, rather than the stamina. It's just that lack of hunger compared to somebody who is extremely hungry.
Yeah, you're only good at your last game, though. You're only good at your last game.
I'm gonna let Ty go ahead, bro. I want to say something else. I don't want to keep you.
It's two things I want to address with the Khalil Cole situation. Kendrick, they was both the same. They both gassed out.
I think it's exactly the same.
Now the difference is with Khalil Cole, he came back in there with a different mentality. That's why he won. We don't know for sure if Caleb can do that. Now the Caleb Platt thing, I don't really like speaking on injuries because it's a case by case thing. I don't want to speculate on nobody's mentality because again, that's somebody that knows a guy who knows a guy. And Caleb Platt, if you try to come smack me, we gonna have to do something.
Right.
We're gonna have to shake on shake.
Back.
I ain't your mouth.
About.
But by saying that, oh my gosh, I don't think he lost his desire or that hunger. This was clearly a physical thing. He's not the same athletic specimen he once was, and it showed.
Yeah, you ain't got that dog no more. It's good though. He had a good ride. Thank you, Caleb. Let's get somebody else in.
The dog is still there.
Is it the age that we talking about?
That wild hook he threw at the air. It was like when you was fighting one of the homies on the street. And you missed. He still had that there.
You seen that shit, man? Yo.
What'd you say? Could you say is it the age? It could be. I mean, like you said, I think you already said it. You said that people age differently. People get smacked by Father Time different times. So I mean, you could be right. The only thing I take exception to, and my bad for get raise my voice and stuff and get passion. I know you don't care, but for me, my bad. I think that the only thing I take exception to is how we're so quick to just say, oh, he doesn't have power or he doesn't have enough power to which could be true. Maybe he might not have it at all anymore.
That's what I'm saying. He could knock somebody else out, but against that dude specifically, what I saw, he didn't have it. He wasn't pushing the back.
I'm just going by.
But that's the thing, though. If his right hand, if your strong hand is compromised, that's a pretty good reason why you can't impact the dude. As far as your punching power, and then not only that, Resendez has been stopped before. I'm not saying that Elijah Garcia is super strong, or I'm not even comparing who's stronger, Elijah Garcia, Caleb Plant. I don't care. But the point is that I don't know if that's indicative of what Caleb Plant lacks as a fighter as a whole, or is it just what he lacked in this specific moment? You see what I'm saying? I don't see what happened in that fight to make us. If you think that Caleb, that's why I asked earlier, who would you have in a rematch? If you have Resendez, then that makes sense. But I don't really understand. I don't think a lot of people will have Resendez in a rematch.
I do.
Based on what I saw, I don't know, bro.
Bye. Man, Caleb Plant got to get some. He got to get some standards, man. That's it. If I see that, you will win. You'll win the rest of your fight. That's how I said. You're not gonna win. I wouldn't even have a rematch with that guy because he's gonna hurt you, Caleb. You keep playing.
No rematch him.
I wouldn't have a rematch.
Y'all wild. Shout out to Armando Resendez, but y'all come on, man. Shout out
to rematch. Fix his stamina.
Go ahead.
It'll help him.
Go ahead, Tufo.
I
think Resendez had a perfect game plan for Caleb Plant. I think he knew Caleb Plant was going to gas out because them first couple of rounds, he took his time. And then he randomly just picked it up on Caleb Plant ass, and Caleb Plant didn't have an answer for that.
Yeah. Nope. To me, the argument that makes no sense is that he don't got the dog in him. Because earlier we all agreed that he's been fighting the same way. Yeah. So what does that mean? The dog? What's the dog?
Yeah.
Huh?
And then
you
in that McCombie fight,
the dog. You said what the dog mean? Yeah. The dog mean when you get punched in your face, you're gonna punch somebody back in the face.
But he just did that last fight. He just did that against McCombie.
You're also the one that agreed that he's been fighting the same way all his career.
Yeah, what'd you say?
He said we agreed that he fought the same way his entire career. In fact, he that's exactly what he showed us his dog against Trevor McCombie his very last fight. Is that not what he demonstrated?
Yeah, that's against him. That's against him.
Oh, come on, bro.
But now he with somebody else. If you got the dog, you got the
saying that Caleb Plant showed dog in all his last fights. We can use the Tank and Roach fight. Tank been showing dog in all his fights.
Come on now.
When he came to that fight.
Come on now.
It's like, so
come on now.
Shit. Maybe it's just not done no more.
Well, I could use my man Crawford. He got a dog every fight. I don't care who he fighting. Doesn't matter. It don't even matter. It doesn't matter.
I wouldn't say Tank didn't show no dog in his last fight. I just think Tank just had a chess match in his last fight that he didn't completely win. That's what I looked at that as. It wasn't like Tank wasn't, you know what I mean? He still didn't have no power, or he didn't have no want to fight or nothing like that. Like he quit. Like no, none of that. I never seen that.
Shout out to you.
But, I got a question for y'all.
Before you get the question, let me say what Al Booger said. Al Booger said, "Doc, these fighters better never lose a single fight ever. We'd be ready to throw them away." But I think what Tufo said was very important. Like I think even what Oster said, it's like, why do you think that Terrence Crawford has dog? Which I agree with you, but why do you think that? Because he won all of his fights. You only seen him get hurt in what, 2? Gamboa and who else? Who else really hurt Terrence Crawford? So how you know he got dog?
I think that was just one.
Right. Exactly, Kendrick. Exactly.
You ain't gotta hurt him. You ain't gotta hurt him.
So how you know he got dog? How you know he got? Did he show dog against Israel Madrimov?
Yep.
Hell yeah. Them later rounds, he got on his ass.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yeah. Why you think? Yes, he did.
I mean, I didn't really think that fight was even that climactic for us to even see any dog in either one of them, to be honest. But I mean, he did his thing. I think he's a dog too. Down. Yeah, I think he's a dog too. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think that it's like, oh yeah, man, I saw some. I don't know what you saw in that fight. I mean, maybe I need to watch it again, but I don't really see anything to really get too excited. Besides the fact that okay, he's a smaller guy going up to 154, and he did his thing against an undefeated champion. I think that was dope at the debut at 154. But to say a dog, I don't know. Did he show more dog than Trevor McCombie? And Caleb Plant? Sorry, then Caleb Plant demonstrated.
So you telling me? So what y'all telling me is that y'all telling me that Crawford nigga? That's what we talk about. Crawford got dog in him. That's what we saying.
I literally said the opposite. I said that he does have dog in him. I'm saying that it's not demonstrated every fight. I don't see that. You may not have to go there every fight. I don't even feel like he had to go there against.
I think Crawford went there every fight. Every fight,
a fight like this would have been needed though, Doc.
I do.
Yeah, I see every fight.
Yes,
every fight he had dog in him.
I think that it was needed. I said that's what he was missing. That's one thing I agree with Oster. I said I agree with that 1,000%. That Caleb Plant disappointed me. He did not show any dog, and it could be because he's compromised. Even still, though, that's the part I agree is that even with your hand hurt or even that you're compromised, he didn't demonstrate any dog in him to push through it and fight through it. I agree with that part. However, the part I disagree with is that this means that he doesn't have dog in him. Period.
No, I can't say he ain't got no more dog in him no more. I'm just saying he didn't show it.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I already agree with that. I agree with that he didn't show. Oh, go ahead, Ty. I'm done. Go ahead with your question. My fault, bro. To stop you.
I'm asking y'all all a plain, simple question because it's certain things that get misconstrued or is borderline disrespectful. Mm-hmm. Did that man engage?
Yeah, I was about to say that because I never saw Caleb give up in that fight. He just wasn't effective.
Yeah, that's why I don't.
That's my argument. My argument ain't nothing to do with no dog. My argument is stylistically and what actually happened in the fight, and it just didn't work out for him.
It's a difference between like
he ain't got no dog. Did he engage?
He ain't got no dog in the man.
He engaged, but did it look like he was trying to show win them rounds?
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this: that you're a boxer at this level. You're a boxer at this level, right? For real, man. You're a boxer. This is serious shit. You're a boxer at this level, and you're here for a reason, Caleb Plant. And this is why you made this dude. You probably made this dude a gatekeeper because he stopped you from getting your money. Because you was fighting this fight to fight another fight.
Yep.
You playing game. You ain't had that dog in you. I'm telling you, because you wasn't trying to get to that other fight. That's a fact. You just seen
see
it.
what I'm saying? Nah, bro, you going too far. You see, you going too far. Come on, bro. You wild. You see what I'm talking about?
Listen,
you
hey,
wild.
yo, listen, hear me out. When you get hit, right? I can understand you get hit. Now, say with Canelo.
Yeah.
He had dog in him in Canelo. He tried, when he got hit, he came down, he got back up.
Mm-hmm.
And he tried. He tried. He got back up. That's the dog. Like Dad had dog in him because Dad got back up. No, for real. But when you get scared in that ring, you're not even trying to get down.
I can't even say he was scared. You speaking as if he totally disengaged. My man got up on his bike, got up out of there. He didn't want no smoke. That's not the case.
Come on, dog. You wild.
That's kind of egregious to say to any fighter.
Oh, so you wild, bro. Come on, dog.
Hey, Ty.
I'm just saying, man. When you lose in the fight, the dog supposed to come out to win because you trying to get to another fight. The dog's supposed to come out.
Poster, I got a question for you.
He ain't got no dog in there. In that particular fight is egregious. He might not have as much dog as you wanted him to have, but he still tried to get it how he was right there. He might not have had it in him physically to do it, but he didn't run. He ain't tuck tail. He ain't get up out of it.
We ain't saying
I ain't say he ran. I ain't say he ran. I ain't say he didn't run at all. See, my thing is, I ain't say he ran.
He ain't got no dog. You said that to any fighter, that's how they gonna take it.
Let two folk get in there. Let two folk get in there. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, look, Ryan Garcia didn't run. But he was engaging, but he didn't engage to try to beat Rolly. That's basically what we're trying to say Plant did.
No,
right?
no.
He was not engaging him, bro. Stop it.
Yeah.
And we said that after the fight. We said Ryan ain't trying to engage. We said that.
Agreed. That's not applicable to Caleb Plant. That's the part I disagree with.
How is it? If they both was engaging, right?
Ryan wasn't engaging.
Ryan was not engaging to me. Yeah, he was.
We don't agree.
Kendrick. He was. Yeah, we do not agree that he wasn't engaging.
So Ryan was running.
He wasn't running.
Ryan was just standing there.
He was running as much as
he was reacting.
Yeah, as he's capable. That's the thing with running, right? Yeah. I got to say this. Running is a skill, right? I mean, I know it's not running like we say running, but it's really movement. Like Jermaine Ortiz was boring as hell against Teofimo, and that was running. But that's not frantically running with your back turned and stuff. Like he's strategically moving. You can't take that away from him. Ryan Garcia can't move like that if he wanted to. I don't think. So him running is not going to look like Jermaine Ortiz or Shakur Stevenson running. It's going to look like Ryan Garcia not engaging because he's the bigger guy. He's the guy that's supposed to be opposing as well. He's the guy that's supposed to be put. So him, yes, in my opinion, for what Ryan Garcia is capable of, that was him running against who he just fought. Rolling. Yes.
But that
Caleb Clinton was running against Resendez because it'll be the same thing.
I disagree too.
That's what, yeah. If you say about Ryan, if we could make Ryan what we seen, what we didn't see, do something else because he wasn't running, he wasn't engaging.
So after Plant
you know
got
what I
hurt,
mean? For real, he wasn't running, he wasn't engaging. Just because you don't have dog in you, don't mean you're a runner. Now I ain't say that. That don't mean you're a runner. It's that dog come out of you when you're in competition, in any competition, and either you feel you're losing, your corner feel you're losing, or your team feel you're losing, or whatever you got going on, and you know you're losing, and nothing else come out. You just in survival mode at this point. You ain't got to be running.
I didn't say he was in survival mode.
Yeah, that's wild.
I'm just saying, he didn't try to finish the fight to win. It's just like, all right, we just gonna see how this shit go. That's basically what I'm trying to say.
Okay. I see that.
That's
the effort.
In that last fight with McCumbee, it's like, oh hell no, I'm not losing to this dude. Let me step to him.
Thank you. My thing is
like you were just okay with how the outcome was gonna be.
Okay.
Too far. I think you explaining more of the chess match. You saying that he didn't have the right adjustment in this moment because he didn't have the right adjustment, and that showed. But I think that he's still engaged. He still stuck to his game plan. He didn't really change much. That's what fucked him up, in my opinion.
Yes,
I agree with that part too.
That's what I'm saying. He was just okay with what the outcome was going to be. I'm pretty sure he knew he was like losing.
Okay, Ty, let me ask you a question, Ty.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro.
No, real quick. Ty, is it a difference, right? Is it a difference when you're in the ring, right? And you sparring. And you just sparring, boom, 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 boom. Is it a difference when you're in beast mode or when you just regular sparring? Is it a difference? Or is it the same thing?
So as far as sparring or when somebody on your ass?
No, when you put in your mind, your mental, regardless of whatever it is, when you put it in beast mode, is you still tired or are you in beast mode?
I'm in beast mode as long as I'm physically capable to do so.
Okay, cool. That's all. That's it. That's all. As long as I know that you can go in beast mode, then I know you got the dog in you. I know that. I know you can go in beast mode.
Oh, you questioning their heart. And I didn't see somebody that was lacking either. He was
no. I say this about Caleb Plant. I say this about Caleb Plant because I think highly of him. If I didn't think highly of him, I won't put him to these maximum situations. I won't even put him up there because I know you're not supposed to be there. But I know he can get there. See, I know that. I know he can get there because he was there before. I'm wondering what's going on now. I'm not saying it because you bad. I know you good. I want to see what's up. I'm like, what's up, man? What's going on? Talk to me.
Okay, I want to say this too. Were you about to say something, Ty?
I was going to bring up Tank versus Esau CRUZ. When he heard his hand, he knew the correct and proper game plan to switch to. Certain fans that didn't know no better said he ran.
Come on,
is that an indictment on him or his heart? Was that him not showing no dog?
Come on now.
I think Tank had hella dog in that fight, and he had hella footwork. That's the first time we had to see Tank put his footwork together. But he ain't changed his dog.
He had the right plan, and he won.
Come on now. Even against Roland in moments. Yes, sir.
Like Tank probably knew all right, I gotta make this adjustment, and he did it right. Caleb Plant knew it was time for adjustment, and he didn't.
Okay, right. Okay. But may I ask you something? This is the part I agree with what Kendrick just said, right? I mean, I don't know if he just said it, but this is why I agree with what Kendrick said earlier. I know he didn't make an adjustment. We've seen it. What he did against Trevor McCumbee. What if he just wasn't able to make an adjustment? I don't think that sometimes you just don't have the answer, bro. Like, for example, I was going to bring up Ryo and Gary Anto Russell. It's probably a bad example for how that fight played out, but I wouldn't say, or even let's stick with the same night. Tyrone Davis. Tyrone Davis didn't have dog in him. No, he just didn't have an answer.
I was going to say earlier. Stick with Ryo. No, that's a good one.
Or Ryo too, right? He got slaughtered, but it's not that he wasn't trying. He just didn't have an answer. Sometimes you just ain't got the answer, bro. That doesn't mean it's from a lack of effort. It just means that you just can't figure that equation out. I don't think those things are synonymous, man. All the time.
The main thing I think that we forgetting is that Plant was supposed to win this fight.
What's that mean?
That's why he needed to make adjustments in there when he figured out it was close or whatever he figured out. He should have made it because he's supposed to win the fight. This ain't a fight that he's not supposed to win.
Right. I'm not. So I don't have no argument there,
I can see that he couldn't figure nothing out. I ain't have no answer. That's cool when it comes to Canelo and Benavidez and all that. But you were supposed to figure this out. I mean, it's one of those things that you're supposed to do.
That's cool. You're supposed to win, but that doesn't mean that you're able to figure out everything because you're supposed to win. That doesn't mean, and definitely doesn't mean that you gave up and stopped trying. It just means that you weren't able to. I'm gonna pull up this clip real quick, man. This is round 10. I want to show y'all this. Hopefully I don't get copyrighted. But look at this. This is round 10 now. We could all agree he was losing at this point.
Shot. He about to get shot.
Yeah, shot as hell. Check this out.
Nah, it was a free thing. So I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, on Amazon though. I don't think on YouTube.
Showed in the Discord, not on air.
True. But at that little clip I just showed right there, can you show me where he yeah, you're right. I'm gonna definitely show in the Discord. Can you show me where he didn't try? I don't see where he didn't try. Oh shoot, I got Thomas back there. Thomas, what's good? I just saw you. Oh, you are in here. Shout out to my boy Thomas. I pulled you up already. My bad.
I ain't saying he didn't try.
So I mean,
he ain't figuring nothing out, and he's supposed to win this fight.
Right, I
figure
agree.
this puzzle out.
You didn't figure it out though. That's not the same thing as saying, to me, is what Ty said. Saying that they don't have a dog in them is like saying that he didn't try. I just think he just failed at figuring it out. So okay, so
that don't mean that's what I mean. That don't mean he didn't try. That's not what I meant.
So
I know when that fighter. Yeah, it's like saying he ain't got no heart.
Right, exactly what Ty.
No, I ain't saying he ain't got no heart. I didn't know that's not what I'm talking about.
But that's how it's going to come off.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not saying he ain't got no heart. I say he ain't got no dog in him.
What's the difference?
That's the same. That's synonymous.
He didn't put
hold on, Kendrick, because I thought you were saying something that was, you told me I was wrong. So maybe I got it wrong. So go ahead, explain. Ty. I mean not Ty. Sorry. Oster. Because maybe I misunderstood. Maybe we're misunderstanding.
Yeah, I'm saying my meaning with dog. I know
I'm with Kendrick. I think the same thing.
You got the dog and you turn into a beast. Musicians got alter egos. This is the other side. This is when they, the superhero side of them. And in certain situations, if you had the dog, if you lost the dog, then you might have lost the dog. Because some people lose that little dog in them. They just whatever it is. But if you got the dog in you, it comes out. You don't control that shit. Sometimes you get your ass kicked. You don't control that shit. Sometimes.
How does it come out though? What form does it come? Like how do you measure that?
But he's a professional. It's not going to be like a street fight. He's a professional. That's why you got to use his mental. So something cracked with Kayla. Something cracked in this fight because he's supposed to win. Period. Something cracked in him.
That's not fair. Like, just because he's supposed, they don't fight on paper. They don't fight in our minds, bro. They fight in the ring, bro. So
that's what I'm saying.
But what you're saying that he couldn't figure it out. So that means he doesn't have. I don't even know how that's even comparable. Like you're saying to me, what it sounds like you're saying, and actually, you're saying, which I agree with, is that he wasn't able to figure it out. To me, that's not saying you have dog. To me, not having dog is what Ryan Garcia did, like what Tufo said. And I know Tufo and you believe it's the same situation. I differ. I don't think it's the same. But I think lack of effort is not having dog.
I'll give you a better example.
So hold on before I go. Shout out to Al Booga because he said that he agreed with y'all, which I agree with y'all that Terrence Crawford has dog too. But my point wasn't saying that Terrence Crawford doesn't have dog in him. I'm saying that it wasn't demonstrated in the Israel Madrimov fight because he didn't need to go there. That's what I'm not saying that he doesn't have it. I'm just saying he just didn't even. There was never no trouble really like that because Israel Madrimov and him, it wasn't that type of fight. It was more of like a cerebral fight in my opinion. And especially
so you don't think the
last couple rounds, yeah, maybe I got to go back and
knock him out. I ain't even going there with that one because Israel Madrimov just tried to survive. So he didn't fight. So I'm not going for that. I'm not even going into that one. But I'm saying this. He was just trying to survive.
I thought Madrimov was winning the fight.
No, Madrimov was trying to survive. That's why I ain't even going into that one. Let me tell you a good example. Let about the dog.
Let Thomas go because he was explaining himself. He's saying that he doesn't. Go ahead, Thomas, with the Madrimov.
I said, do you think if Madrimov splits the last 4 rounds, he loses that fight? Because honestly, I believe if he wins one of those rounds, he possibly could have been. Well, I don't know if he'll be given the fight, but he was doing work in the first couple of rounds that, could have given him the fight. I think Crawford needed to win those last 4 rounds to make sure that he didn't get out of that fight without some kind of controversy. So I don't think that he ever put him into the position where he had to show dog, but he definitely dug down deep and got them last 4 rounds because he needed them last 4 rounds. I mean, I know, like I say, man, I understand the optics of how things looked in the fight prior to that, but that was not the fight he was in that fight with Madrimov, and he needed to step up, and he did step up. I know Crawford got dog in him. Yes. I just know it from his mentality, man. He definitely got dog in him, but I understand what Doc is saying. It's like he don't feel like it was a moment. Like for me, when I take a look at dog, it's like when you got puppies and you got the puppies, and this is one puppy that's usually just running shot on all the puppies. When that food in there, that little bitty dog, when he hungry, he want to eat. And when that other big dog run all the other puppies off, this Mickey Freaky stealing that thing and eating at the same time, and then they touch, and then that little Mickey Freaky starts fighting, and he might be getting the best of him. I mean, the big dog might be getting the best of him, but that puppy want to eat that food, so he's keep on until the other dog say, you know what, F it, you got it, man, go ahead and eat. And I've seen that with litters. I've seen that to me, that's what dog is. Because I think Caleb got dog in him. He showed it in the fight, man. He could have easily just packed it in because he was getting his ass whooped.
Yeah.
Like once round 3 hit, that nigga Tank got a little bit low. Them body shots got a little bit stronger. And not only that, like Running Red was cooking in the chat, bro. Like my man wasn't accepting no clinches. That Mickey Freaky was in there increasing the work rate. He was precise with his punches. He was throwing from different angles, and he was giving him something to think about every single time. And I think that, to me, it's the same thing with him every single fight, even in fights that he wins, whether by knockout or by decision. He's up big and then it just starts to slowly just take apart from him. And a little bit decline comes every single round after 6. And it's almost like Clayton Kershaw in the Mickey Fricky playoffs, dog. In the regular season, that nigga can complete game shutout, Mickey Frickies. Damn near get perfect games, but in the playoffs, when that 6 inning hit, he could be pitching phenomenally, and then that just unravels. I don't know if it's fatigue, mentality, because your mind can make you fatigue, and fatigue can make you mentally weak and soft. So like something was going on, but that man Resendez was giving him a whole lot to process in that fight, and it just didn't seem like after a while he can continue to keep up with it. Because at first he was doing a good job of staving it off, but my man in the inside was hitting him with that old school subtle stuff. That stuff that like my man Benavidez does to folks. I mean, that was the difference in the fight between Benavidez and Morrell. Talent, skill, you know, we often mix it up. Skill is also sometimes craft and nuances and hitting people with elbows, getting that head up in you. All that stuff takes its toll on you when you just getting hit with punches, man. And I think that's what it was. I don't think it wasn't that he had no dog in him, because he continued to fight, man. He tried, and he was trying his best.
Yeah.
Let me give you a good example. A good example. Conor Ben and Eubank. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That fight there. I'm telling you, see, that's what you mean, dog. With Conor Ben.
Yeah.
You seen that?
Yep.
You seen that this is what I mean. In any loss, but you seen that.
Yep.
You seen that, right? Now, did anybody have any discrepancies about Caleb Plant losing this fight? Anybody think that he's supposed to win?
No,
did anybody even
think
it?
I thought he lost.
So that's what I mean. When I'm not talking about you running and nothing like that, I ain't talking about none of that. That right there is where you see dog. That Conor Ben had dog in him in that fight from the first.
Conor Ben really lost.
Right, and those are two different
I
fights.
said that.
As far as styles,
I'm just trying to explain dog. That's it. I'm not trying to explain they winning and losing. Right. They both lost. That's why I said Conor Ben. They both lost. It ain't like he won. That's why I gave it an example.
Right, but no one's saying that. No one. I don't think anybody's confused on the definition of what it is or a demonstration of dog. It's just that this fight wasn't that. Like there was no moment where Caleb Plant was. He did get hit. He got rocked one time, but like you said, that was at the end of the round.
He didn't make it like that. He didn't make it like that. The other dude was trying to make it like that.
They're different styles of fighters.
Yeah, like you saying dog as far as like staying in the pocket. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. No, mental. I'm not telling you.
So you want him to turn into a whole nother fighter?
No, I'm not saying turn into rock'em sock'em. Don't turn into none of that. The dog has nothing to do with that. Dog applies to your talent the way it is.
Tell me when he did not fight. Right. So tell me when he didn't fight and he just succumbed to.
I'm just saying he didn't fight. Put what I'm saying. He didn't fight to win. That's why he didn't fight to win. Later on in the rounds, he did not fight to win.
Yeah, I disagree.
If y'all think that he fight to win, if y'all thought that he was fighting to win in the later rounds, if y'all thought that, then y'all should know how the rematch gonna go.
Yeah, he's gonna win. And you told me you don't know how it's gonna go. I know how it's gonna go.
Yeah,
I'll put money on that.
I don't. If I go by the last one, Doc, I'm gonna tell you.
I have Caleb Plant winning, beating Resendez.
How you think like he win? Like you think he win clearly, or it's gonna be another tough fight? But
I think he's gonna win clearly. Unanimous decision.
Coach Bradman don't even think that.
I think that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
that's okay. That's okay though.
Hey, Doc, if you trolling on your own channel,
I'm not trolling, bro. I'm not trolling, bro. You know what people say?
Trolling on your own channel, man.
I know Kendrick about to get on my head top, but people thought I was wilder for saying Jaime McGee gonna beat what's his name, whoever he just beat. He beat. Well, obviously, I'm wilding right now. I'm wilding right now because he cheated. But I'm saying going into your own channel. Come on, bro, man. Stop it, bro. Like, what I'm saying is, I see what Tufo's saying. I see what you said, Oster. What I'm saying is this: if you go back and watch the fight, if you could show me when it looked like Caleb Plant was not trying to fight at all, then I'll be like, okay, bet I question his dog. I do agree with you though, like Tufo said. Maybe it felt like he wasn't. Maybe it felt like he could have did more. But then that goes back to me saying, but then that goes back to me saying that he's an orthodox fighter and his right hand was compromised. Of course, you're gonna look like you could do more. Just like people like I think you brought it up too far, and I brought it up before too, and I think Ty brought it up as well with Eastside Pitbull Cruz. People are so enamored with the fact that Cruz didn't get knocked out, but then you look, oh well, Tank had something wrong with his hand. That probably could. I'm not saying that he would have knocked him out if nothing was wrong with it, but that probably contributed to the fact that he didn't knock him out, that his hand was messed up. So I think that in the next fight, I'm banking, I could be wrong, I'm banking on the fact that his hand won't be messed up in Caleb Plant. I'm banking on the fact that he won't be distracted with his wife and whatever. I'm banking on the fact that he's going to look more like Caleb Plant. And like I said, I got Caleb Plant.
I don't doubt it.
Whatever he got going on, whatever he got
it's
going on.
It's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. He lost.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
could change.
Whatever he got going on, whatever it is, he got a problem with the pastor. I mean, if you bring it into the ring, this is what's going to happen. You're a professional.
Yes,
I'm not. I might could bring it in the ring.
No one's giving him an excuse for that. That's the thing. I think you're, and maybe I'm not expressing it effectively. I'm not saying that he lost. I don't, like I said with Sergio Martinez, I don't care that your knee is messed up against Miguel Cotto. You lost, but I have eyes and I see that your knee is messed up. So I know in a rematch, you'll probably do better because your knee won't be messed up. So I'm saying he could be lying also, like you said. And even what Tufo pointed out, that Breadman said that he explicitly that he didn't know nothing about his hand being messed up. So he could be lying too. But I'm saying that because I watched the fight, and while I'm watching the fight, I'm like, why is he not throwing his right hand? And then post fight, I find out that he has a reason as to why he might have answered my question as to why he's not throwing his right hand. His right hand might be compromised. So I'm banking on the fact that he is telling the truth, and his hand won't be compromised, and he won't be handicapped, and he'll perform better against Resendez. Because, like I was saying with Kendrick, I don't think that Resendez poses any type of threat that Caleb Plant is incapable of conquering or adapting to, or something he hasn't seen before. So that's why I might have been asking the wrong question or the wrong way. But what I'm saying is that if Resendez beats him again, I'm going to be surprised. Maybe not as surprised as this one because it's the first time it happened, but I'm going to be surprised again. I'm definitely going to be surprised.
He got a lot of bloops though, man. He got a lot of bloop ups, man. For real. He can't stand pressure. You know what I mean?
Come on, dog.
I'm telling you, man.
Come on,
telling you, man. Break him down mentally, man. Mentally break you down.
I don't think he broke him
if
down.
If it wasn't his right hand, I do think like something could have been wrong. Because Coach Bredman said it was something that he was trying to fix in camp. They just didn't have enough time. And he said like he wasn't in full control of his camp like he wanted to. So like maybe Plant didn't have the right sparring partners or like whatever it was in camp that they were trying to work on. They just couldn't get it worked on in time. So, like, he might do win a rematch. I wouldn't, like, count him out, but I do just think Resendez, with the confidence he's going to have going into that fight, he might stop Caleb Plant.
Facts.
He might, yeah. Kendrick said that, too. He might be right. He might get stopped. I don't think so. He did get rocked. He did get rocked.
Stay away from that fight, bro.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So, I know this is different fights, too, but Trevor McCumbee, wasn't he rocking Caleb Plant?
Yeah.
Okay, and Caleb Plant made it.
But that's the thing. Look, in that fight, right? Coach Bredman and Caleb Plant decided it would be smart to go on the inside. This fight, Coach Bredman said he told him time and time again not to go on the inside with this kid.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. And so to me, this is what I said during the fight. I was like, bro, I don't think he should be fighting on the inside at all. I think he should have kept it at range. I was saying that. You see what I'm saying? So now I could be wrong, and maybe he can't keep him at range, like Kendrick was saying. Maybe he's not able to keep him at range. But I think that if he had his right hand, that would help him keep him at range. That would hit him with the act right. You know what I'm saying? And maybe his left hand should have been strong enough to do that job as well, but it wasn't, and we saw what we saw. But I don't think there's anything wrong besides a surprise and us trying to find an explanation for the surprise with him losing. I just think it was just not a good performance, bro. And that's all I think. I don't really think that it's done or he's not going to be able to bounce back. I don't think that. I think he'll be able to bounce back. What's good, Piro?
Hey, what up, brother? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hold on, let me fix my mic because I got some background noise. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, do that.
So, Doc, what do you think his comeback fight is?
What I think, shout out to somebody who asked me that too in the chat. Yeah, your name is crazy. Reformed. He said, what do I think Caleb Plant goes from here? Same with Oster. I mean, I think it's if you have the rematch clause, you fight the rematch. But I agree with Kendrick. I disagree with Kendrick. I think you should fight him again. I just don't think you should fight him immediately because out of me, I don't really care to see that fight again. But
who do you think would be the next fight?
Yeah, I'm about to answer. So I think the next fight, if not Resendez, I think it could be like, I don't want to say another tuna, but somebody like maybe he could get the loser of Shiraz and Berlanga. Maybe he could get the loser of who's Pacheco fighting? Oh no, he already fought McCumbee. Well, if Pacheco loses, which I don't think he does, but if he loses, he get Pacheco. I feel like he should just target a loser of a big fight. of one of the, not a big fight, because really no big fights in 168 that's not involved with cinnamon, but like of the bigger fights, like what's the dude who's in Billy fighting? Maciej
Then he need to fight Derevchenko. That's who we need to fight.
Or Derevchenko will work too. Sergey Derevchenko. Or if Trevor McCumbee, I mean, if Christian and Billy beats Maciej Sulecki, which I think he will, fight him. And then fight Resendez. But I mean, obviously, I think it's going to be, if he does have the rematch, it'll be Resendez next. And I think that's a proper course of action. I'm just getting tired of all these unnecessary rematches.
So some corrections real quick. It was round 6 when Plant got his shit cracked. But
okay.
Appreciate it. I'm looking at. I had to look it up because I'm looking at the highlight, and
yeah, I knew it was Ryan.
Caleb had him in the right range as what we saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Resendez came. Caleb was about to throw a lazy ass jab. Resendez timed it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, threw a jab and then closed in with that overhand, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't really an inside kind of battle where he got cracked. I feel like I don't know what his game plan would have been. Like, I think that may be why he was struggling, where he's like, damn, I had him in the range and this motherfucker closed the distance on my ass and cracked me. Like, what do I do? I feel like that might have been the problem. You said what happened?
He should have grabbed him right then and there. You gotta force that man to reset.
Oh, yeah. When he got in close, but by the time he got in close, the punch was already connected. It was over.
After he do that lady stuff, he supposed to pull a Bernard.
Reaction time.
Yeah. Ty said like B-Hop. I agree with that.
Yeah. But the thing with him, I don't know, man. I don't know if that. I don't see it. I don't see it working out for him.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
Keep pushing.
I could be wrong. What'd you say, Tufo?
I think Caleb Plant reaction time low key declining.
Yeah,
he usually have some like quick flickers.
That could be also ring rust though, man, being out for a while. But hey, man, before we go, man, hey, shout out to my man. When everything else fades, legacy still remains.
Hey.
Shout out to the people in the court, man. Shout out my guy Bodega Ty, boxing with Tufo.
Yo, what's up,
bro? Nagasaki Mushashi, or Amari. I know he ain't got here. He probably had to go to school, but Amari got hands. Oscar, my guy, Puddle, and the good Dr. Boxer talk.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you.
Bro. Hey, shout out to you too, Thomas, bro.
All right, Teal. All right, y'all.
You out, Tufo?
Oh, I thought he said you was finna end it. Oh, okay.
No.
It's crazy that it's just crazy that I feel like Doc ain't protect no other fighter like this. So I just want to see
protecting him, bro.
what type of hero he on right now.
We're not doing it.
And I'll take you on that bet too. I think I'm losing the rematch. I'll take you up on that bet.
I bet.
Right in the locker room.
That's crazy, bro. That's
that
crazy.
PBC?
That's crazy.
PBC?
That's a PBC? That's the PBC? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's wild.
We gotta talk about something, bro.
What's that?
You haven't touched it. We gotta talk about how this Nishida Sabas put me to sleep.
Bro, stop it.
Wait, what happened?
Don't worry about it. He dreaming. He might be drunk. You drunk? Put the cup down, man.
Nah, I'm fixing to start drinking though.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, man. He talking about Ryosuke Nishida go win the unification against Juta Nakatani.
Yes, sir.
He tripping.
DSC,
shout out to my guy DSC. He said Doc ain't protecting no one. Stop it. Thank you, DS7. Thank you, bro. I just call it like I see it, bro. If they agree with me, I agree. You know what I'm saying? If this was a core,
this man protecting.
I would be protected. If this was who close, I don't even know who close.
Yo, when Canelo is found on PEDs or the cow meat again, he ain't gonna even talk about it. He gonna ban whatever's bring it up.
That gamma juice for this bud fight if they make it for sure.
If Doc had to take a day off, he had to take a couple days off.
We're gonna have that guacamole in his house. Believe that. Boy's gonna be looking like he's ready to lift cars and everything when he get up in that ring. It's gonna be a different.
I had to duck off for a few days, bro.
Doc was like Diddy's lawyers. He had to take the weekend to get his case together so he could examine motherfuckers.
I had to regroup.
I was done ready.
Come on, man. I gotta stop it, bro. Come on, man.
Oh, shit.
Should have been looking bad. I would say that.
He's taking a week off. No cap.
Hey. That's a fact.
Nah, he's mourning, bro. Hey, leave my guy Doc alone. He's mourning.
You,
The Knicks lost, bro.
That's crazy, bro.
Are you a Knicks fan, Doc?
No, I ain't no Knicks. I don't know why they try to impose that on me, bro.
He ain't a Knicks fan. He a Knicks hater. All he do is hate on the Knicks all day.
That's crazy. No, I don't. I was actually rooting for them to go to Game 7 just because I want to see more basketball.
I told you the Knicks was bums. I told you that shit.
Nah, it ain't no bum, man. Indiana good, man. Indiana.
Knicks choke
And they get people step up differently every night, man. They playing good ball right now.
They are.
It's gonna be an interesting matchup against Oklahoma.
Yep. The Knicks are choke artists. Like
that's
just it is what it is.
No, they can't escape that image, man. That's just the best. Because I'll never forget the damn Charles Smith, man. That's never leaves me, dog. Yeah. That whole episode, that series, that dude missed like 5 layers.
He definitely
Charles Smith. Oh man, we're gonna take it back to the boxing, man. I wanna know, where do you think Caleb Plant should go, Oster? Because you asked me that question. I want to flip it back on you. I know you said you're a gatekeeper, but where do you think he should go?
I think the best thing for him to do right now, if he want to come back, I don't think he need no tune-up. He don't need that shit. He better go get Blanca. You better talk. He got to fight somebody with a little name because he got to win.
So you agree with me then? I mean, that's basically what I said. Berlanga got to fight, so he got to get. Well, no. No, you don't agree with me because you said you think Berlanga's gonna win or lose against Shiraz.
He knocking his ass out.
Yeah, I think Berlanga beat Shiraz as well. So, but if you're saying that Berlanga, are you saying that he should get? I think he should get whoever loses
even if
that
lose.
fight.
Even if he loses.
Okay. Yeah, I think if Berlanga loses, that should be Caleb Plant Berlanga. But Berlanga wins, he better.
That'd be even better.
Nah, he
that'd be even better. They both coming off a loss.
Right.
Yeah, it would be better.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, get the loser of that fight. If Berlanga wins, I don't think Caleb Plant should fight him next. Nah.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think he should get the winner.
I think Plant should just go and fight Charlo. That make the most sense.
I want to be mad at
fight
that.
Charlo and bow out after that.
Yeah.
Because if he lose to anybody else before that fight definitely not gonna happen.
I agree with that. I agree.
And they still talking about it, so
I think they need to just go ahead and handle that.
I agree with that. But
what do y'all think about Charlo's performance? I wasn't extremely.
Yeah, we were talking about Dog earlier, and I didn't see no Dog from Charlo.
I mean, he looked like he was working out for real. Like
exactly.
He was doing his thing.
Like the knockout.
He said that he was gonna try to go to round. But if Solana act out, he was gonna get knocked out. So,
I like the way Charlo look.
Yeah, go ahead. Oscar, finish your thought. I didn't hear what you said. Oscar, my bad.
I said Charlo didn't look anything spectacular. It just seemed like the knockout or the stoppage just came natural. Like, but Milano just couldn't take it no more. But I didn't see nothing from the past from Charlo, honestly. But it could just be ring rust. He was out for a while. But
I
it was nothing spectacular.
I think the doctor robbed Charlo of his moment too. Like that was some bullshit. Like let him knock him out, bro. What are we doing? Like,
yeah, I think I agree with that part. But I agree with what everybody said. I think Charlo's a good win. Well, I mean it's an okay win. He did what he was supposed to do. But yeah, it's a win. Yeah. I just don't think that it was. Yeah, it's nothing to like hang your hat on, but I mean I think he did, like you said, it's just a win, so it's there. I won't say I'm impressed by what, but he did his thing. Ryan, what's good, bro?
Was it a good enough win to put him number 2 in the BA?
Yeah, I think so.
Because his old
The reason why I say that is because the reason why I say yes is because if we look at the history of the WBA, I mean we got we're
not going to do that.
Rolly got a belt.
You feel me? Yeah, exactly. Rolly got a belt. Nonito Donaire's number 5. When's the last time we see him? He's number 5 in the WBA. He's about to fight for Rasil Susumi's belt at bantamweight. So
yeah.
So, but no, you're right. Off how it should go, absolutely not. But based off what's going on right now, I'm not too bad. But you're right though. Yeah, hell no. Being Thomas Lamada should not catapult you to number 2. Absolutely not. Shout out to my guy Ryan Fraser.
Hey Ryan, I got a question for you. I don't want to change the subject, but I got a question for Ryan. What is it about the Bobby Jack and McCallum rematch that you don't like?
I thought Badu won, man. I didn't think there was any controversy.
Thank you, bro.
It was a close fight. There was a majority decision, and then I was just on the boxing voice. Mauricio talking about his team scored it, so they obviously scored it for Noel.
Yeah, I don't really understand that, why they're having a rematch. Give me a second. Let me hit the super chat. Shout out to my guy Ty, man. He said going out like edgy, like who? He's an edgy date when he traveled to Mexico. If you know, you know. He said Oscar Perez. That she'd go out like edgy date. Okay. When he traveled to Mexico. Shout out to my guy Ty dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Yes, sir. You got
round 5 stoppage, Nishida.
Hold on. Let the, you said it. No, you good. What you say? So who is that? Can you explain? Because I'm not familiar, Ty.
For those who watch Hajime no Ippo, BJ Date was the old Japan champion.
Yes.
And when he went to Mexico,
yep.
he got put out bad. That's how he got that scar.
Facts. He got cooked. Okay. Hajime, I wouldn't even think about Hajime no Ippo. That's my shit right there. But yeah, man. Well, yeah. Go ahead and answer Oscar's question, real Ryan. I'm trying to pull you up on the screen.
Yeah. Mauricio said I guess his team scored the fight again. WBC. I don't know who they scored it, and I guess they scored it from the well, so that's why the rematch is happening.
Yeah, I think that was
like there's so many other fights we could have got like that, right?
Come on now. Come on now.
They got it wrong and nothing happened.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because the timing right now, Zerto's occupied. Japataya, he has a voluntary defense against Claudio Squayo for whatever reason. So I guess it works, but it's like, man, you know, if Japataya wasn't taking his voluntary defense against Claudio Squayo, maybe he could have had the unification right there, man. Would the WBC still pursue it? Maybe. So I don't know. Maybe that's just wishful thinking. They probably would still pursue the rematch between McKaylen and Apataya. But how's Ryan Rozicki feel about that? Is he still injured or what?
Yeah, he's still out. He said he won't be back till September. So,
okay. So
like Mauricio said, he'll be right back in the mix. But I don't know, man. That belt's gonna be in shambles for a while.
Yeah. Welcome.
Yeah, well, I wanted to speak to the Maul and Lamana fight. Now, I don't believe that Lamana put you. I don't think that it beating him puts you anywhere other than the fact that before that, man, when he was in the ring, he was fighting himself. He was fighting his mindset, his mind state, man, his state of mind. And, you know, even though he was battling in his own self, is mentally, man, and we know how mentally, if you're not where you need to be, you definitely don't need to be in the ring. But he's talented enough to win that fight. He came back and he looked a lot more refreshed, a lot more in tune with himself, and a lot more controlled. Yeah, he had ring rust, but he thoroughly dominated this dude like he was supposed to.
Right.
And on top of that, you still can see the talent, man. That dude is one of the best in that weight class, bro. Regardless of he deserve it or not, it's only a matter of time if he can continue to keep his mind steady and calm, that he gonna get that match that he need to get to show people that, hey, yo, I deserve to be where I want to be. So, man, shout out for him beating mental illness, man. Well, suppressing it enough to get up in that ring and look like he was involved in the fight.
Shout out to him. Absolutely. So what would that next fight be for Jamal? Considering Caleb lost, and is he still pursue Caleb like people were saying? And
the winner of Berlanga and Shiraz.
Berlanga. Give him Berlanga. Berlanga Shiraz, especially if it's Berlanga, because that Mickey Freaky thinks since he went distance with Canelo, he's the next greatest thing since sliced bread. Break his ass down.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I want to be mad at that. I think I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's Caleb Plant or Canelo for me. I agree with him. Not saying he necessarily deserves it, but I think that Berlanga's a little dangerous, man. I think Berlanga, especially if he beats Shiraz, like Berlanga, he shouldn't be too dangerous for Charlo, but that win over Lamana doesn't convince me that he beats.
But what
especially
you said
if Berlanga beats Shiraz. How I think he's gonna beat him. I think he's gonna knock him out.
I would love to see that, man. I don't want Shiraz to get no pub after getting a gift draw when that Mickey Freaky was down already and he lost the last 3 rounds. But, hey, you know, Berlanga would be good if you can't go the Plant route. For me, ideally, it would be Plant because I thought that there was so much build-up with that. I want to see that fight. But, and I don't care about the loss. But, you know, he needs another fight. If he's ever planning on fighting Canelo, because Canelo going to be on that green juice whenever he step in that ring with him. Canelo don't want to look bad against so best believe he going to be on his ish.
Allegedly, man. Allegedly.
Allegedly. I say allegedly.
Come on, man. What y'all doing, man? That's crazy.
Yeah, I got a question for y'all.
Go ahead, Ty.
I know we already addressed Jamal, but I'm cool with Lions only and all that. I got a valid question. Yeah, what belt did he receive that night? Because I looked at the side plates.
I have no
that
clue.
was not
He
no
didn't.
regional belt.
Shout out to Omar.
Bro,
What's
that's
good?
the BA. He just
He
make up
didn't
the-
get a belt. It's like they gave a belt to him because like his large layoff, and he just came back and dominated. Yeah, I looked it up already. So they just gave it to him because he dominated.
Participation trophies in boxing now.
Come on now.
Yep.
So they handed out a real WBA belt.
Yeah, they be
For
giving the
nothing.
losers medallions, them WBC medallions. That's a participation trophy.
Yeah, you're right. I don't agree with that at all, man. Lose, go home.
Ryan, he got the mental illness belt, bro. Chill out, bro. He got the mental illness belt.
Nah, bro, nah.
Yo, Waller.
He got a mental illness, paid it. He good. He got paid.
Yo, Waller, man. Don't do a boy like that. Excuse me. Hey, shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to Ty. Shout out to everybody contributing to the super chat, man. We hit the goal, man. I appreciate it, man. Shout out to y'all for real. Yes, sir. Big 10 out of 10, man. Appreciate that. Candy Slim running red. Ty. Clone.
You know, you're right about the participation awards, man. We are now in that time and age where you get participation awards.
We got
I
Tech.
remember
I
when
appreciate
your
it.
ass didn't come in first or second.
Oh,
You
give me a
didn't get
second, Top. Hold on. We got Big Dog Willie. I appreciate it, man. Take them dad and clone, man. I appreciate it. Yes, sir. Appreciate the goal. But go ahead, Thomas. About the participation trophies you was talking about?
Oh no, I just said that we come up in a day and age where participation awards are given out on the frequent.
Right.
They give you ribbons for stuff that we didn't get nothing, but you got to bust your ass and work a little bit harder for next time we get up in here because you only coming home with a little bitty ass trophy when you win second, and you get that big joint when you win first. And nobody liked the little bitty ass trophy. We was all playing for the big joint, but now you got belts that got silver linked to them, platinum linked to them. Freaking intercontinental league too. I was like, dog, we doing wrestling up in this bitch. Like I never knew about no intercontinental belt.
I'm telling you, Chris Jericho belt.
So many belts.
The only intercontinental belt I know is Sheldon Benjamin. Other than that, I don't know.
Okay, so I asked ChatGPT and it says, wait, what is it? WBA gold title, which is often awarded in non-world title belts. Blah blah blah. These belts are sometimes used to signify whatever that. But okay, I cannot read. I'm sorry.
Maury, I asked this for a reason because I looked it up.
Yeah.
Seen the same thing. My problem is they ranked him number 2 and they handed him that belt. When you actually look at the belt he received in the ring, it's the same exact belt that Rolly received.
That's Ty. Did Beck the Bully get a belt? Because he won that same night. Or was it the night before? When was the golden
Why they handed out the
red night before? Yeah, the night before. I guess Darius Fogle.
He won that same night.
Yep.
And it's like, bro, he's ranked number 1 now in the BA. Did they give him a belt?
Should have. If we giving this shit to Jamal.
That's
like this
crazy.
ain't no knock to him, but they gave him a real belt. That wasn't no replica. That wasn't like on everything you look up. It says the WBA gold. WBA gold looks different than that. For those who know, the side place is different. The side joints is the same thing as the WBA regular. The same shit they handed off to Rolly.
It kind of looks different though, if you look at it for real.
My junk trash,
bro.
Right. It might look different. Trash is trash.
Hey, respect Omari. He got hands, dog. Let him have his space.
Shout out to my guy Omari for sure, but I don't want
know your fucking place.
Weak, man.
Trash.
No
But
disrespect
quick
to
question:
him.
You said Rolly didn't win the World WBA.
He has a regular belt. Yeah, the regular belt.
Okay.
It's a real belt.
Yeah, that's
what I'm saying is Jamal should never receive that.
Yeah, I don't know what Jamal is.
Rolly should have never received that.
You know, it's for Ryan. It was for the other Ryan. You know that.
They should have never. Oh yeah, it was for Ryan Garcia,
Absolutely.
but he should have. They should have never fought for that.
Come on, man.
They never fought at 147.
Come on, man.
What the hell?
Come on, bro. Wrong, man.
I don't understand what the belts is like. Why is there 2 different belts in the WBA sanction? There's a super.
They get that extra 3%.
Yep.
I just don't understand that one.
Because of Lennox Lewis.
Hell no! Don't do that.
No. I'm keeping it facts.
Hey, it's because Canelo. He the first one with that franchise.
Hey man, y'all gonna stop attacking my favorite fighters, man. Lennox and Canelo, man. Y'all gotta chill out.
Canelo gets random belts though. Like the WBC just be feeding him random belts.
Chill out.
Man. When Lennox got that joint, he used it for what it was intended for. The WBA Super was created for him to, go into a unification.
Yes, sir.
The big fight. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Canelo belts do be raw as hell. Them WBC belts.
Yeah.
They be making for him. But shit, 3% of that shit, y'all about to be making me some customized belts.
Facts.
Bro.
The one they gave Jamal was ugly and it was nasty work.
3% of what they got from him shit.
I'm telling you.
They gave him the give us free belt.
Now they got talking about Junto.
Wait, what'd you say, bro?
You might stop it. You might need to stop it. That we're about to start talking about Junto.
Nah, y'all just trying to attack my favorite fighters, man. Y'all attack Tank, Canelo, took it back to Lennox Lewis. You trying to attack me for Junto Nakatani? Nah, y'all doing me dirty, man. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good, man.
Wait,
What you say, 2-4? And I'm gonna let Thomas go. What you say, 2-4?
I said, what y'all think about that Ben McCaffrey fight? Y'all think he'll get the stoppage?
Yeah, I think he'll stop Cafu. I like Fumale the Cafu, but I think he'll get stopped. Shout out to him. Shout out to the South African champion, man. But I think he's gonna get stopped.
Bam season, strap season.
Yeah. What you say, Thomas? My bad. You were saying something.
I just was saying, Oscar over there wilding, man.
Wilding, man.
He talking about my man gonna get slick.
Come on, bro.
Yo, we're about to get that healthy dose. Hey, man, it's gonna be in the stores, dog. Don't trip. It's coming back. It's gonna hit the chef's top shelf pretty soon. Coming to a ring near you, and he gonna get some too. It's gonna be called that tank wheel, dog. Guaranteed to put your ass out. Guaranteed to put you out, dog. He gonna get that boy and his son.
Come on, bro. That's a fact, man. He said you got
Junto is that dude, bro. Junto is that dude.
Tell him again, Thomas. He ain't hearing me, man. He gonna see though. He gonna see.
Oh, I say Junto is probably the best, but Nishida's gonna stop him. Just like I think Inoue is better than Junto, but Junto's gonna stop him.
I agree with that last part.
I agree with the last part for sure. Yeah, the other nonsense. I don't know. He put the
I agree with the last one.
You feel me, right?
I don't never
put the cup down, man. Oscar put the cup down. Man. You talking about Junto? Man, you sleep.
I don't never speak ill.
I gotta finish at 12.
I don't never speak your boy.
I respect him though.
Your boy, not Nayoa, but man, it'd be a lot of stuff involved in a fight with that brother, man. I'll just say that. Just that.
Can you imagine if he comes in like Inoue comes in against Junto with his, jumping out he did with Cardenas, and Junto the one throwing that punch that put him down? He'd be dead, bro. He'd be in the hospital.
Facts. Al Booger says Junto finna get slept very soon. Come on, Al Booger, bro. Chill out, bro. Hey man, y'all wild. Yeah, I'm about to get off. Yeah, I'm about to get off because y'all wild.
You said y'all come out all my fighters today.
Yeah, I see what time it. I see what we doing, man.
Hey Doc, before you go, check your DM.
I see it. I'm looking at it right now. I'm about to show it on the Discord. I'm about to show it on the chat. What is this? Shout out to my guy Ryan Fraser right there. The WBC Freedom Belt.
Freedom Belt. Hey, yo, shit that they gave
they gave Jamal.
The Inform brothers, right? What they left? The Russell brothers, right?
They gave that to Jamal Charlo.
When for
WBC Freedom
on
Belt.
Juneteenth.
Oh, yeah, Juneteenth. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, wait, hold on. When you say they gave it to him, that was a minute ago, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Facts. That was for when he fought. But was it Benavidez?
Nah. It was damn, I can't think of his name. It was after Derevchenko.
Yeah, I remember this belt.
Oh, that was a while back.
Yeah, I remember. I actually thought it was kind of. I thought it was kind of dope. I ain't gonna lie, for the Juneteenth. Like celebratory.
That was quite a bit ago.
They be getting Canelo the best ones. Everybody else be getting some bullshit.
You know who the money man is, man. You gotta treat your money man guy, right?
That was the give us free belt.
Give us a free. Yo, chill out. You see why we can't do? You see? You, come on, man. Come on, bro. I think that's dope, man. This man said, give us a free belt. I see it. I see. That's what you. I mean, I got the. Let me see if I can pull it. I got the same Juneteenth sign.
Hey man, shout out my guy Ryan.
Man, shout out to Juneteenth.
Hey Ryan, is that Grand Prix this month or next month?
Yeah, it's this month, June 20th, I think. I think it's the same weekend as Norman Jr. fighting.
Shout out to the Juneteenth, but hold on, let me see if I can show it, man. I used to put this on my Twitch when that day came around. I would try to celebrate all the holidays, you know, ones that I deserve, man. You know what I'm talking about? Give us this free, man. Stop playing, man. Don't be disrespecting.
They got better looking though.
Yeah.
The 2022 one looks way better.
Facts.
Yeah. Ryan, you put in some parlays last weekend?
Yeah, man. Plant fucked it up. Darius Fulgham wouldn't stay on that freaking jab.
Fulgham messed it up too. Yeah, I'm about to say I saw your parlay. Wait. So Beck the Bully's ranked number 1, right? I think a belt.
Yeah,
Charlo.
that's what I'm saying. He ain't get no belt.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. But I mean, do y'all think he should be ranked number 1 for being Fulgham? I don't know if Fulgham was ranked. DFG was ranked prior to.
I think Fulgham was ranked, but
okay.
I mean, Lester Martinez, he up there too. Like, I like Lester.
I like Lester Martinez as well.
Yeah, I like Lester a little bit
You
more.
think that's next?
Hey,
I didn't think about that. Charlo versus Bekdemir?
Yeah, that'd be a good fight.
That's a possibility. I didn't think about that. Yeah. I didn't think about that.
Is this the end of the old generation and the coming for the new generation? Because we got Lester coming in, Pacheco coming in. I don't know if you're really counting Billy of this generation, but I will.
Yeah, I will.
And you got Derevyanchenko going out. You got Charlo's coming in, but we know it's going to be temporary before he walks right out. Caleb Plant seems to, he just went through his debacle, but is this like the end of like the old 168? Canelo's going out.
I mean, yeah, about time. I mean, you got to get the new blood in there. I mean, you got Berlanga and Shiraz, so yeah, I mean, I guess we could see the changing of the guard, but I mean, you got to see, man. Shiraz might be. I mean, I got Berlanga stopping him, of course, but you never know, man. Shiraz might. Maybe it is the weight, It's like what we were talking about with Oster, It's like I don't believe it, but at the same time, we'll see. That's something he could bounce back from. I try to give him all the same benefit of the doubt. I'm not gonna give that. I'm not gonna give him as an excuse for why he didn't perform well against Adames. But if he does move up afterwards, like he did, same thing Ray Ford did, maybe it is. Maybe it was compromising him. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. I don't think so though. I agree with you. I think that Berlanga's gonna put him to sleep, like I said. But it's worth a look. It's worth a look. It's worth a look.
That dude didn't perform well against Adames because of Adames.
No, facts. Yeah, facts. I agree. Yep.
He wasn't no weight cut or drop or ad or nothing. That boy just was in there fighting for his life, and
I agree.
Luckily, he had a preserver up there.
Yeah, I agree. That's what
Adames is a dog, though.
Facts.
He good ass fighter.
Yep. He talking too, so
he's definitely a good fighter. But he couldn't wait to take a shot at Jamal.
Yep, he couldn't wait. That's one that said it. That's one I put that in the video where he's the one that said, "Oh, don't get it twisted. Resendez would have beat Charlo too."
That's crazy. Who said that?
Bronco. Carlos Adames right after the fight. He ain't waste a breath. He ain't waste a breath. He said, yeah, Caleb Play said he would have Resendez would have beat Charlo too. Facts. He put hashtag facts.
He ain't wrong for doing it though.
He's not wrong.
That boy looking for that smoke. He's looking for that smoke.
Yeah. He's not wrong for doing it. I mean, I disagree with him, but he's not wrong for saying it. No, they got history. Yeah, Al Booger, we gotta rock with it, man. I rock with him, man. The commemorative belts, the commemorative belts. But yeah, man, I think I think with what do y'all think about this? Do you think that with what was you talking about? Carlos Adames, do you think that he's gonna actually fight Janibek, or what's up with that?
I want him to, but he said something about 68, like he be hurting 68 pounders. So
yep, he said that. Yep.
Maybe he looking up. That's a good division, 68. It's starting to round out.
Yeah, I don't like him. I hope. I don't know. I'm just hoping that they stay and handle business at 160 first. Even if I mean, there's still a possibility because Janibek mentioned going to 168 as well. So it's a possibility that they can both move up and fight each other there. But I'd rather them just get things situated at 160, man.
No, what'd be crazy if Adames moves up before Janibek, when Janibek damn near passing out at 160.
That would be crazy.
Janibek got to move up, man. You got to move up.
You got to move up, bro. You scared,
The
man.
thing I like about Adamas is he ain't afraid to fight nobody, man. He get in the ring with anybody, dog. So when he say stuff, it's because he wants to get you into the fight. He want to engage you so we can get into a fight.
I agree. Shout out to my boy Kendrick on there, Ryan up there. Ryan the top left, Kendrick the middle top middle.
And Janibek, he has the WBO, so he can kind of, I'm not gonna say force Canelo, too, but right? He can make some noise with that.
Yeah.
How many defenses he got?
Defenses?
Shoot,
I don't know.
A lot. He got a lot because he just won that IBF. He been had that BO.
If he got 5, he can petition for super status and move up and challenge whoever got that belt.
Yeah. Yeah. He ain't
Canelo gonna drop that bitch.
Facts. Oh wait. Drop the belt or drop Janibek? Which I'm out.
The belt.
Okay. I'm out. All right, man. I'm out, man. Cause y'all wildin', bro. Nah, bro. Come on, two folks. That ain't so, bruh. My boy Cinnamon gonna run for Janibek, bro? That's what we doing?
No, he just don't like nobody telling him who to fight. That's why he did that shit with Skull.
Okay.
He said y'all not gonna mandate me to fight nobody. I'll pick them though.
Well, the Skull to me, the Skull was different though. And y'all might, I know y'all might accuse me of being a Canelo fan, but I think that was justified because a lot of people look how they treated him for fighting Skull when he fought him for Undisputed. So a lot of people would have talked trash. Yeah, they would have talked trash. They would have somehow said, "Oh, they don't even care that it was a mandatory." They would just say, "Oh, you're fighting Skull. Who was that guy?" And I do think the Berlanga fight was obviously bigger. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that move, and then he doubled back and got it anyway. But so yeah, I understand that move, not fighting Skull. But
the only thing that didn't strike me cool with the Berlanga fight was the fact that he said he didn't want to fight. Hold on for a second. Against any Latin fighters, so that's why it rubbed me wrong because that's the reason why you don't fight Benavidez, but then you go and fight a Berlanga.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Specifically, he said that he didn't want to fight Mexican fighters. So when he didn't, so Munguia. Well, yeah, I agree with that. I think what you just said is applicable to Munguia. But Berlanga, you know, they got the Mexico, Puerto Rican.
My bad. I meant to say Munguia.
No, you're good. No, you're good. You're good. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. But like with Berlanga, that's like, you know, that's a big rivalry there, Puerto Rico and Mexico. So that's, you know, so but yeah, that doesn't make sense.
It's a big rivalry when the person over there walking on your soil talking about, boy, this is my soil now. That's hella rivalry.
Right.
It's time for him to go on and put that dog down, man. You know what I'm saying? He can't just come. A dog come over to your property and raise up and kick that leg up, take a leak on the tree. I had my man's dog come over one day. My dog was just chilling. His dog raised up and pissed on my thing, man. Sent my dog into berserk mode, bro.
Gosh, dang right.
He's ready to get in his ish, and that's all I'm saying, man. I believe the fight happens. I believe it happens as his last fight, his homage to boxing, and also his rite of passage to yeah.
Okay. I hope you're right.
Yeah, and I still, man, I know people gonna crucify me, but I still got Canelo in that fight,
Me too. I hope you're right. I hope it happens.
Damn.
But I don't know.
Canelo with the knee brace? Nah, bro.
I know.
With the knee brace, dog. The knee brace.
Jordan when he was 40, dog,
baby
against the
boy.
Wizards. Nah, ain't the same.
Hey,
That's 4-5 Jordan in facts.
Come on, man. He dropped 40 sometimes, though, Kendrick. Come on now.
Sometimes, bro. I mean,
he was in the last in the fucking league too. I don't want to hear that shit.
That's all right. You know, you got to make sacrifices, man. Big owner, man. You know.
Oh, I know Canelo's gonna be on that Munguia pack on them cows.
That's crazy. Look at Oscar.
He definitely gonna have a mistake in the back
room. Dark side, bro. It's crazy, bro. Y'all got Oscar putting Canelo on the. That's crazy. Yeah, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I might not do a late show, bro. I might not do a late show, bro. This is crazy, bro. This is crazy.
9 fighters, 14 fighters in 9 years.
Yeah, that looks crazy though. Yeah. Like I said, I hope Crawford. Like I said, I don't think Canelo's on anything, but Crawford would be a fool if he doesn't dot his I's and cross his T's. And anybody, you should always be careful with anybody in boxing, but particularly coming from Reynoso affiliated camp, because 14 fighters in 9 years, that's ridiculous, bro. I personally believe that they should be he should lose his license. I ain't gonna lie.
Yes. Or his
because it's at least negligence. You know, I'm not saying that, I don't even care whether he's doing it or not. But it's negligence at this point, and you don't get an excuse for negligence. So you got to at least make sure your fighters aren't on that. And same thing with Derrick James. I thought Derrick James should be reprimanded when Ryan Garcia popped. I think that the more people that are held accountable, I'm not going to say what their punishment should be, but whether it's a fine or lose a license or a year suspension, whatever, the more people that are accountable is like if I pop dirty and Kendrick's my trainer and Ryan's my promoter, then Ryan's going to do his best to make sure that he's not promoting a dirty fighter. Kendrick's going to do his best to make sure he's not training a dirty fighter, because if not, his name is on the line. There's such a lack of accountability that it doesn't even matter. Bitch missing a year of fighting, he don't fight but a year anyway. He only fight once a year anyway, so it don't even matter. Right. You getting paid time off. You getting PTO. Come on, bro.
You want to know what Mexico Paulie said?
Come on, bro.
You want to know what Mexico Paulie said?
What they said? Or what he say? You talking about Marquez? You calling him Mexican Paulie?
Hey, Paulie, bro.
You talking about Mayo Marquez, chat. That's crazy, bro. Y'all got to respect these legends, bro. You feel me, Ryan? Come on, bro. What's he doing, man?
It's a legend.
What's he doing, man?
It's crazy, though.
It's crazy, Ty. Go ahead, bro. My bad. It is crazy. Go ahead, bro.
Tim Bradley a legend, but we have fool too.
Yeah, you definitely
Tim Bradley ain't no Marquez. We not doing that.
That's a great right there. Marquez is a great. He's still for everything.
But listen to what he said. Or just look up like funniest moments of Marquez, and then tell me if you don't agree. But no, he said that Canelo should be reprimanded because due to affiliation.
See, I disagree with that. I don't think other fighters should get reprimanded.
You guilty by us.
Yeah, nah, we're not doing that. But I mean, I see his point though. I mean, there should be suspicion. Maybe they should make sure that make sure he's taking the test. There should be suspicion, but I can't say another fighter in the same camp should be punished. Yeah, I can't say that, but I disagree with that. But I will say this though: if Cinnamon, let's say he fails the test now, then I think that because he had the clenbuterol before, even though he went and proved that it was accidental, I think that it should be a harsher punishment. You know what I'm saying? You gotta treat him like, I keep bringing up the Draymond Green thing. It's like Draymond Green could foul somebody, and Luka Doncic could foul somebody, LeBron James could foul somebody. They could all be the same foul, but because of his history and his reputation, is going to be looked at a little bit more harshly. So I do think that because of Canelo's history with Reynoso and all that stuff, if he does get caught, I think it should be a harsher punishment. And I like Canelo, but that's just fair. I don't think anybody should get less than 2 years. I ain't gonna lie. You test positive, a minimum. It should be a minimum 2 years, in my opinion.
I remember what I was saying, Doc, that happened in Saudi. So is that gonna matter over here? Can he just come back here and fight?
I'm glad you said that, because I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you though. But you were right when you said that, because when you said that, I was like, I don't know. It is the BBBFC because it was in Saudi with Jaime Munguia. So you're all right. I was looking up. I'm so glad you said that. I was looking up this weekend.
So he could pull a Conor Ben.
Come on now.
Yeah, they definitely stopped him from coming here to fight.
Yeah. So maybe they stop him, but in theory he could pull a Conor Ben, yes, and fight like Peter Dobson, even though he can't fight in England or whatever, because it is the BBBFC is in charge of it. You're right.
We're like Margarito, right?
I'm about to fly. Appreciate you having me up here, Doc.
Y'all already know, Tufo. Appreciate you joining, man. God bless, bro.
All right, y'all.
Yes, sir. Stay safe.
Bro.
I got a hot take for y'all.
Go ahead, bro.
Like, blaming the Canelo thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not personally saying I would,
mm-hmm.
but for those that sit there and say he's part owner of the gym,
talk to him.
He promotes a lot of those dudes that were hot.
Talk to him. That's a good point. Now, Valdez.
Now we take that angle, I would not be mad.
That's a good point. Now,
especially because he recruited Jaime.
He definitely did.
Jaime didn't come over calling. He recruited him.
Word, that's true.
Were they both on the juice when they was fighting? I don't know. We'll see.
Hold on. Oh, you see what Kendrick just did, bro? That's crazy, bro. You know, he put Canelo and Jaime on the juice when they fought each other, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Hey, you know what? That's probably a sell tactic. That's probably how he recruited him. He's like, hey, you see what happened? You see what I did to you? I was on that shit.
Low key to be obtuse. Jaime Munguia essentially was the store runner. They sent him out there with the tester joint. See what's up.
Come on, man.
He got caught. Mello like, nah, we not using that no more.
We not using that one. We gonna use the other one. We ain't gonna use that one. We gonna use, bro. Y'all wrong, man. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
They had Ryan doing the same thing.
That's crazy. It was a tester. That's crazy. But you know what's crazy? Though? All jokes aside, though, I don't think Ty would be too far off. I mean, hey, you gotta play your role, play position, man. Definitely want to have some guinea pigs.
Oscar Valdez.
Word.
Oh man.
Caught red-handed and still got the fight.
Still
they
got
didn't
the
do
fight.
shit to him.
Come on, bro. Come on.
When you able to do stuff like that, that's the reason why people in that cap be getting blatant like that.
Yeah. Yep. Because they feel untouchable.
Eddie Reynoso took that trip to Japan and still got another fight. Let that sink in. Yeah.
You know, Louis Neary. Yeah, you talking about Neary. Yep.
Any other trainer, gulag out there.
Yeah, and that's why I would even double down and say that's why I think it should the punishment should extend beyond the fighters, man. What you think about that, Ryan?
Nah, I just think you got to be more harsh with the fighters. It's like, I'm sorry, bro. You're not gonna give me something, and I'm not gonna do my due diligence as an athlete, bro. I'm sorry. Like, I'm gonna take what I know I'm taking in my body. I gotta fuel my own engine, bro. I'm not gonna trust scientists and other people. I'm sorry, bro. Like, there's just too much shit out here. You guys are cutting corners instead of just focusing on boxing.
I agree.
That's the problem we have. We got dudes like Showbiz talking about making a running rule.
Come on,
instead of telling the fighters to cut the fucking ring off.
Come on, bro.
Cut the freaking ring off, bro.
That's what we like, though. You like, you know,
never a problem before. Now it is.
Right.
I'm gonna holler at y'all, bro.
All right,
y'all be easy.
God bless, bro. Appreciate you joining. I want to say something to piggyback off what Ryan just said with that running rule and whoever's saying it. You know, I think that it's kind of off topic, but I'm gonna bring it all in. I know y'all watch basketball. I know for sure Kendrick does. And I know Ryan does and Oscar. So you know the Ernie Johnson stuff, right, Ty? Yeah. So they did a joke, right? And it was like Ernie Johnson. You know, they always play like he's black or whatever. He has black tendencies. They say he's black man. But if you Google is Ernie Johnson black, it comes back and AI says he is, right? It says that Ernie Johnson is black. But and it's funny because it's a joke, right? But like Kendrick said, I think that's dangerous because we have people that coming up with the no running rule and people just see stuff when they Google it and just assume that AI is right because AI is powerful. But no, AI is designed by somebody, so it could never really have the capacity to be smarter than the person that designed it. You see what I'm saying? So if that person that designed it is wrong, or if there's a whole bunch of stuff that's out there that is wrong, then people won't be able to discern. That's why discernment and education will always be important, because you got to be able to distinguish the nonsense from what's real. So what Ryan just said was a perfect, that's how I'm applying it, is because if you just watch boxing casually, you just watch Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, like the big fights, then you see somebody saying, oh, no running rule, you would think that somebody's out there like Usain Bolt. No, bitch, there's dimensions in a ring that they already have ways to counteract running. They have the ring size. They have judges that grade for aggression. They have CompuBox that counts how many punches you throw. So there's already things to counteract people just running. Running at this rate, to be honest, I didn't like the Devin Haney fight, but that was skillful. That wasn't frantic. If he was frantically moving like that against Ramirez, he would have ran out of energy. You can't frantically, nervously move for 36 minutes. Yeah. You can't do that, bro. So this was something that he planned and implemented and executed to perfection. Was the fight entertaining? No, but every fight's not going to be entertaining. And somewhat, if you know that Devin Haney, instead of asking Devin Haney to fight like Beterbiev or Gervonta Tank Davis, why don't you just appreciate the different skills? And even if you still don't like it, don't watch Devin Haney. Don't watch Shakur. That's not an indictment on the entirety of boxing, bro. Like, there's styles for a reason, bro. You have like even with basketball, I'm sure you can attest to this, Kendrick and Ryan and everybody else. Is like, Steph Curry doesn't dunk. Should we tell Steph Curry he doesn't belong on the basketball court because he doesn't play like Giannis? No, bro. You got to appreciate the you got to appreciate it. Come on, bro. Whatever.
What I will say though is that people like Showbiz, like you just said, Ryan, they always show like, oh, this guy ran again and this guy was running again. Like why don't you show the Sugar Nunez? Why don't you show the Beterbiev? Why don't you show the other example of fighters cutting off the goddamn ring?
Facts.
Something that's been there since forever, bro. Like that shit pisses me off.
And another thing is, how come they not coming at somebody like a Bivol? I could argue that Bivol ran the whole fight. Like, but that's not my argument. But if they're gonna use that sort of energy, I could argue that Bivol ran the whole fight. He wasn't standing in the pocket. He wasn't staying there to go toe to toe with Beterbiev. Why? Because that's freaking stupid.
Right.
It's strategy. That's what boxing is. It's strategy. It's hit and don't get hit. That's the point.
Come on, bro.
Everybody forgets that.
Sweet science. Come on, bro.
Exactly. Yeah, I feel that, Kendrick. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's just we don't appreciate. I think it's more indicative, more of a testament to what Ryan was saying. It's like we don't appreciate boxing and the nuances, man. That's like it's and like what Kendrick just said. It's like if I'm fighting a big puncher, why would I give him the best opportunity? I'm going to try to take advantage of his vulnerabilities and his weaknesses. I'm not going to play right into his hands. Why would I fight him like that?
These people these ninjas who be saying stuff like that, know in real life, they would not do this type of stuff, bro. That's crazy about it.
Wouldn't bust a grape in a food fight, bro. Of course they wouldn't do it.
They use are the most ridiculous ones. Like a Pernell Whitaker, like a Floyd Mayweather. I'm like, those are the exceptions to the rule, bro.
Right.
Those are the greats of the greats. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you smoking?
Come on, man.
And my thing with them is, if you want that type of fight, go watch Street Beefs, bro. Like, there's avenues for that. All right, this is championship boxing. This is high level chess. All right, exactly. So what are we doing here?
Power slap. Go watch Power Slap. Go watch
Power Slap. Ain't no blocking. Ain't no running.
You can't even block. You're not allowed. It's literally illegal to block. Come on, bro.
That's what Beck the Bully is for any opponent, man. He's availability. He's like 24/7, 7-Eleven, AM, PM, Circle K. My man is available for scrap and for to be hit.
Come on,
so whoever fights him, it's gonna be a heck of a fight. But the more he scales up in talent, the more that won't pay off well for him. Yeah. And then people will say, well, you should have moved around.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Pitbull and Joe Fierro, that shit was a war. Ain't nothing sweet about that science. I told you that.
Right. But they didn't watch that fight, though. They didn't watch that fight because it's not two high profile guys. You know?
No, it's not dudes that they want to lose.
That part too. That's the most important part. Shout out to Kendrick. That's the most important part, bro.
Oh, that was Kendrick? My bad. That was you, Kendrick?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad talk, Kendrick. That's exactly what it is, man. It's the people that they want to lose, they want to see do bad. So that's why I'm saying, man, you know, it's crazy that you will... Man, this is the ultimate funniest stuff I ever heard, man. The same people that had the talking points about Shakur running around being a track star, was the one that was saying, hey, yo, that was a master class by Devin Haney. I'm like, oh, what was the difference then?
Come on now. Yeah, when you don't like a fighter, that's the difference. Like, we were talking about earlier, it's not the action that's judged, it's the person doing the action. So me and Ryan could do the same thing. If you like me, then you're going to applaud me for it. If you don't like Ryan, then you're going to say he trash for it. Two people could do the same thing, man. Bro, as much as I like Cinnamon, if Cinnamon was Skull's role, people would have said that, oh, Cinnamon, he put on such a master class of boxing. You know what I'm saying? They would have said, oh, William Skull got to know how to cut off the ring. I like Cinnamon, but I could objectively say that I'm disappointed in how William Skull approached the fight. He's silly for thinking he could beat the face of box like that. But at the same time, Canelo was lazy as hell. He was complacent with just doing whatever he did, bro. That's not why I like Canelo. I like Canelo because I expected to cut off the ring. I expected to apply pressure. I expected him to be a complete fighter. And so I was disappointed in him.
That was Canelo in Triple G1. That's what he did. He ran.
I can't, bro.
Hey, look.
Y'all wildin', bro.
No, facts though. What you just said though, Doc. What you just said, man. Hey, look, he was lazy. He knew it, so he used the optics and the ring to do the same thing. That's why he was over there like, come on, come fight. Look at this. Because that boy was lazy. He should have cut the ring and he should have brought the fight to him.
Absolutely.
And he knows it. And he knows it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it a step further. Oh, my bad, Oscar.
No, go ahead, Ty. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna call him lazy. Okay. He just wasn't physically capable of cutting the ring off.
Oh Lord, then he in trouble.
When you see dudes sitting there crawling in the middle of the ring, it's because they can't athletically do it themselves.
Yeah, and if that's the case, he's in trouble come September. I'll tell you that. I still got Cinnamon winning, but boy, if it's a lack of ability and not, well, he in trouble. I'll tell you that.
Cinnamon by syringe. Don't worry.
You just got to make sure that ring is small. That's all you got to do.
There you go. You know what I'm saying? Fighting the phone booth, man. Get you in the phone booth, man. You know what I'm talking about?
What I was going to say about the no run rule is how you going to tell a whole country that they got to change their style of boxing now.
Cuba. Yep.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, Cuba. Yeah, the Cuban style's cooked. You ain't lying.
They're kind of the new Cubans are like, they're not doing that, though. Like David Morrell.
Yeah.
You know, Andy Cruz is even sitting down in the pocket more.
Yep. Hernandez
those
too,
guys
right?
are not Cuban, really running. Yeah, Yo Hernandez.
Yeah,
We just saw him
Yo Diablo
Iron.
Hernandez.
That guy's gonna be problems.
Teddy was
Gonna
good.
be a 168 or 160. He's gonna be problems.
Yeah, 160 is nice, man. Yeah,
Morrell would have probably won that fight with Benavidez if he added a little bit more of that Cuban in him.
I agree.
Yeah.
I definitely
It's
agree.
because we say they're boring. So now, you know, like Rigondeaux. Like nobody even talk about Rigondeaux anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Rigondeaux still sleeping dudes.
Talk to him. He just beat Danny
like
Aguero in
50?
Miami. Yeah, he just won. You know what's crazy, Ryan? He won. Well, I'm sure you probably know, but in my when was that, Ty? That was like the end of last year, right? Like in like November or something. Wasn't too long ago.
Yeah.
He just beat Danny Aguero in Miami. Yeah.
When Gabe got cooked.
Yeah, and Gabriel Rosado lost in that card, talking all that trash. Yeah, bum. Yeah, exactly. Bum. Yeah,
in a 4-round fight, right? It was 4-round fight, right?
A 4-round exhibition fight against a semi-pro.
4-rounder?
Bum.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
a dog. He's a dog.
Yeah, he's a dog. He's a dog.
Yo, speaking of him, bro, can we sign a petition to get him off of the zone calls?
Oh my
I cannot
goodness,
stand hearing his commentary.
I can't stand that, bro.
Bro, him versus. So you watched the MJ and Castillo fight?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, bro, that
It was
dude,
terrible.
Oh, my
I'm like, bro,
goodness, dog.
you watching this dude outbox him, and all you say is, "Oh, he needs to throw his hand. He needs to do this. He needs to do that." And then he finishes him. He's like, "Oh, well, he should have did it earlier."
Yeah,
like what?
It's like, come on, dog. Come on, bro.
And then he said he had the audacity to say, "You can't get an Inoue shot fighting like this." Bitch, he's been the mandatory. What the fuck you talking about?
Because he don't know that. He don't know. He does not know. Shout out to my guy Teddy, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, smack that like button for your boy. I appreciate it, man. We cooking up with the fellas, man. That's why I didn't want to open.
But we didn't talk
Discord.
about MJ. We didn't talk about MJ, did we?
No, because I didn't go live because it was freaking storming, man. I didn't get to go live for that. I was mad, man. I watched it, but it just kept going in and out, so I couldn't go live. But yeah, he got it in September. I think how I felt about that fight. Well, you go first. How you feel about that fight?
I thought MJ showed some things that were good as far as his footwork and his ability to dodge and stuff like that, which we already know, right? But if he's gonna fight in a way, he has to capitalize a little bit more when he's in position and the dude is out of position, because he's gonna catch Inoue like that a lot.
I agree.
By the way Inoue swings, but he got to be able to throw combos right after that to crack Inoue. I don't think one punch is gonna be enough. I think he has to hit Inoue with the hard third punch. That's gonna drop him, if anything.
I agree. I remember we were talking about it briefly. Go ahead, Ryan. You got some. Go ahead, Ryan. If you got some.
Oh no, man.
Okay.
Y'all know who I want anyway to fight, dog. I want him to fight Nick Ball.
Nick Ball.
So
get out.
He's my guy. I don't give a fuck about anyway.
Get out.
Who that again, Ryan? Wanting to fight?
Lord, bro. Don't
Nick
make
Ball,
it
bro.
repeated time. Oh my god.
Nick Ball putting them things on him.
You know what I'm saying?
Nick Ball should fight.
Yeah.
Shushu.
Tell him again, Omari. Tell him again. Who should you fight?
Shushu.
He don't want that pressure.
Who, Nick Ball?
Nick Ball don't want that pressure with Shushu.
What you mean?
Nah.
Shushu the reason why he fought
That's why
Dohiki.
he's fighting his number 13 dude.
Why I gotta just hear a sound effect, bro?
Because that's Oscar, bro. Somebody need to take away. That's DJ Oscar.
Oscar.
Bro. DJ Oscar, aka DJ Khaled, bro. AKA
That's
DJ
good.
Quick.
That's
You
crazy.
should get hurt coming over overseas, man.
Oh my god. Nah, you might be
Oscar,
right.
that's
You
why.
might be right.
That's
I ain't gonna
why.
lie. And like Ty
Shushu
said,
not ready.
yeah, he might not be ready. I might be reaching on that. But I do think that with MJ, man, like Kendrick was saying, the only thing I fear about, which we were talking about briefly, is not that I want to say he's flat-footed, but I think relative to Oscar, Naya, in a way, I could see him getting caught and swinging and missing, trying to capitalize on Inoue. But Inoue does stay. I've always said that Inoue stays in the pocket. Not stays in the pocket. He stays in the pocket too much, but he also swings wild while he's there. And I would say MJ Ahmadaliev is sharper. You know, he's more what's the word for?
Agile?
Compact. He's more like compact. Okay. Yeah, he's more compact. And I think like inside of the exchange, he could win it. But I don't know, like you said, is he going to be willing to throw those 2-3 punches? Because now anyway, he definitely got some fire. So
the three things I took away from this Castillo fight, it was MJ. He goes to the body a lot, so that's gonna be problems for Inoue because that's something his last 4 opponents haven't done.
I agree.
For some reason, They headhunt too much. But MJ does go to the body. It looks like he has power or decent power that can give him problems.
Who has decent power?
The one thing
MJ or Inoue?
Yeah, MJ.
Oh, MJ. Okay.
MJ. And the one thing Inoue can capitalize on is the lack of activity between exchanges that MJ has.
Yes.
He seems to be waiting for the one perfect shot.
Yes.
But that could be just because of Castillo. That couldn't just be him.
I was gonna say that, because I don't know if it was the fact that because Castillo was throwing, but he wasn't really overthrowing until he got in close. Inoue is gonna throw. So is he gonna be more active with Inoue? Is he gonna feed off of that, or is he just gonna fold like Doc said and just get caught sleeping?
And I think with Marlon Tapales, I want to go back and watch it. I'm sure I'll watch it between now and September when MJ and Inoue fight. But if my memory serves me correctly, I think that's why he lost that split decision to Tapales. He was just his activity wasn't enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Him being MJ, and
but it was still close.
It was close. Yeah, it was still a close fight for sure.
MJ was letting the better shot.
Yeah,
but just activity wasn't there.
Right. So,
but like I said, I don't know if it's the opponent or just that was his game plan.
Right. And Tapales is good too. You know, so I don't want to take away from Marlon Tapales, but I think MJ should have been able to beat Marlon Tapales in my opinion. So. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. I think Naoya Inoue is gonna win, but I think it's gonna be a good fight. You know, and I want to say this too. I'm so tired of people saying that. I've seen people say this. Oh, everybody's talking about Naoya Inoue ducking MJ Akhmadaliev. He's about to fight him now. He definitely did duck him. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why people think that erased him not fighting him the last year and a half or 2 years. He definitely ducked him, but he's not ducking him anymore when he fights him. I just want to be I just want to be clear on that. My bad. I see people saying, "Oh, people are talking about, oh, he's ducking him." No, bro, he's fighting him now. He should have fought him. He shouldn't even fought Louis Neary because he was ordered to fight MJ Akhmadaliev back then. I'm not mad at it because historically, outside of the historical context, we already know, what Neary did. He was banned to beat Yamanaka and all the whatever. That's cool. That makes it like a movie type stuff. But that's when MJ was ordered. We're not going to change history because he's fighting him now. If it was up to Inoue, I have no reason to believe that he would have fought him. He probably, he was getting away with it. That doesn't mean that he was scared. Like I said, I always had Inoue. I still have Inoue winning. But at the same time, he just didn't think, in my opinion, I guess he just looked at MJ as the risk not matching the reward. And that's cool. You can do it. You can do it. I mostly blame the sanctioning bodies for allowing it. WBA President Gilberto Mendoza, but it is what it is. That doesn't mean that, this was his plan to fight MJ Akhmadaliev the whole time 2 years ago to fight him in September of 2025. Get the freak out of here. That was not his plan. You're like, bro, stop it, bro. Shout out to him for fighting him now, though, but that's my opinion on that.
Yeah. That's why Usyk's king. No smoke.
Yep.
Y'all got Usyk on Dubois, man? What we doing, man?
Hell no.
Dubois.
Oh, my God.
Triple D.
Send you home crying again, brother.
Come on, you're a Kendrick. Shout out to Kendrick, man. I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of going with Ryan, man. I'm hoping Kendrick is right.
I'm glad. Look, Doc, I'm glad you're on the other side because every time you're on the other side when it comes to Daniel Dubois, I win. So I'm glad. Please.
The whole UK about to show up 90,000. It's hard to get broken, bro.
I hope Kendrick is
right.
right.
Swept again.
Oh, don't say that, Ty. Come on, man. I hope Kendrick is right though. Because I like Usyk a lot. I just think it'll be. No disrespect to him, but I'm kind of almost tired of just hearing Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, Usyk, and I want to see I want to see Ajit Caballeros. I want to see Daniel Dubois. I want to see, what I'm saying, whoever else, That's me. Martin McCauley's, F.A. Jogbuzz, even though they're not too young, but I just want to see some new blood. But shout out to Usyk though, like Ryan said, Usyk is definitely not ducking no smoke, and I got to give him the credit, and I think he's gonna win though. I do think he's gonna win. I don't know, man.
I'm cool with them getting swept too.
It's just wait, hold on. Let me ask you this though. Okay,
who's that?
Just for time. Yeah. You think Usyk beats Caballero?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
You think so too?
Good,
I got Usyk over Caballero.
Okay, I got Usyk too. Because to me, it's like Usyk and it's like, Bud and Inoue. Like, I don't really see anybody in their division beating him, but there's fighters that I think put up a better chance. I think Caballero's a good matchup for Usyk. I think Usyk wins, but I think that's a good matchup, man. I think that's very interesting stylistically, I think.
I think Caballero does better against the bigger dudes, the bigger, slower dudes. I think somebody like Usyk who can move like him or even better than him, he gonna have a problem.
Yeah. I think that's the problem. It's like Usyk is like the same fighter as Cabello, but he does everything better, in my opinion.
So much perfect. Yeah, if I can say anything, he does it perfect compared to Cabello.
Okay.
Cabello gets a little bit lazy or a little bit too confident at times. But yeah, I think Usyk is better. But dog, you're missing the most important point, the key point about this conversation.
What's that?
The UK was named the UK for one reason, and it's this reason only. Usyk Kingdom. That's it.
Oh my gosh, man.
Ain't no other definition.
Facts.
I might
He
change
swept my guy.
Yeah.
Swept yo guy. He about to sweep Kendrick's guy.
Yo.
Yo.
He out there with the broom, bro. 2-0 on Dubois. Oh, no, not yet. 2-0 on Joshua. 2-0 on my boy Tyson Fury. Oh,
Yep.
my Lord. He beat Joe Joyce.
On the
in the,
block.
A rule of three.
What was that called? The World Series of Boxing when he beat Joe Joyce?
Yo.
Like, bro, he just smacking them all, man. Tony
My dog
Bellew at
like that.
Cruiserweight got it. But I will say this, though. Kendrick's, the reason why I think Dubois is a great match because he got that power, man. And he showed he could drop, well, he showed it illegally according to the discretion of the ref, but he showed he could touch Usyk. And I will say this, man. If he drops him legitimately, I don't know if Usyk, I don't know, man. I ain't gonna say he's not gonna get up.
Was crying.
Yeah,
See how he was crying.
Right. I'm not gonna say he won't get up, but man, Dubois, that's dynamite, man. I think
There's only one outcome to that fight, dog, and it's gonna be Daniel. It's okay, Daniel.
It's okay, Daniel. You can keep fighting, Daniel. I just think Daniel Dubois, man. I don't know. What I'm hoping, I just hope he doesn't like quit again, because a lot of people say that. I think that they're wrong for saying that, but that is a concern, right? Because there's 2 times that he lost, or Joyce and Usyk, and they accused him of quitting. So I don't know what you want a bitch to do. I don't think he quit against Joyce either. Yeah, I don't think so either. But people say that, bro. I don't know what you want a bitch to do with his eyes swole shut. You literally see the man, like but I don't get it.
And
bro.
mentally, Usyk, he was just he was out of it mentally. He wasn't. He thought he got robbed, and he's too young to even be able to compartmentalize things. Just say move forward.
No, I can't give him that. I'm not gonna say he quit because I'm not gonna put that on certain guys.
Right.
But we seen you in the ring.
Mm-hmm.
We seen you get mentally broken, and we also seen you get physically broken.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
That's that.
We ain't never seen that.
Yeah, I think that's a
he
fair
checked
assessment.
out.
Yeah, I agree. He checked out.
Haney and Teo has been signed for August 16th.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
Yeah, we talked about that before. But yeah, I don't want to move on from this Usyk. Huh?
I thought you said it was speculated.
No, I said it was signed. I said I don't believe it. I still don't believe it. I'm not gonna believe it till the end there. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
He'll still gotta show up.
Yeah, exactly. Remember, I said that it's the same day as Tank. It's Tank and Lamont Roach, which I don't know why they would do that. But I mean, that's good for me.
That's not even signed either.
Right.
I'm about to say Tank and Lamont Roach. I don't know what's going on with that.
Right, but that's supposed to be on 16th, and that'd be good because if it's in Saudi for Haney and Teo. Was that start around like 5 Eastern time? So we probably get boxing all throughout the night. So that'd be good for me, but I just don't believe it. Yeah, I don't believe it till I see him.
So, bro, Usyk and Daniel, you know what? The one thing I hate about it is the same day as Bam and Cafu. So I'm gonna be in the hotel watching that, and then I'll have to spring to the.
Oh yeah, because you're going to the fight. You're going to the Bam fight.
Oh, and the PBC card. Yeah.
There's a couple fights. July 19th is big, man. I mean, I'm not, but you don't have to worry. But you won't have to spring anywhere, Oscar, because I mean, I don't know what festivities you and your wife have planned, but remember, Usyk and Dubois in England, so that should be done by the time.
But
you might miss some undercards.
Same night.
Oh yeah, Pacquiao Barrios, same one. Yeah. But I was talking about what Oscar just said about the Usyk and Dubois. You should be able to catch that fight. You might miss some undercards. Yeah, you might miss some undercards. I'm sure that
I had a whole day playing out with the kids.
Right.
And then getting fucked up by Bam and Cafu, and her picking me up. But
right. So shout out to you and your wife, man. That's dope, man.
Keep it on your phone, man. I'll be outside with it.
Yep. Yeah, true. And Pacheco and McCumbie's on that undercard too with the Cafu and Rodriguez joint.
Yeah. I still don't know who I got. I think I got Pacheco, but I got McCumbie. Like, I don't know. I just gotta wait for the weigh-in, honestly.
Yeah. hope McCovey does well for himself. It looks good, but I got Pacheco. Jerry says Dubois suffered an injured broken eye socket. Exactly, against Usyk.
Yeah.
We have seen that as a fighter. That's a fight ender. Exactly. That is why he went down and gave up on such a little shot. I agree, Jerry, but people. Hey, people.
Joyce.
No, against Joyce. Against Joyce. He meant to say Joyce. Yeah, he meant to say Joyce. I was thinking Joyce too. Yeah, that was against Joyce. With a broken eye socket. Yeah. I don't know, man.
I ain't gonna say it couldn't, but it looks bad when Frank Warren put you in there essentially with the guy that they promoted as the jobber. You was supposed to run roughshod on him, and he packed you up. Let that sink in.
Come on, man. Joe Joyce still fighting now, though, bro.
And what is he relegated to being?
Exactly
what Frank promotes him as, a jobber.
Taj just heard that Daniel Dubois had his man's face down, ass up. That's all.
Oh no! I told you it was gonna happen with AJ. I keeps it 100.
He said, "Wait, I know he hurt himself, but was it a broken eye socket against Usyk too? I thought he had like a I know he had an injury. I don't know. Was it broken? I don't remember. I remember Joe Joyce. He definitely I remember his eye being hurt against Usyk too, but I don't remember it being broken though. But maybe you could be right. Let me look it up. You could be right, bro.
Yo, what's up with all these rematches going at July 19, bro? Sebastian Fundora and Tim Tszyu July 19 too.
Yeah, I heard about that. Fundora, Tim Tszyu. What y'all think about that fight?
Yeah, that's on the undercard.
You think Tim Tszyu deserved that fight?
Yeah, that's on the undercard. Pacquiao and Barrios.
Yeah. You think Tim Tszyu deserved that fight though?
Do I think Tim Tszyu?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
No, hell no.
He gave Sebastian. He gave Sebastian the opportunity.
You're the same one that came here and said that Charlie shouldn't be number 2.
Yeah, Ryan's wilding, bro. That's what.
No. Y'all messed up the timeline because that card should have been canceled because it's Thurman. But no,
Thurman, right? I remember.
Tim Tszyu took the fight on like week notice.
Okay, so I give you that, Ryan. But see, this is why this is my humble opinion now. I think that he should have had the rematch immediately
before.
Right.
No, so you're blaming Samson. That's Samson's fault why the rematch didn't happen.
Yep. Tim Tszyu, Samson,
that's
Australia.
Not Tim Tszю's fault. That got nothing to do with Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu went into a title fight after that.
And that's my point.
Remember
that. And that's why he doesn't deserve it. Because he went to a title fight and he got ran through. Like shit through draws.
Nah.
So he got to come back harder than Joey Spencer to get another title shot, bro.
Nah, the PBC owe Tim Tszyu because he's the only reason why they kicked off their prime deal.
Man.
He could have said, "I'm not fighting."
He should.
That was the first fight on Prime. That was the first fight.
He should have.
He could have said, "I'm not fighting." Nobody getting paid.
You know what?
On to the next.
Oh, bro, I'm not going.
Tim should have known something was off with his team the moment they didn't stop the fight when he got a cut. So if the reason is Samson,
talk to him. Talk to him, Oscar. Fight through a cut. I'm not blaming that.
No, that's a team fault.
Battle Jack's face wide open, still fighting Marcus Brown. Blood everywhere.
I'm still stuck on the opportunity thing.
Right. I got my hair done 2 days ago.
Hey, hold on now. We'll see how we get there.
Yeah, I don't know.
That remix gonna be going. It's gonna be going hard this August up with.
Hold on,
that
bro.
Go hard.
How we get there, bro? I don't even know how we just made that transition, bro. Y'all
I'm
telling you, bro. Straight.
Vaseline.
It go back to what Kendrick said.
Wait, what? Vaseline?
Bro, y'all attacking my fighters, bro. I don't appreciate it, bro. I don't even know where that came from.
I ain't attacking your fighters, baby.
Out of nowhere, bro. Like,
hey, it was a banger though, man. And it was what the people wanted. Sometimes you got to give the people what they want, bro.
Man, come on. Now I will say this: Tank should have, he should have made one of his little infamous dance videos to that. That would have been funny. I think he would have. I think.
You gotta walk out to that. I'm telling you.
Yeah. That'd be dope. I think you gotta
walk out to that and stop
them. Roast the remix.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
If Tim Tszyu didn't make that fight happen because of Samson, his team was compromised before then. So he should have known already.
Yeah,
I still got smoke for some.
Talk to him.
The whole notion he gave Fedor an opportunity, was it more so he gave him an opportunity or he wanted to fight for the belt? Let's keep it J.
Ooh, wait, what belt did Fedor have?
Nah, he didn't have a belt in there.
He had a vacant belt on the line. Because didn't Tszyu walk in there with one?
No, they were fighting. The fight was for 2 belts.
Yeah. Tszyu had both of them.
One of those belts was vacant.
Tszyu was fighting for either belt, whichever
one of them was
way
vacant?
you cut it.
Yeah, he still had to fight a select few guys. They wasn't going to just let him pick anybody. So is it more so he gave him the opportunity or he had to fight him?
That's crazy.
No, he was already on the card, so he just moved him up. Like, it made sense.
Yeah, he was on the
They
card
put him
already,
in that position because he was still
He's
ranked.
supposed to fight Mendoza.
Elderly.
Right. I
Yeah,
see what
the
you're saying,
rematch,
Ty.
right?
Yeah, I see what Ty's saying. No, Mendoza. He just came off a knockout loss to Mendoza. He was on the card like Ryan's saying, but Ty is saying.
No, sorry, he's supposed to fight Boachuk.
Yeah.
He's supposed to fight Boachuk.
Yeah, but Ty
So
is
Fedor
saying
may
that
not even made it.
he's one of the. He was still ranked, so he qualified for that vacant title to be on the line. Is what Ty's saying. I didn't know. I could have sworn that he came in with both belts. I didn't know he.
No, he did.
He got the position because of availability and because he was in the rankings.
Yeah, Zoo had the BC.
Yeah,
I
had
think
the
the
WBC.
WBO was vacant.
See, I didn't know that. I thought he had both of them. I'm tripping. I thought he was unified.
Nah.
Okay, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, because Mel lost the BO when he stepped in the ring against Canelo.
You're right, exactly. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I was just my recollection was off. He said Tim's camp was foolish to fight a 6'6" southpaw. Sure, no. Well, to be fair, I mean, let's look at it, right? I will blame Tim's camp. I'm with Oscar. I blame his corner for not stopping it when he was up, when they had the opportunity. But I do agree with Ryan in this part with you gotta understand, Sebastian Fedor, like we just said, he's coming off of a loss to Mendoza, right? Knockout loss. Tim Tszyu whooped Mendoza. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that we all know boxing doesn't work with triangle theory like that, but there was no reason to think that Tim Tszyu. I had Tim Tszyu beating Fedor going into that fight, and it was a small sample size, but those 2 rounds he already busted his lip and broke his nose or whatever it was, or he was leaking from his nose and his mouth. Fedor was in 2 rounds, so Tim Tszyu, that I do think that cut compromised him, like Ryan is saying. So from that standpoint, of course he deserves a rematch, but I just feel like it's a bad message to the fact he lost 2 in a row. You know what I'm saying? Whether we want to blame it on the cut or whatever, hook or by crook, he lost. And then he went to another title shot that was already showing him love, and he got smoked. And then he beat Joey Spencer. Like, no disrespect to Joey Spencer, but he's pedestrian at best. So I don't think that constitutes a title shot. After beating Joey Spencer, you know, that's the way I look at it. You know what I'm saying? If he would have went and got an immediate rematch with Fedor, I'm cool. But the fact that he took a chance at the IBF and Bakram'd his ass. And, I just think being Joey Spencer doesn't put you.
Yeah.
That brings me to the next question. If Tim Tszyu wins, would you like to see a Bakram rematch for you?
Absolutely not. Bakram is
He better not.
He better leave Bakram. Hey, vacate the belt, bro. Don't do that, bro. Yeah. This one, I'm in full support, bro. Do not fight that man again, Tim. I like Tim, bro. Don't do Tim like that, bro. Do not put him nowhere near Bakram. Don't put him on his undercard. Don't do nothing, bro. Like, don't even. No,
I don't know
bro.
why.
Yeah, don't do that.
Nah, let him get that smoke.
Get that smoke. No,
yeah,
bro.
I'm with you, Todd. Like,
bro.
let him get that smoke, man.
Come on, y'all wildin',
This
bro.
is 154.
Y'all
Can't hide it.
come on, bro.
You better fight Virgil or somebody. You better not fight Bakram.
Facts. Move up, do something, move down, something. Don't fight Bakram again. Leave Bakram alone, bro. I'm not saying Bakram's unbeatable. I'm just saying Tim Tszyu, leave him alone, bro. And Bakram's hand was messed up, right? When his pinky on his right hand was broken or something like that. And he still did him like that.
Yeah, he did that with one hand.
He did it with one? Come on, bro. Y'all trying to kill Tim Tszyu, bro.
Yo, Doc, so what's your excuse for Caleb Plant then?
No, but that's the thing. I didn't make this. My rebuttal to y'all was that no. Okay, so see, yeah, I'm done. Bro. I don't do the injury. No, I didn't. No. See, that's different. Though. I didn't say that's an excuse to lose. I'm just saying that's why I think he could bounce back against Resendez. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm not saying that. So that was a good one. Though. Now you got me on that. But I'm saying that I'm not saying that you can't win despite an injury. But if you're gonna have a fight, I do think that you were compromised because of the injury, and he will get better. I'm not giving him a reason to lose. No, I'm not taking nothing away from Resendez. Resendez did his thing, man. So, but I do think that's part of the reason why I think that him healing could be why I would have him beating Resendez. If he's telling the truth, and I understand the skepticism, but I think Caleb Plant, it was a little compromised with his hand. I believe him, and then hopefully he'll be locked in. That's Oster back, or is that? Yeah, Oster back. Somebody else joined.
Yeah, but I'm about to head out, fellas.
Hey, Ryan, appreciate you pulling up, man. Hey, y'all go check out my boy Ryan Boxing Talk up north, man. Big off in the building, man. Representing Canada, Jamaica, and all good things in Bon, man. Dope boxing content and dope person, man. You got James Toney coming on tomorrow, I believe.
Tonight, James
Tonight.
Toney, 9 p.m. Lights out.
Good night.
My boy, I gotta tap in.
Hey, Ryan, before you run off.
Yeah, he out.
Damn.
Yeah, he be running off, bro. That boy run off on the plug. Yeah, he be out of there, bro.
I ain't gonna mention this person's name, but
Lord.
his man's got caught lacking out there.
Oh Lord.
I wanted to ask him.
Oh Lord.
Oh, not not the dude who can't speak, not Mushmouth. You're not talking about that,
Oh
right?
Lord.
I'm not
Yo,
gonna
man, shout out to the family, man. This was a great build, man. I appreciate the conversations, man. Always
Yes, sir, man.
how
God
we come
bless,
to
Thomas.
opinions and how we reason with one another, man. This is how the talk should be, bro. So, like, shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man.
Yes, sir.
Like I say, man, until the next time.
Yes, sir. God bless, man. Appreciate you pulling up, man.
You already know how we give it up. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna see y'all later.
All right, man. God bless, Omar. I appreciate you pulling up too, man. Yes, sir. Be safe, man. Said no question the hatchet wound affected Tim. I had Tim stopping Fedora despite the short notice. Yeah, me too. But it still was a bad idea to fight an opponent of the size and length of Fedora without training for it. I agree. I could agree with that. But it's kind of like what Kendrick said. You know, people win despite injuries. People win despite short notice. And when I say things about them bouncing back, I think that's a good reason. But Tim Tszyu should, you know, outside of the cut now, you know, the cut impaired his vision, compromised his stamina. You losing that much blood, that's for anybody. But at the same time, it was an inadvertent elbow, and you know his corner had the opportunity to handle the situation appropriately. They just mishandled it. So I can't blame Fedora for that. In this rematch, it's going to be interesting. I would have had Tim Tszyu, but like I said, I just after the back, it's not. Like I said, if they would have ran it back immediately, I would have Tim Tszyu. But because of Bakram thing, I'm not sure Tim Tszyu recovered, man. But we'll see. I'm not sure. And the Joey.
I told you that the other day.
I'm not listening to you, bro. Everybody done to you, right? I ain't listening to you.
Nah, not that everybody. They had their shot though. They had, you know, they had their shot.
Yeah.
These are the good ones. We ain't talking about people that's coming up.
Yeah,
you talking about people that's here. You gotta be ready here, kid.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Can't come in here half stepping.
Yeah, I think he might be done, man.
Tim Tszyu?
Yeah. I don't hear for you, Ty. I'm not going. Come on, bro.
I'm not gonna say he's done. I feel like when that Jamel stuff happened, people sipped the tea.
You're right.
People rated him higher than what he really was.
Yep, and I'm one of them. You told me I got. Hey, Ty was consistent. He told me
Say
that.
it again, Ty.
He said I'm ranking him too high. He told me that all the time. But I don't regret it, man. I just think that Sebastian Fedora was a unfortunate situation, and you know, and then the Bakram that was just double down on the fortune. That was, you know, that was. Hey, I ain't got nothing for Bakram, man. Hey, that was just Bakram kicking his ass.
Thunder don't strike twice.
Say it again.
You know how they say a thunder don't strike down twice in the same spot? Well, that didn't apply for Tim Tszyu.
Facts.
He definitely got struck twice.
Facts. That Bakram is just, man. I got Sebastian Fedora winning the rematch, but like I said, not because of. I think Tim Tszyu can beat him, but I'm just not sure. I'm not convinced that he's back from Joey Spencer, and that's no disrespect to Joey Spencer. You know, I shout out to all the mid-level, mediocre type fighters. There's a place for them, but I just don't think that beating him for a Tim Tszyu is enough to convince me that he's gonna return to a championship form. However, let's be fair, right? I had him beating Fedora the first time. I thought he did good in that small sample size, and Fedora took advantage of opportunity. He was coming off a stoppage loss by Mendoza, so you know he turned it around. You know, so is a Bakram loss, no matter how devastating it is it as bad as a Mendoza loss? I mean, I don't think so. I think Bakram's a better loss from what we've seen so far.
Nah,
but yeah, so I don't know.
It is on paper. But
absolutely.
The way that it went down, it ain't.
Yeah, but the way Mendoza stopped Fedora too, though. Yeah, but I mean, it ended in 7 rounds, right?
But
I think
it was a Hail Mary. It was a Hail Mary shot. But Tim Tszyu didn't even start, bro. He didn't even get warm.
That's true.
3 rounds.
That's true.
That's
Well, the reason why I slightly disagree, I agree with you saying it's a Hail Mary shot, but I think Mendoza's I think he's a good contender level fighter. So I don't want to just say, oh, it was like a Hail Mary luck shot. But I see what you're saying. But like you just said, though, Tim Tszyu got caught early. You know, it's just hard to recover getting caught like that. It's like Anthony Joshua. He got caught early. I mean, we had Daniel Dubois beating Anthony Joshua, but it's still hard to recover when you get caught early. You know what I'm saying? Bakram caught Tim Tszyu pretty early. Like you say, he didn't really get a chance to start. So even though I'd have Bakram winning again, I don't think it'll be quick, fast, and hurry like that again. And maybe you do. You know what I'm saying? I could be wrong. If he went around this crazy, I don't think so. I think Baccarat still stops him, but I don't think it'll be. I'm thinking like 9-10.
Bro,
nah.
it was gonna get his ass kicked again.
Simpson said himself. What the fuck just happened?
What the fuck
Baccarat with one hand beat him in 4. You think Baccarat with 2 hands gonna beat him in 8?
That's true.
That's
true. He got 2 hands. But once again, I do think once does not make Tim Tszyu an excuse. But I just remember these things because we cover it, right? We talk about it so deeply, bro. I remember saying, bro, Tim Tszyu, you gotta focus, bro. He has having a reunion, right? Playing family reunion with your father, Costa Tszyu, with Nick Tszyu, or what's his brother's name? Nick Tszyu. Nikita, thank you, Nikita Tszyu. You over here having family reunions, chilling and talking about, oh, you know, Baccarat struggling to make weight. I'm good. I'm comfortable. He's not on the same level as me, and that's his fault. But I think he would correct those things and approach it more seriously and not take him lightly. But I still think he loses. But I think that it'll be a better showing. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong.
It'll be a better show. He's gonna come in with a different approach.
Right.
He gets put out in line.
That's
well,
what I'm thinking.
If it's a unification, he don't have to make weight, right?
He won't be tied to the IBF rehydration. He still have to make weight, just not the IBF rehydration limit, right? For unification, he won't have to do the next day rehydration for the IBF.
Bro,
if it's unification.
I just can't get that image out of my head. I can get 2 images out of my head. The one putting AJ down, I can't get that image out of my head. And Baccarat gets molly whopping Tim Tszyu across the ring.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
that was crazy.
If we're honest, he shouldn't even have made it out of the second round. If we're truly honest,
facts.
Was it? 4 knockdowns in 1 round?
Yeah, that was brutal. That was brutal.
Yep.
That was brutal.
I got something to say to Fedora.
Talk to him. Talk to us.
I don't want to sound wild for saying this because y'all know how I speak on Tim Tszyu.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna try to hype him up when he does beat Fedora, but I do have him beating him.
Talk to him, Ty.
Fedora has not shown me anything that tells me that he beats anybody that's above, average. We've seen him time and time and again. He wins fights essentially off of his natural size and catching people at random moments.
Yep.
When we look at the Lubin fight, he was getting beat the fuck up.
Yep.
It took somebody else to capitalize on what they saw in there and knocked him the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't know what happened on that Lubin fight because Lubin was winning that fight. It's just 1 round and he started swelling up.
Yep.
Lubin got his nose broke.
Okay.
He came into the pocket, got caught right across his the bridge of his nose with an elbow. That's why his face exploded like that.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Another elbow.
Yeah, so I think that what Ty said is onto something because no disrespect to Cordell Booker, but we don't really know Cordell Booker like that, So that's what we're going off. We're going off of a win where we probably had him losing. The majority of us had him losing to Tim Tszyu, and then he followed it up with a win against Cordell Booker, and then even go before that, he was asleep from Brian Mendoza, who did Brian Mendoza lose to? Broachuk. He lost to Tim Tszyu. I'm saying some others. So, yeah, I mean that's a good point.
He lost to Ramos.
Jesus Ramos as well. Appreciate that. Yep. So he has 4, he has 4 losses. He has another loss too. I can't remember the other dude, but so now that's a good point.
I know the Zoo better get a Bluetooth, but he's done.
You said a blue chew like the ED joints? That's
yeah.
Y'all disrespectful, bro. Y'all disrespectful, dog.
He getting suspended off of that. You can't take that. And he better hope Fedora don't get LASIX because if he does what his sister did and get his eyes fixed, he's gonna be a problem.
Shout out to
Gabriella. That means he's gonna come out there and start boxing people.
One time for the ladies, man. Shout out to Gabriella Fedora, the youngest undisputed champion in the 4-belt era. Shout out to Gabriella.
Dude, we got a bunch of boxing this weekend, huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of boxing this week. Yep.
We got Keyshawn versus Santos.
Yep, De La Santos.
That's top rank. We got Pro Box.
Yep.
Paldo versus Burgos.
Yeah. Justin Paldo. Yep.
We got Duck Apataya versus Claudio Squayo.
Yep. The Italian.
And
the Italian stallion.
Nishida beating Nakatani in 5 rounds.
See, stop it, bro. See, you wildin'. That's on Sunday.
No, yeah, that's on Sunday.
Yes,
so
sir.
I got my Victor cigar. I got my Victor cigar ready.
Stop it, bro.
And my bottle of whiskey ready.
Stop it, bro. Pearl, man, talk to me, man.
Yeah, what up, Doc? Sorry, I kept popping in, popping out, but I had to take my sister to the doctor's appointment.
Oh man, hopefully she's okay, man. How's sis doing?
Oh, she's doing all right, man. She's just, she's old like me. We're getting old. A lot of ailments and shit.
Yeah, man.
Sorry, my friends.
Good. Yeah, I feel that.
You're
good. You're good. But yeah, man.
Yeah.
She's good. Man.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say right quick on the Resendez and Caleb Plant, because you said you have Resendez, if they ever have a rematch, Resendez losing in the rematch, huh?
Yeah, I got Caleb Plant bouncing back. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because like I was hoping I was able to get in when T Hill was on, because I think him and a couple other dudes, maybe even like during the chat when you were one of your lives, I didn't like predict this was going to happen, but I did say Resendez was live, and then the performance that he actually put on, like, was more impressive. Like, 'cause I don't go ahead.
I didn't say anything. I don't know who said something. That wasn't me.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're good.
And then the thing was, it was more impressive because I didn't expect the improvement I saw. And I believe Manny Robles is his new trainer, right? Has it been with him his whole career?
Oh, I don't know how long he's been with him. That's his trainer. I don't know how long he's been with him, though. I'm not sure. I can't answer that.
Okay. But I've seen an improvement because, because basically Resendez was Jaime Munguia, just like maybe like a notch lower. But like literally like that, it's like that type of style. You get what I'm saying? But I seen some improvement with Manny Robles. Like literally, Caleb Plant couldn't touch him. Defense was on point.
Yep. Yeah, I thought he did a good job, man. But I just think that there's more improvement that Caleb Plant could do. Like I said, I could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to take anything away from Armando because he did his thing, man. But I just think that Caleb Plant, I think something was wrong with his approach. To me, Caleb Plant did not look the same. And it could be attributed to, of course, to his opponent. We always want to give the opponent the love, but I just think that in a second fight, I think that Caleb Plant wouldn't look the same, and I think that him not looking the same will be improved. In that improved version, I don't know if Resendez beats him, but if he does, hey, respect to him. Like I said, I like Resendez. I like what he showed, man, and I think that is great because it's great on two fronts. It's great because to me, that's the upset of the year so far. So that's great for that, because I think it's always good when people, because I feel like people were disrespectful. They said that, oh, this is just a tune-up card, Jamal Charlo fighting Lamana and Plant fighting Resendez, so they don't want to watch it. But I always think it's good to remind us, but no matter how many times we see it, if you don't respect boxing, you don't respect boxing. But it's always good to see upsets to me, because it lets us know that, bro, they don't fight on paper, they don't fight in their heads, they fight in the ring. So you got to be on your toes and watch it, man. And everybody's a live dog to some extent. But I also think it's good because he was 14-2 or whatever his record is. He has 2 losses. One to a guy against Marcos Hernandez, who no one really knows, and then his other loss was to Elijah Garcia, who lost to Kyron Davis. So it's good to show that even when you have losses, you can still bounce back and give an opportunity, and you never know who will take advantage of that. So I love it from that aspect. I just think that Caleb Plant, like I said, I do think it was a upset. I would have Caleb Plant winning again in the rematch. Like I said, I could be wrong though.
I respect it though, Doc. To be honest, I could see him winning, but it'll be a tall task, especially with the fighter that I saw in front of me. And then knowing, like, it's because Caleb Plant hitting like that, like the punches.
What Kendrick was saying.
Like, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was agreeing with you. I was saying that's what Kendrick was saying. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, for sure. My bad. Like I'm on a new headset, and I literally pick up everything. My fault. My fault. Go ahead.
No, you good. You good, bro. Say your piece, bro. Yes, sir.
But yeah,
now go ahead, Pearl. Say your piece, bro.
What was that? Who was that?
That was me calling my bad.
It was Oster. Oster says
Oh, I didn't hear what Oster said.
You talking to me?
No, my bad. I was doing something else. My bad, yeah, my bad.
I didn't hear what he said, bro. I didn't hear what he said.
I ain't gonna repeat it, but as long as he wasn't talking to me, I ain't tripping.
Wallet. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, but no, like I agree with you, but yeah, it'll be a tall task because the only thing I could see is him trying to like implement more lateral movement and trying to beat him like as you know, for lack of a better term, on the back foot.
Yep.
Or back foot bitching, as somebody would call it. But Resendez is like, I wouldn't say he's like elite at cutting off the ring, but he's very good at it. Even before he got with Manny Robles.
Now I want to ask you something.
So it'll be a tough task, but I mean, capable? Yeah, I think it's capable.
Right. What do you think? Where do you think Resendez? Let's say there's no rematch clause executed. Where do you think Resendez goes from here? Who would you like to see him fight?
Him and Maul.
Okay.
Him and Maul.
Yeah, I think
that's what they wanted to set up before, right?
I agree. So that's what I think too. I see a lot of people having a pushback on that. I think that's a natural progression of things, man. I think that it should be him and Jamal. But in Jamal's defense, I don't know if he's worth the risk. You know, I'm not. I think Jamal. I think Jamal could beat him, but if Jamal is looking for the big fight with Plant, or Canelo or what's the other guy? Berlanga, if he wins against Shiraz, I could see that derailing that, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know I don't know what the buildup for Resistance would be. I mean, it should be good, but I just don't know. Especially with Beck the Bully being ranked number 1, I believe, in WBA for beating Fogum.
Yeah,
I could even see that being potentially a bigger fight than Resendez and Charlo. But to me, that's what should be next, if you ask me. I think it should be next, Charlo and Resendez, but I don't know if that's gonna be. I don't know.
Well, Charlo should be focused on, because they got plenty of money, but he should be focused on getting that title. Because other than the 160 title that he got gifted, like he hasn't done anything at this weight either. So.
Yeah, this is
first
fight officially at 168. Unless I'm mistaken.
Actual facts.
But yeah, I think it's the first fight because his last fight was Benavidez, and
that's why I keep circling on these dumbass.
Catchweight or something. I'm gonna have to mute your ass, Oster.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm sniping niggas on Call of Duty. My bad.
I should have known. I should have known when to Call of Duty, bro.
It ain't going well though, because I've been hearing a bunch of expletives. There you go. So you getting murked. Yeah.
Nah, I'm sniping you, motherfucker. I'm trying to pick my man up, but they trying to. I'm dropping him though.
Okay, I hit with that stim pack. We got my boy B Dog in the building. What's good, brethren? Big member in the building.
What's good? What's good?
Yes, sir.
Nah, I think that Resendez, he could. If I'm him,
bro, that better not be real. I'm sorry, Kendrick. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. I'm looking.
What better not be real?
Okay, if you don't mind. Okay, bet. Devin Haney era, dear John. Wait, can I show? Oh, my bad. Hold on. Let me. I can. Oh, yeah, it's on Twitter. I can show it. Okay. My bad.
Breaking news.
My bad, Ty. Shout out to Ty. He just put me on game. This is to gently advise you that Teofimo Lopez has withdrawn from the fight, as we like to thank you for your efforts and professionalism throughout the process. Now, I don't know if this is real, but this is from Bill Haney. So, don't say
Bill's off the record. Off the record.
Called cap.
I hope he's capping. I hope he's capping.
I'm saying it's real because Jerron Boots Ennis received a similar letter pattern when he got emailed from the Turk.
Yeah,
so I know who that's coming from.
I think
how they told me Tio wanted all the smoke.
I hope it's cap, bro. But I said it this morning. I said, bro, I'm not gonna believe it till they in the ring, bro.
Look at the other 2 posts I sent you.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yep, as we speak, the fight with Tio is not signed. Devin Haney says the fight with Tio is not signed. I signed my part, and Tio has been stalling. As of today, he has decided he doesn't want to fight me. He is officially the biggest duck and tomato. Yeah, that's crazy.
Wait, what?
Bro. He put.
But nah, I agree.
And tomato sign.
Dog, but they told me Tio was up for
right into
all the smoke. They told me Boots was a 50-50 fight against Tio.
Yeah,
they told me Tio was gonna smoke Devin.
They told me that too.
We know Tio been ducking Devin for what, 4 years now?
I'm gonna wait.
I say more.
Longer.
Yeah, I say more.
We know all that.
Well, no, he won the chip in 2020 though, right?
They both say have accusations of duck towards each other, man. You know, I tend to believe Devin Haney. I ain't gonna lie, because unfortunately with Tio, man, look, he's been calling out everybody and been fighting nobody, man. Even Barbosa, like he had to get forced to fight Barbosa. No. I don't know, man. Like I'm gonna wait a little bit, give it some time, but yeah, appreciate the tie. That's crazy. We'll see though. What you think about that, Kendrick? I think you were saying something. I'm gonna go to Puro. I think he started saying something. Go ahead, Kendrick.
I was talking about Resendez.
Go ahead. Yeah, that's cool.
If I'm him, I'm trying to go for a big money fight with Hamza Shiraz, like trying to jump the ladder. I'm trying to see who the winner Hamza Shiraz and Berlanga is. And I'm trying to get, and especially if it's Hamza, I want the smoke.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that'd
be
yeah. Oh, Resendez, hey, that'd be good.
But that Haney stuff, I mean, I can't say I'm surprised. You know, Tio. I thought he was gonna pull a Kid Austin, to be honest.
Yeah, fact.
Yeah, Kid Austin. Yeah, that's he might. Kid Austin may pull a Kid Austin against Tevin Farmer. I'm not convinced about that either. I'm not convinced, bro. I'm not convinced, bro.
I was just reading that somebody else caught Kid Austin out and he's entertaining it.
Wow.
So it's like I'm expecting this couple hours. I'm expecting Senior to come out and say, "Well, the money wasn't right. Well, how the fuck do you want me to? Why do you expect me to fight for no money?"
Duck.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Go ahead, Puro. I think you want to say something about that.
No, I was gonna say, who reported it on the Ring Magazine's website that it was signed? If anybody knows.
Yeah, no, I don't remember looking at the who wrote the
being
article.
on Ring Magazine.
Yeah,
that's where I found out about it on the article on the Ring Magazine website.
It might have been.
So if it was Turkey, Turkey's a known capper. That's all I know. Turkey's known to lie. You know, he's known to use his publication to,
that's true.
Steer the narrative the way he wants. Bill is a known capper. But like if it's any other regular so-called, you guys can't see me, but I'm doing air quotes, journalist that reported it, I think it's pretty valid and Bill's just talking shit.
Well, I will say they never said so unless you saw something else. I can't speak on what you saw, but I never saw. I saw it was agreed. I never saw a sign.
Yeah, go to the Ring TV, the Ring Magazine website. I think it's the first story there. It says signed.
It says signed. Okay.
Yeah, August 16th, Saudi Arabia.
I think the problem is Tio agreed to that shit. Got them to go to 145. They sent him the paperwork. They thought it was signed, sealed, delivered, and he never signed. That's the reason why he is currently on IG Live tweaking out.
Oh, he on IG right now going crazy. I don't see it. I don't
see nothing.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I don't even see it on their Twitter.
I seen the Ring Magazine post of it on Twitter. I did not see and I seen an article about it, but I didn't see from Ring Magazine. I don't remember when I saw it. I can pull it up. I usually like.
Yeah, I saw it like half an hour ago. I mean, if they took it down from the website, then all right. People's they might have something where like something was maybe like leaked out or whatever. But yeah, that's where I saw it.
Yeah.
Oh, with Tio.
With Tio and Devin.
You want to see it in a good 20, 30 minutes. Somebody got that.
Yeah, that's crazy though, bro. I hate.
Yeah, Doc. I just told you. Remember, I just told you that it was signed. Officially, it was signed.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
No. You saw signed too? No, I saw agreed. I never seen signed.
I saw a sign from other people, not from Ring though.
Not from Ring, right. There you go. Yeah, I saw a sign from other people, not from Ring. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
And that's why I said I won't. But even if it's signed, I said I still won't believe it. But but let's see, man.
I don't see nothing on their Twitter, dog. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see it either on the Ring either.
But anyways, Tio Duck again. The real smoke against a great opposition. Somebody that if he beats, it'll put him in stratosphere.
Yep.
Same with Devin.
Yeah,
but he's Dick Smoke again, bro. I can't call this man the best at his division if he's stuck in smoke like that, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, 140. It's just I don't I don't like Teofimo for stuff he does and stuff like that. But I will say I still got to give him the best at 140 because IBF has been moving like hotcakes. We got Subriel losing to Paro losing to Hitchens. Hitchens hasn't defended yet. We got Gary Anto Russell just winning by beating Rayo beat Pitbull.
Pitbull beating Rolly.
Right. And then Alberto Puello just beat Sandor Martin, which is a good win. It was close though, controversial. And
very close.
Yeah, and
way too close.
And then who did he beat? He beat another close fight with Gary Anto Russell, and he just got that because Devin Haney left. So I gotta say from his reign, I gotta give him the best, and what he's accomplished, you know, compared to the other title holders at 140. But yeah, man, he's not looking good, man. That shit ain't looking good. That shit trash.
Doc,
yes, sir.
I'm sorry to cut you off, and I do apologize to the panel and to anybody hearing us. It was unboxing scene, and it was reported by Lance Pugmire.
Right. Yep, I
Lance
saw that.
Pugmire.
Yep, I saw the one on boxing scene.
Which is journalists I respect, but I'm sorry.
Lance Pugmire is good. No,
but they're speculative too, though.
Yep. And I see, I saw that one. It said Devin Haney, Teofimo Lopez signed for August. Yep, that's on boxing scene.
And it's all speculative, by the way, to be honest, because we'll never see a contract ever.
I'm just saying, like, if Ring posted, there's not really much speculation there, right?
Oh, I got you. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. To me, if Ring posts it, that's where there be speculation, because, like I said, Turkey has used his platform and his publication to
intentionally
steer us.
Yeah,
intentionally.
Yeah, he said it too. Yeah.
So there's what
I get that, but I would take that more of an announcement than a speculation if they say it's signed. Because how many times have you seen Ring post a fight, sign, and announce it, and it doesn't really come through based off of like, you know what I mean, them never signing the contract. Some other extraneous thing could happen, but based off of them actually saying, "All right, this fight is signed, we're gonna see this." Like, I haven't really seen that. I can't put that on Ring.
Well, it depends on who actually, because the Ring, cool. Like we all see the Ring, whatever. But like to me, it actually depends who who puts their name on it. Like I said, like when I said Lance Pugmire, somebody I respect. Like this is the guy I've seen since LA Times, like literally legacy media, as they like to call it.
Yeah, facts.
But like say if it's on the Ring, but it's like Mike Coppinger, like I'm gonna take that with a grain of salt.
I feel that.
Yeah, because they all go use sources, and sometimes they get bad sources.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And Lance Pugmire.
What's the date for that?
The boxing scene. I think it was last
Yesterday,
night.
right?
Yeah, I think it was last night.
Yeah.
Let me make sure though.
That's when I first saw it.
Me too. Yeah, I saw it yesterday. I remember I was like, okay, this is what I'm gonna talk about. That's why I made it my topic this morning because I saw it last night. Yeah, it was yesterday, June 2nd.
Yes, sir.
If anything, Doc, I would say you call it, bro. You call it again.
I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, facts.
Appreciate it.
Again.
Again. Yeah, you're right. And I don't want to be right, but like I said, I want to see Tio and Devin Haney. I don't want to be right, but it's just, hey, hey, man. I don't be saying that for just no reason. I ain't gonna say, oh yeah, I think as much as if I like somebody or I don't like somebody, whatever, I'm not gonna be like, oh yo, he gonna duck because I don't like him. No, bro, because I've seen this type of behavior. So, like I said, but we'll still see though. It's still we still got some time. You know what I'm saying? It could be somebody spazzing out, could be a disagreement or something like you said, or whatever it is. T.O. spazzing out, Devin Haney or Bill Haney spazzing out, whatever. Somebody capping. We'll see. But this is definitely consistent in behavior that we've been seeing as of late. So,
but they lined it because even the boxing scene said we understand, so it wasn't really an announcement. It was like it said speculation.
I see. To our understanding, right? If you read the article, you're right.
Yeah, for sure.
You're right.
Yeah, but they'll never announce officially a fight through these platforms. They'll always do it like an official fight announcement.
True.
Yeah, and they even said it. This card, which has yet to be formally announced by Saudi Arabia.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, is expected. So I mean, yeah, it's speculation.
Yeah, but I will say this though, it is those are people that you're saying they usually are correct. I would say they're very reputable.
Yeah, they usually have the up on things, but sometimes you get it back.
Sometimes you get it wrong. Yep, sometimes you get it wrong. I hope. Yeah, I hope it happens, man. But if not, it is what it is. Literally, the title is it really happening? That's my the thumbnail. Right?
Yeah, bro.
Happening, bro.
Makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
Official.
Bro. You should be able to believe
Official.
it, man.
And then you click on it. It's still on the word.
Yeah, man.
Official.
I will say this though. Now, whether you like Devin or you like T.O. or you dislike whatever, this one from how it's looking is not on Devin.
Nah.
Especially what you think about the T.O. and the Turkey situation with them, whatever they going through. And let me rephrase that. It doesn't appear to be on Devin. Let me say that.
It's gonna look like it's on Turkey. That's what they're gonna blame. That's what the scapegoat gonna be.
I was gonna say, like Ty said, it depends on what Tio says on that IG live, because Devin is a villain already, so people already naturally I want to go against him.
As a villain, you said.
Devin it seemed like a villain.
A
So
villain. Okay,
whatever
yeah,
he says is gonna be invalid for no nonsense. For some nonsense.
If it doesn't happen, where do you think they go? Where does Devin go? Where does Tio go? Apart from each other.
Tio against the number 15 rank or below.
He could technically get a voluntary, right? He just satisfied his mandatory with his last fight.
Yeah, so it'll be like a number 15 rank guy. He'll look like trash again, but people still call him the face. And Devin, I guess Ryan.
Ooh. I don't know.
If Tio's smart, he fights Paro.
I got Paro cooking him, bro, honestly.
But I think Tio can win that fight, and he'll get some respect off of that fight too.
Paro,
yeah,
okay.
But I think Paro is taller than him, got longer reach than him.
Paro has
a better boxer than him.
Paro has a fight.
I got Paro.
Paro has a fight sometime this summer. I can't remember who he's fighting. He has a homecoming in Australia, which he should have had in Puerto Rico when he fought Richard Hitchens, but it is what it is. He has a homecoming. He has a fight, and then of course Ryan Garcia. Remember, he said that they're not fighting for the rest of the year. So if Devin Haney goes that route, then he won't be fighting for the rest of the year.
Yeah, Devin not doing that.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like I said, this would have been a catchweight. I like Devin. I'm rooting for him. I feel like he was done dirty. But who does he beat at 147, man? Who do you think, Ty? Who do you think he beats at 147? Or do you think he pretty much beats everybody besides?
Talking about Devin Haney?
Yeah. At 147 specifically. Let's say the Tio fight doesn't go down and he goes up to welterweight fully. Who do you think?
As far as who I was in my head, I was already my answer for what his next move.
Oh no, go ahead. Next move. Go ahead. My fault. Go ahead. Next move.
All right, his next move. Ryan is off the table. Oscar's already he nipped that shit in the bud.
Yep.
He's standing pat on that.
Yep.
I'm looking at the Flair Cobbs as an option.
The Flair. Whoo. Cobbs. You think so?
Basically, anybody that's not tied to Golden Boy or PBC for whatever reason, they're not fucking with it.
So Matchroom and Top Rank.
Yeah.
Who's that man? Oh, Josh Taylor. I can see that.
Oh, I would love to see that.
You would? I wouldn't want to see that, but I can see that happening. You would love to see it, Kendrick?
I would love to see it just because it would like put even more pressure on Tio.
That's true, because I'd have a comment. That's true. Yeah. I see that. Yeah. Jack Catterall just moved to 147 to his next fight against Eubank, so that's a potential if he beats Eubank. That's gonna be a tough fight too.
That'll be a real sleeper though.
Yeah. You're right. Get your pillow.
Yeah.
Get your pillow. You ain't lying, bro. I'm actually was nervous that Tio and Devin would be not as entertaining as we hope. I'm worried about that. But I still, it's still worth it. It's still worth, what I'm saying, worth it to me.
147 or guys that could jump to 47.
Both. Either way you want to approach it.
I don't know why, but I could see Conor Ben, honestly.
Oh, they do have a history of going back and forth. I don't know.
Yeah, so I could see Conor Ben in the mix. I don't know why. But I don't want to see that fight. I think the fight is a Josh Taylor fight.
Yeah.
Kerry beat Rougarou. Kerry beat Ramirez.
Right.
So yeah, Josh Taylor might suffice. So he can beat all of the old era. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and if he gets a tune-up as well. Now I know Ty about to be on my head top about this though. I ain't gonna lie, man. Conor Ben and Devin Haney at 147, man. I might lean towards Conor, man. What you think, Ty? I'm about to get on my head top.
I'm not on your head top because Bill he already clarified that.
Okay.
Him coming straight from 60 right now? Nah, we not doing that. Yeah. Bill already said we not doing that.
Okay, that's
we'll get you another fight at 47, then come see us.
Yeah, that's smart. Okay, that's smart.
Can we know where Devin's gonna fight?
You said.
I would like to know
where. Oh, 140.
Oh, weight.
Yeah, 147.
Oh, weight.
Yeah, 147 welterweight.
Or is it 143? I mean, like they don't make up their mind.
Oh well, this is gonna be a catchweight.
It's 47, bro.
Yeah, it's 47. Yeah, him and Tio would have been a catchweight. That's what you're talking about.
But is it going to be for Teal's title? Is this going to be just for funsies? Well,
that I have no clue.
Any other details other than they've agreed to fight or signed to fight?
Not that I know of. Go ahead, Ty.
It got to be for legacy, right?
It'll be for funsies because They exposed from what they talked was Devin asked for 47. Tio said 40. He was trying to stand pat on that. I don't know if he really expected Devin to come down or he was just using that as a means not to fight. But it looked weird when you say you can go to 47 to fight Boots.
Yes.
But you don't want to fight me or Brian
that.
Norman Jr. at 47.
I was just about to say
so we can run it at 45.
Yeah, I was just about to say. So to me, a catchweight is perfect. It makes sense between Devin and Tio because Tio's at 140, fought last at 140, and he's a champion. Devin Haney said he wants to go to 147. His last fight, I don't know why, was at 143 with him, or 144 with him and Ramirez. Like you said, going to 47. But with Tio saying that he was going to go to 147, then I don't see the problem fighting him at 147. However, to me, it makes sense to fight at 145. But to me that makes sense. Or not have to be 145, between 140 and 147. To me, that makes sense for their clash. But after this, I would expect Devin Haney to go to 147. But I don't know though.
Huh? Okay.
Wait, what you thinking? You sound a little skeptical. What you thinking? Talk to me, bro.
I'm just confused. I mean, like, so Devin took the Ryan fight strictly for money. I mean, I don't know if that, because I know, like, right after the fight, that they're complaining that, like, oh, okay, this isn't enough, or maybe expected to make more. Because obviously, like, in my opinion, you know, I see it like Ryan did not deserve a shot at Devin's title. One, because he had to fight at 140 at all. Two, he blew the weight, so it didn't even matter. And so at the end of the day, okay, it's a cash grab fight, you know, because they have a history. It's a fight I always wanted to see since I've been watching both of them since the amateurs. Okay, I got it.
3-3.
You know, but the Tio fight. Okay, so Tio can't sell a wing dinner. Neither can Devin by themselves. Together, possibly. Possibly.
I don't know about that. I know Tio can't sell nothing for shit.
Right.
No, he can, but neither can Devin, bro. I mean, Ryan's the only proven. Ryan and Tank are like the newer crop, only ones that prove that they can sell. Out of
Ryan
like,
never sold
literally anybody.
Hey, what's your proven metric?
Yeah, I don't know about Ryan.
What I'm just saying, like him and Tank, that's it. Nobody else, not named Canelo, can sell a wing dinner. I mean, you name somebody else. Oh, well, AJ, obviously, you know. Go ahead, bud.
When it comes to 140 and down at that time, who's the only people on pay-per-view? Can you answer that for me?
I don't go by that metric, brother.
You said sell. Right. What are they selling?
You talking about selling?
Like selling, selling out arenas, like the buzz that they get. You know, like pay-per-view. Right. Pay-per-view is what the promoters use, so they can justify what they pay them. Like pay-per-view is not. At least in my eyes, traditionally what it used to be. Pay-per-view was for fights that the fans wanted to see and wanted to pay for. Not no more.
Okay.
My opinion.
So 140 and down. Who has had a $2 million gate or higher? Because there's only 3 dudes, 140 and down.
So Tank and Ryan, obviously, right?
I'm talking about on their own.
Oh, on their own. Shit, none of them.
No, there's only 3 dudes.
Tank, Devin, and Josh Taylor. Only 3.
Jay Grant, what's good? Red, what it do, bro? Yeah, we still here, bro. Yeah, so I would.
Okay, and this is like verified. I'm sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No,
go
ahead.
Verified.
No, I cut you guys off. Go ahead.
I think Ty is right on that. I think like it's just if we're talking about on your own, then this is how I interpret on your own. As in a guy that's not with another pay-per-view established guy or starts established guy, right? So while Ryan has 2, it came with Tank and it came with Haney. You know what I'm saying? So I think that if we're gonna give Ryan credit for his fight with Tank, then we have to give Haney credit for his ability to sell too, because they sold with each other as well. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how you can give one and not the other if we're talking.
And Haney sold out arenas in Australia with Cambosis if we're doing that same thing.
Right. So I'm not saying necessarily who's a bigger star power outside of that, but if we're gonna say what they did in fights, I would say that yeah, I think Ty has a great point. For sure.
That's why I take it to something easier. That's easy to look up. Who's really selling tickets?
That part.
Because now we can rock with that. Those are anomalies, right, bro?
Ryan does it.
But those are anomalies, right? Like one fight here, one fight there. Wouldn't you say?
Nah.
No.
When somebody
So because it happens
consistently
once, that
picking
means
out
they're
numbers,
proven.
I mean, improving is when you do it again and you do it again.
So they only done it once, right?
Who
We
is
could say
who is they?
like Devin, right?
Okay.
Devin's probably. I doubt he sold a million more than once,
Yeah,
right?
I don't know. You talking to Ty? Yeah, that's this y'all conversation.
I don't know. I don't know because I haven't looked at the numbers
$1
either.
billion gate? You talking about $1 billion gate as far as ticket sales revenue?
That's
He's done
gates
that more than
usually
once.
what the tickets are. Gates usually the tickets.
I said that to specify for people that's listening. He did that more than once. When I say he did that, I'm not even referring to what he did at the Oracle with Regis.
He said
that'll be the first one that people will go to because he sold that motherfucker out. No comps.
T-Ho still.
I mean, they all have comps. Every fight has comps.
Outside of what you give friends and family, I'm talking about the regular dudes that just walked up and he got a comp ticket. Wasn't none of that.
Yeah, Tio had that.
What do you mean by a regular dude that walks up and gets a comp ticket?
Sometimes, like with top rank events, if you show up there at the right time and they need to fill up the venue, they will let certain people in.
Or they'll put you on the email list. I got that with like the Zone fights, the Misfits fights. I got comp tickets for that.
Okay, like I would say I don't go to every single fight, but I've been going to fights live 30 years. I've never gotten a comp ticket, and I'm a regular guy.
Okay.
You should have applied for the Tio fight because I actually got tickets for him. Hulu Theater.
And they just come up to you and like, hey, you want a free ticket to watch a fight?
No, you get an email.
Email.
Yeah, it's like an email list.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so you need to sign up to be in a pool for them to possibly give you a comp ticket.
Something similar like that.
Okay, so all right, so how is that relevant to how much they're selling? No comps. Because like the average Joe wouldn't even know how to even. Like I'm like literally, I'm barely learning about that now. Thank you for letting me know, so I can like save on tickets because I do like to go to live fights as much as I can, you know.
All right, so Pure, it's a difference when you look at the generated revenue for certain venues. It's just like when Ryan Garcia was in LA. He fought there on a Saturday. No other events was going on because he was having a problem with the tickets. Prices were slashed. They needed people in the venue. That was the only time he ever did $1 million. He didn't do 1.2. He didn't do 1.5. He did one flat.
Okay. And that's because they slashed the prices?
That's the Staples Center. Right?
And that's because they slashed it?
Yeah.
Okay. And
I'm not even going to use Tank or Devin. I'm going to use Shakur, the Prudential Center, which is a smaller venue. Shakur packed that out and did how much? 2.8.
Yeah, but I'm trying to realize the point you're trying to make. Like I'm trying to connect the dots.
When you said Devin don't sell, and then you try to say that Ryan does. Ryan don't really sell. He only sold.
And I never said that he sold, to be honest. Go ahead.
You did say that.
You did say that. You said Tank and Ryan are the only ones who sell. That's exactly what you said.
I said have sold. Yeah.
Okay.
I said have sold. You know, so I mean I don't know how that goes to say. You said that Ryan's the only one that sells. You know, like I didn't even know that Devin's ever even sold over $1 million. I didn't know Ryan sold over $1 million other than a Tank.
And we talking about pay-per-views, yeah, he sold that with Tank. But I'm talking about the gate.
And the gate. The gate broke records as well.
Yeah, that was a record-breaking gate. Because when you got two, they made that based off the matchup. That's why these guys should actually fight. But when you talking about him versus average Joe Blow B-side, he not selling.
Yeah. Especially like, well, I mean, we can't, like every Ryan fight, we can add a pay-per-view metric because I think he's only had 2 pay-per-view fights, right?
Yeah.
So we could throw that out the window.
That's why I'm not
Tank,
even
that's different because most of his fights been pay-per-view the last, I don't know, 10 fights?
Well, what happened?
Yeah, he had a lot of pay-per-view.
Anyway, Leo.
Yeah. I think
It's Leo. Okay.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm trying to get a resolution. So I think with the with the fight with Tio and I don't even remember where we were at. To be honest, y'all go ahead, man.
Yeah, me neither. That's also like trying to find the point to where we were going.
Yeah, I think so.
I think getting back to the point.
Yeah, I know what's.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Ty. Go ahead.
You gave an example of two dudes that sold,
right,
and then right after that, you immediately said two names that didn't sell, which is the reason why I turned around and said, "All right, so what's the actual numbers?
Right.
What metric are you going off?"
I'm back.
Okay. Yeah, but you only brought up one time that they sold this amount, and then you're talking about without comps. That's also like what the point you're trying to make. Like, I still don't understand, to be honest.
So he was just saying that Devin is more proven as a seller than Ryan. Now I remember now too. So you were saying that Ryan's numbers, he has 2 good times, but they were associated with 2 other big stars. Devin Haney has more times where he was proven with his gates that y'all were talking about than Ryan Garcia does. You see what I'm saying?
No, I get that, and I'm not trying to refute that that's true or not. I just
but I don't know.
Like seriously, yeah. Like I don't even know like what point we're trying to make. The only thing I think the original question that Doc was posing to me is like I was just asking like where is he fighting? Because like Devin currently is on like I don't know if he's on like I want to make money with this guy because I think he might make money, and I remember saying that it's a fight that I want to see because I've been watching these kids as amateurs.
Yep.
At the end of the day, like I believe any numbers that you who was that Ty that was giving me the numbers about the gates and stuff. I'm not trying to say that I'm actually going on a limb and say all your numbers are pretty accurate. Sure. I'm not trying to say one sells more than the other. I'm just trying to like kind of realize to answer Doc's question what their line of thinking is, which I'll never know because I don't know these people. You know, at the end of the day, their line of thinking is probably what makes me the most money. You know, that's what I would think they're thinking. But anywho, but at the end of the day, yeah, to me, like an actual question I would like to get answered is what weight class are you fighting at? Are you fighting for a title? This, that, and the other. So other than Tio, I would like him to fight Tank if he could. I would like him to fight, you know, everybody and anybody. You know, I'm a Devin Haney fan. Like, contrary to most people that know me, think I'm a Devin hater. No, I'm a Devin fan. I've been following him, like I said, since I was an amateur. So yeah, man, you know, bring it on.
I ain't picked that up. I ain't gonna lie.
Nah,
I don't. I'm not refuting. I didn't pick that up. I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't call myself. I like Devin Haney. I've been rooting for him more now, but like I don't know how long you've been in the Stream Pro, but I was going for Ryan during their fight. You know what I'm saying? When they before the steroids, so I just don't really take kindly. I know people talk trash because I like Canelo, my favorite fighter, and he has a steroid allegations. But I value when I'm not one of those that believes in conspiracy theories. So like if you get popped dirty and then you go to court and you prove that you weren't, that's good enough for me. You know, I know it's not good enough for others and that's cool, but that's good enough for me. So I do think that mistakes happen. But Ryan Garcia, I was rooting for him prior to that. But then when he cheated and the way he went about it, blaming Ashwagandha, Nutribio, Devin Haney set up and all this other stuff, I just felt like that was I literally put money on Ryan Garcia. So, you know, but I think that Devin Haney, he was, I feel like he's a victim, but he's somehow the villain. I don't get how that happens. You know what I'm saying? So my point to say all that is to say that I wasn't necessarily a Devin Haney fan, but I don't consider myself a hater of anybody. You know what I'm saying? And whether I like you or not, I want the best person to win under fair circumstances. So with that being said, I wouldn't consider myself a Devin Haney fan, but I wouldn't consider myself a Devin Haney hater or a Ryan Garcia fan or Ryan Garcia hater. I don't like him now because of non-boxing stuff, not because of whatever. But I think that I think that when we I'm not talking about you or me or Ty, I'm speaking in general now. I think sometimes it's easy to tell when somebody has a vendetta against somebody, and I think that maybe that's where we're at right now between you and Ty. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you like Ryan. I mean, you said you like Devin Haney, so I'm not contradicting what you said. But maybe he likes Devin more than you like Devin, or maybe you like Ryan more than he likes Ryan. No, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's sports. That's what we do. We do with sports. You know what I'm saying? It's sports talk. You know.
You're not here, man. I mean, I recently disowned Ryan, and I think the first time I came on, like Ryan attacking my favorite fighters.
Right.
But not no more. I mean, Tank, I'm still a little bit of a pass, but Ryan's wasting my time, Devin's wasting my time, Teal's wasting my, all these guys are wasting my time.
And there's nothing wrong with that to me, because I agree with you 1,000%. I do feel like in this case, Devin is trying to get some fights. I think that's indicative of what, and I think that's the whole point, right? I think that in this case, to me, I don't know how you feel or how Ty feels or Kendrick, whatever, but for me, I feel like, or Oscar, I feel like this is showing that Tio is bull jiving. Like, if this is true, we're still gonna wait. You know what I'm saying? We're still gonna wait. But if these reports are true, it seems like he's the one that's bull jiving, and Devin Haney's trying to get the fight. You know, with Tio. Now, is he gonna try to get Boots? Is he gonna try, like, to go back to your question? I personally don't think so. I don't think he's gonna fight a title fight at 147. And I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't think he should, because I don't know who he beats at 147. Maybe Brian Norman. Maybe Barrios if Barrios beats Pacquiao, or maybe Pacquiao beats Barrios. But I guess I'm saying I don't think he should fight. Definitely don't think he should fight Boots. So I don't know where he's gonna go afterwards. So I think the question you're asking is good. I'm wondering that too. You know, I don't know if he's actually ever going to go to 147, and if he does, that's why I was asking Ty and you and everybody else, where does he think he goes? I think if he does fight, I think that he should fight like Shakram Giyashov or something like that. But if he fights Shakram Giyashov in an eliminator, then that means he's gonna get Boots, because Boots is a WBA channel, and I don't know if he want that pressure. You know, and that's my personal opinion. So I think that's the question. So I don't know. That was my question. I can't speak for.
Hey, bro.
Nah, I like this conversation though. It's good, man. We gotta talk, man. He said promoters and venues definitely seed the stands by comping tickets. The relevance is just paying customers are not the only way they make money. Attendance numbers drive sponsorship. True. And shout out to my boy Cinnamon, man. He made 80% off that gosh dang every single soda you drink, man. Respect my boy, man. Y'all talking trash about my boy. Don't do a boy like that.
Yep.
Listen, I respect him. I respect all the juice work. I respect everything.
He making money off the juice. It's been both ways. Bro, y'all wrong, bro. Come on, man.
That's why I changed my pick, man. You know what I mean?
Bro. Come on, bro. Oh, you got cinnamon on Bud now?
Yeah, I got cinnamon by syringe. I've been telling you, man.
Sir, you did say that. Come on, bro. Nah, bro. Y'all got me. My boy messed up, man. He got that done.
You gotta say cinnamon by bovine or by cattle or something like that.
By the vaca, huh? By the vaca. No mas vaca.
By vaca.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Nah, man, my boy ain't cheating, man.
By ranchero.
Yeah, facts. But that's Munguia, man, and Reynoso and the other fighters. Not
it's all speculation, bro. It's all speculation.
Like Mexican Polly said, Canelo needs to get reprimanded by association.
Yeah, Marquez is tripping with that. But like I said, I do think the part I agree. I'll say it again. I'll stand on it. Same thing I said about Ryan Garcia, though. You know, I'm very consistent. I think Derek James should be reprimanded because he's a trainer. And I'm not saying it's a trainer's fault. I'm not saying that he's supplying the drugs he's putting in, but the fact that negligence should be punishable too. You know what I'm saying? You mess around and leave your kid in the car. You didn't do it on purpose, but you're going to get punished. You know what I'm saying? Because that person's under your care. And I know I'm not saying that anybody's fighters are kids, but they are under your care for, you know what I'm saying, for, I don't know, for lack of a better term, I guess. So I think that there's the lack of accountability there, man. And unfortunately, my boy Reynoso, he's had 14 fighters in 9 years that have popped dirty, and that's just not a good look, you know what I'm saying? So even if he's not doing it, he's not making sure they're not doing it, you know, and I think that's important. So
wait, how many, Doc?
14 in the last 9 years. So, but it's not just him though. I said the same thing about Derek James. It just happens to be Reynoso now. You know, I think that even I'll even take a step further with the promoters. You know, I think that, like I said earlier, if I'm fighting and Puro is my trainer and Kendrick is my promoter, if I pop dirty, then I think Puro should be. I'm not saying that maybe I should get 2 years. Maybe Puro should get a fine, or he's a trainer. Maybe he should get his license taken for 6 months. Maybe Kendrick should get $1 million fine as a promoter, something like that, because then that adds responsibility and we'll approach it as a community. And then, so if I'm doing something wrong, it's gonna make Puro's representation on the line, Kendrick's reputation on the line. You know what I'm saying? So it adds more people to make sure that nobody's doing the wrong thing. And I think that right now it's just like you get a year suspension. Who cares? You only fight once a year most of the times anyway. You know, I just think it's getting out of hand, bro.
And am I the trainer in that situation there, Doc?
Yeah, I made you the trainer. My bad, bro.
Okay, yeah. Then I'm taking you to court. And I'm whooping your ass because I'm an ex-fighter.
Facts. There you go. Exactly. But that's the thing. You should, you know what I'm saying? You should get upset like with Conor Ben. Eddie Hearn should be reprimanded. And what Conor Ben had like 3 people from his gym, right, Ty? Am I true? It was like Josh Kelly. I remember it was a picture. I don't know if they're the same gym, but I know they're affiliated with the same gym. I don't know if they're actually active in that gym at the time. It was Josh Kelly, Conor Ben, and I can't remember the other person. It was like 3 of the 4. It was like, bro, come on now. Something going on, bro.
You know what the problem is with boxing, Doc? they aren't going after the source of these things, right?
Nope.
In baseball, when people start popping dirty in baseball, what they do? They go where they figured out the source, right?
Yep.
They did their investigation. They figured out where it was coming from, and Conti got his ass pressed, right?
Yep.
Once the name start ratting, Canseco started ratting, and they figured out where it was coming from, right? You can't just try to I'm gonna. It's like what's those little bugs that regenerate, right? The millipedes, whatever it is. You cut one of their legs, they don't grow one back. It don't matter.
Yep.
You're not stopping nothing.
Not stopping.
So if you really want to stop it, find the source, find where the shit is coming from, and stop it from there.
I agree. But anyway, that's why I think it's just like we need a commission. Like I know it's gonna be hard. And that's I don't know. I think we need some type of governing body that if I pop dirty in Japan, I can't fight in America. If I pop
like
dirty
Japan,
in America,
bro.
I can't fight in Mexico. If I pop dirty in Mexico, I can't fight
Bro,
in
Japan,
Nigeria.
you pop dirty in Osakawa, and you try to fight in Tokyo. They bang your ass.
Thank you. Exactly.
We have that already, by the way, and I'm sorry to cut anybody off.
No, go ahead, Pierre. What'd you say? Sorry.
I said we have that already. So do we need to replace that one? Do we need to just get rid of it?
To what extent? Can you explain? Now, can you explain what?
No, to the extent that you're talking about, at least what I think you're talking about, a commission that's supposed to oversee that, worldwide or globally, and it's called the Association of Boxing Commissions.
Yep, the ABC, Associated Boxing Commission, I don't know, but see, I don't know. Now, you correct me if I'm wrong, and Kendrick and Ty, Oscar, everybody know, Oster, whoever else in here. I don't know what. I know that they do stuff after the fact. I don't know if they do stuff during, like, for example, I'm gonna give you like the ABC when Clarissa Shields got that illegal cotton swab or whatever. No, I shouldn't say illegal, but it did follow the procedure, right? So it is legal. So they didn't go about it properly. So the ABC stepped in after the Michigan State Athletic Commission already said that she cheated. And so the ABC is the one that was a big part of clearing her name. So I don't know what their jurisdiction is. I don't know if they're like somebody that you go and, like I said, educate me, please, if anybody knows. I don't know if
it sounds like the Supreme Court,
right? To be exactly. So it's exactly. So my point is saying that is it wouldn't be that because it would be like the New York State Athletic Commission. Their rules are different than the Texas State Athletic Commission. For example, we know Keyshawn Davis got a no contest because he had marijuana in the system, and he deserved that because that's part of the banned substances in Texas. But it might not be the same way in Florida. Or might not be the same in New York or the California State Athletic Commission. You know what I'm saying? There's so many commissions statewide, and that's what Oscar was saying. Is like you have the Japan Boxing Commission. You don't have maybe you do. I'm not aware of it. The Osaka Boxing Commission or the Tokyo Boxing Commission. You have the whole country. If you pop dirty in this province or this state or this whatever, then you're dirty everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like this is like marijuana is not legal everywhere. And I'm not saying it should be or it shouldn't be. I don't know. I'm saying it's just different. Yeah. So that's the point I'm making. It's different, and I think that's where the disconnect happens. Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah. Go ahead, brother.
Let me fix my audio real quick.
Okay. Well, let me finish and let me know when you're ready. But yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying like I think that they should be on one accord. Like if New York is 0.1 nanograms per milliliter of Austrians illegal, boom, it should be the same in Florida, California. I'm not even saying that. Forget the country. It should be the same across continents. Forget country. It should be the same in South America, Africa, Europe, Asia, whatever. Like I think it should be the same, bro. Because then like people will really be reprimanded instead of you seeing like Conor Ben, for example, not fighting in England, but then coming over here fighting Peter Dobson in America. Like that's garbage.
Yeah,
that's garbage, bro.
Yeah.
Basura.
In my opinion.
Do y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we hear you, brother. Go ahead.
All right. So the ABC, like Kendrick alluded to, they are similar to like the Supreme Court in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
The problem comes when certain jurisdictions try to override somebody else just because they either want to take the money for this event or they just not rocking with them. Because the British board of blah blah blah, they quick to go call over to wherever you at and say, yo, do not let this fighter fight. He is banned for XYZ. And some people will sit there and be like, all right, we got you.
Yep.
Where some other countries, they're like, nah, fuck that. We already making money off of this.
Yep. Yeah, you had to be careful there, bro. You almost forgot the extra B, bro. Well, you might have been talking about something else. Hold on now.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, Doc. And I don't
Yes,
know,
sir.
I've never heard really people talk too much about it. And when I bring it up, people just kind of like blow it off.
Yes, sir.
So the ABC was designed to do just that, but they're not like meant to do that. And the only time, like, so literally, what the ABC, what was great that they done is kind of like the basic rules of boxing,
Okay.
how you judge the fight, the rules of the ref, all like the basic rules. So pretty much any of like the member commissions all follow the same rules on how to score, how you're supposed to judge,
right,
so on and so forth. Where it gets a little hazy and where every jurisdiction kind of takes it in their own way, and it's usually the only time the public ever sees only a little bit of it, and it really doesn't have to do with ABC, is through doping.
Right.
At the end of the day, like they have kind of like uniform, they have uniform rules, but that's like the only thing that they won't check certain commissions on. Like if you go to the ABC website and they got tons of information.
Yep.
You go to their like banned substances and what commission does what commission does where. Like I'm sure they got it. I've never like read the legalese, or maybe I did back in the day, because like trust me, like before like YouTube even existed, like literally like I'm a nerd. I'm a boxing nerd. Like so, other than the boxing, I'm like into like like what's ABC, and then I remember Harold Letterman used to intrigue me all the time because he always just do you remember him?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he always used to introduce the fights, like especially like big championship fights, like say just off the top of my head, Floyd Mayweather, Oscar De La Hoya. Like he'd be like, okay, the Oscar De La Hoya Floyd Mayweather fight is going to be fought under the the unified rules and the Association of Boxing Commissions. And then there's and then he'd be like, Jim, you remember that little intro?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and I remember.
And then,
the HBO guy.
yeah,
man,
and I
he
loved
was
HBO
Yeah, fast.
because they used to educate the fans, bruh.
Yes,
and like
sir.
literally like social media and like your channels and other channels were kind of like a replacement of that. And to me, and I respect your channel, respect any other channels. Like especially my buddies are not my buddies, enemies not the enemies, ops, whatever. They do a horrendous job of educating, like even the most hardcore fans and the most casual fans. That's why, like, I have a couple of buddies. They're like, "Yeah, let's start a channel," or "Help me out. What do you think I should do here?" The first thing I always tell them, no, like, and this is like an untapped market, and if somebody that's like trying to get monetized or trying to blow up, like literally, start your basis on educating the fan. Even if you think your subscriber base is full of hardcores or full of casuals, like start it at the basis. Like literally, if you ask anybody and they'll say they're hardcore or casual, they're not clear on on how to score a fight. Even the most layman's or the most technical, like they literally couldn't tell you the difference between a jab and a power punch.
Of course not.
And some of these guys call themselves hardcores. And I'm not trying to like bash nobody, but I wish there was a channel. And I try to encourage other people that are like small, and like sometimes they ask me, sometimes they don't. Start by educating. Like trust me, people will appreciate like learning something that they thought they knew or they didn't know, or maybe they don't know nothing. Like I wish there was more channels on YouTube that was about educating the fan.
I think that's a great point. It's an altruistic point, man. But my pushback to that would be like, and I don't know your experience, of course. I think Ty's interested in that. I'm interested in that. Kendrick interested in that. Oscar, Oster, you, of course. But it's like, man, when you try to do that, at least my experience, like if you go look at my videos, some of my videos I drop, bro, and I say something like, okay, I'll say something as simple as Naya Inoue was ordered to fight MJ Akhmadaev for the last year and a half by the WBA. You know how much pushback I get with that, bro? Oh, I'm trash. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just think that I'm attacking Naya Inoue. Or not even Naya Inoue. Tank, too. You know, it don't matter. Like, all of them have their wild fans. You know, Tank has his wild fans. Haney, Teofimo, Ryan, whatever. Naya Inoue, Jay Apatow. Everybody has their wild fans. But unfortunately, on YouTube... Yes, bro, I'm not gonna lie. My experience, oh man, I like Jabatai, but bro, you can't say anything. Like, man, but I think that it's kind of like in JJ Redick. I don't know if you watch basketball, Pure. I don't know.
A while?
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. So JJ Redick and was having this conversation about his podcast with LeBron. He was like, man, you know, people say they want to be educated on basketball, but he said it's literally there. And I feel his pain when he said this, of course, to a lower magnitude, but he was like, man, if I make videos about schemes and stuff like that, those literally get the lowest amount of views. It's like with me, I was like, man, when you said that, it's like if I make I make videos about Gabriela Fundora, I make videos about the Oscar Collazo, little guys and the least and the less decorated divisions and people. Those literally get the lowest amount of views. You know what I'm saying? And of course, I enjoy it. And I'm a small channel. I want to do it if I know and enjoy it. But I'm just saying that, like, I don't think people, unfortunately, people are more focused on the entertainment than substance. And I want to be entertaining as well, but I never want to lose the substance part. So it's like, look, I agree with you 1,000%. Like, people don't know when you watch a fight, but you're literally, if it's a 12-round fight, bitch, you watching 12 small fights. You're not watching one big fight. You watching 12 individual 3-minute fights, bro. And you're supposed to grade each one and then collectively bring up accumulate the points and determine who wins. So it's but people, like you said, I agree with you 1,000%. People don't know that, you know. And so yeah, so but it's like it's hard to communicate that. And I want to correct you too. I don't in a good way. I don't think you're discriminating or being an elitist. I just think that's important. I think you're saying what's important. I think it's very important for people to know that you got to score a fight, that this might do something. There's some nuance in quote unquote running, and I don't like running either. It's not entertaining, but that doesn't mean that the person that's running doesn't belong in the ring or doesn't have, like, styles make fights. You know, it's like we repeat and throw out all these cliches until it's applicable to a guy that we don't like or a girl that we don't like. It's like, yeah, styles make fights. It's a sweet science. It's hit and don't get hit. But then let a fighter that you don't like implement that. Then you're shitting on him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know, man. There's a lot less objectivity than we like to acknowledge.
No, I feel you, man. You preach it to the choir, Doc. Hey, I'm gonna let you go real quick because I gotta drive home. But if you're still on, I'll hop back on.
All right, bro. Have a safe trip. I appreciate you joining.
All right, Doc.
Yes,
thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and to your point, Doc. Remember when we was doing the Austrian pack stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we was talking about that. Everybody's like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about." But everything that we was talking about
transpired.
was factual.
Come on, bro. Literally everything we said, bro, happened. To the T. Come on, bro. But we were wrong and stupid because they assumed that you have to pick a side, and we were advocating for Devin. No matter how many times I said I put money on Ryan Garcia, I was still because I said that the guy that cheated. I'm a Devin Haney groupie, you know. But before. And it's on both sides too, you know. It's more prevalent on certain sides than others. But if I say I'm going for Ryan Garcia, I'm only going for him because I'm a sellout and I'm trying to.
You are a sellout. I agree with you.
You know what I'm saying? I can't be objective, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I will say this too. There are some. No, what Kendrick said is right because it is. I'm gonna tie this into something different. It's gonna be very different, but. Like what Kendrick said, and I'm not trying to put him on blast, Kendrick, but when you were talking about the Dr. Umar stuff, and you know me, I don't care as long as a girl look good, I like them. But there's some girls that I'm more attracted to as a whole. Like I'm more attracted to darker complexion women, but I like all women. And you're from a stance that you think that there's something wrong with interracial like that, whatever, mingling, right? And I don't put words in your mouth.
Like ick. Like
it's an ick, right? Like, right. Yeah. And not that you think it's wrong, you just don't rock with it, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. Preferences exist for a reason. But when you take it somewhere else to like a inferiority complex, that's when I think is wrong. But however, what I say is you're right, because there are people out there that will only pick a fighter because they're from the same place. And I'm not saying that's wrong. That's cool. But then they also shit on the fighters that's not. And same thing with the dating stuff, like Kendrick said, bro, you better believe, like I told you, I know people that it's not okay. It's not enough for them to say, oh, I don't like this type of girl because I'm not attracted to it. No, they got to say, I don't like this because this, and make it seem like it's a blanketed statement and all these negative stuff. So people do have, a lot of times people will date only certain complexions because they think it's a social, it's like a social symbol, or it makes them more intelligent, or makes them more likable, or makes them more prestigious, or yeah, that's a fact. So Kendrick's absolutely right, because there's people out there that do think like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
it comes from, yeah,
right, that's where it comes from. Exactly, yeah. Right, and I agree with you 1,000%. That's why you would never hear me push back as far as saying that's wrong. I will push back and say that's not where my sentiments align, but I'm not oblivious to stuff like that, bro. There's absolutely, bro, I know people out there literally that only like this thing or dislike this thing because only like this thing because they think that everything like this is negative. No, bro. The best way I can break it down is like when I ask you what's your favorite color, you're not gonna tell me 10 minutes why red is trash or green is garbage. You're gonna tell me why you like blue. So same thing with other stuff, bro. You don't have to shit on something to tell me why you like something. And then when you do shit on stuff, it's because you have some type of inner hatred, in my personal opinion. You know, that you really
bothers
trying to
me.
kick.
What bothers me is the inconsistencies, right?
The inconsistencies.
If I'm going to shit on this let's say black dude for being broke and looking broke and all this other stuff, but then I go date the white dude that got sandals on and don't got no sort of swag whatsoever. I don't like that. Now, if you're dating a white dude with
dog,
like man,
Let Ken finish his point real quick. Go ahead. Take
I was just saying, if you're going to choose something, right, you can't accept the same thing that you're shitting on from somebody else.
Exactly.
Like,
I'm with you 1,000%.
I'm
with you 1,000%. And a lot of people, and unfortunately, more people like that than not. And it's hard to decipher who's not. You know what I'm saying? So I agree. I agree with you, bro. You won't know until you know the person. But and I think you called me naive before when we had this conversation, and I agree with you. Some of that is by naivete, but I try to give people the benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise. But once they prove to me, I'm gonna believe them. You see what I'm saying? Like I ain't no going back, you know. But go ahead. Who was that? Oscar or was that Oster? I don't.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, shot.
I got some pushback for you, dog. Because you say you hate onions. So what's your inner hate about onions?
wait. Say that again about onions. What'd you say? You got some pushback for me? Come on, bro.
What's your inner hate about onions?
You see, and I'm so glad you said that because I'm gonna tell you the distinction. I don't hate onions. I don't like onions. I dislike onions. I don't see an onion and want to take a napalm to the onion aisle in Walmart. That's hate. I don't hate it. I just stay away from it because it doesn't taste good to me. You know what I'm saying? The texture of it too. When you bite an onion, if it's like in the macaroni and cheese, and it crunches, I can't stand that. You know that. I was
about to say Doc is traumatized because he got Jamaican family.
Yeah.
And they put onions in every fucking thing known to man. Like why is onions and mac and cheese? Why do you even say that? That made no sense.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. I used to think I was crazy because I'd go to my friend's house and be like, "You want some mac and cheese?" I'd be like, "You don't put onions in there, do you?" They'd be like, "What?" Bro, it took me so long to realize that I was crazy for being accustomed to having onions in everything, bro. Onions and rice and peas, onions and macaroni and cheese, onions on chicken, onions on fish, onions and spaghetti, onions everywhere, bro. Everywhere, bro. It's crazy. Trauma. Trauma, bro. It's crazy, bro. I used to think that I was like, bro, you don't put... What'd you say, Oscar?
They at least saute or raw ass onions?
No. They cook them into it. They cook them into They cook them into it. Yeah. But it's just like I just don't like onions. So yeah. So it's just like but I don't hate them though. Like for example, if you give me onions and if it's big enough, like if I order a burger and it has onions on it, I'm not gonna throw away the burger. I just take the onions off. So I'm not allergic to it. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like you said with the hate, I don't hate it. I'm not gonna like get mad at the people. I can take the flavor of it, whatever, but I just don't like the crunch of the onions and something like that. So I'll just take them off, you know? So it's not like I'm like stomping on the onions like that. And that's the difference. I think that was a good example. But I think other people are like that when it comes to people. It's like, oh, if you aren't from this continent or this country or this culture or this neighborhood, then I automatically don't like you. Like it's cool. I mean, shoot, if you like somebody because they're, I feel like we talked about this before too. I think that especially Americans that are the darker persuasion, I think that we should stick together more because other countries, let's say like Mexicans or Japanese or English, you know what I'm saying? They stick together more and they unite under their flag and stuff like that. But you know, with the history of America, it's turmoil within the turmoil. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's harder for us to associate with. You can put up the American flag and everybody may not feel the same attraction to it as somebody else, you know, but when you go to other countries, it's typically like, oh yeah, but I'm like my mom said, you know, I'll never forget my mama told me this. My mom said she wasn't black until she came to America. There's nothing wrong with being black, but she just said she was Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? Just like you're Mexican because you're from Mexico, so you're Mexican. If you're from Italy, you're Italian. She said she was not black until she came to America. She was Jamaican. So and right, and that's there's nothing wrong with being black, but that's how a lot of the world makes it seem like something's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like even what's her name? What's her name? Justin Valentine or whatever her name is from Wild 'N Out. I remember I was watching an interview with her and they said, oh, she's white. She said, no, I'm not white, I'm Italian. And they laughed about it. She's like, oh, I'm really white, but but I'm Italian. I'm from Italy. So everybody, like there's a pride in your nation. So there's nothing wrong with that. But when you take it, and we see it a lot in boxing, you know what I'm saying, particularly in boxing, we see it in sports, but particularly in boxing, when you take it and you make it seem like people are inferior because they're not, that's where the problem is. But if you should be prideful, bro. Look how many people I like them because they're prideful. You know what I'm saying? You should be prideful. That's part of being successful. That's part of, you're supposed to be prideful, man. God teaches us to be proud of who we are. We are God's children. You're supposed to be prideful.
Mm-hmm.
But when you take it
I know
and make
black.
it something else, you're right, and say stuff like that. I no. I ain't no black. Like it's a negative, bro. You crazy hell. You crazy hell if you don't think I'm black and I'm proud. You gosh dang right. I wouldn't want to be nothing else. But I would expect that, for example, my brother Oscar he's brown and he's proud. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but people don't look at it like that. So.
Hey, I just realized why Isaiah's a wild boy. He driving a Mustang. That boy wild.
Isaiah in here? I didn't even know. Shout out to my boy Isaiah, man.
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Isaiah a wild boy,
man. Yeah, he's definitely wild. What's good, Isaiah?
Yeah, no, I've been listening. It's because I run a summer program in the morning, so I can't even be in the keyboard like that, like I used to.
Yes, sir. Shout out to you, man.
But I be in the chat. But no, you know what? I was just I heard about the news about Teofimo and Devin. But you know what? You know what, bro? I'm kind of tired of these old matchups. I'm just like I don't even care anymore, and like I'd rather see Devin truly go up to 47, because if it's true and he told Tio that he wanted to meet at 44, what are we doing? Do we just make a junior welterweight now, or what? Like for Devin?
Like facts, yeah. I'm gonna let Ty tackle this, because I know Ty got a lot to say about this. I will say though,
it's ridiculous, dog.
Yeah, it is ridiculous.
These were matchups that we could have seen at 35.
Facts. I agree.
Tank should have already fought Devin.
I agree with that.
And Tank's one of my favorite fighters. I'm like, dog, I'm not about to be like, oh, Tank ain't gotta fight these guys. No, Tank should have fought Tio at 35, Devin at 35. Dev should have been fought Tio, because that history was at 35. So now if they fight, I really don't care anymore, because it's kind of like, that fight long overdue. In my opinion, I just want to see Devin in a new division. I want to see him do his best and try to become undisputed, if not at least unified. At least do something. Don't what's next? Are they about to make a junior welterweight belt for Dev? He want to fight at 44, and he claimed Tio didn't want to jump up to 47. So what is Tio doing? Like, I'm tired of Tio, bro. They need to keep him fired, bro. I'm glad Turkey fired him. And the word on the streets is he got fired on his day off, still in boxes in Turkey warehouse.
Got fired on his day off, like Craig. That's crazy, bro. Friday. Shout out to Mountain Man. I'm gonna let Ty address you. Ty, you there? I'm gonna let you address I could do it. Okay, bet. Yeah, I'm gonna let Ty. This Ty jurisdiction. He about to go in on you, and if he don't, I'm gonna go in on you. He said, hey Doc, have you seen the rumors of Nick Ball versus Louis Nery in August? No, I did not see that. I like that. Hey, I would give Nick Ball credit if he fights Louis Nery, especially with Louis Nery coming off that win against Kamada. Yeah, I give him credit for that. You know, I mean, well, I don't really take away Nick Ball's credit,
Nery's gonna fight on the Sanders Sias fight, and then he's gonna fight again.
Really?
I think he said August, and then he's gonna fight again towards the end of the year. He said he's gonna fight 4 times this year.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Shout out to them. You know, Nery cheating ass. But yeah, that'd be. I'm cool with that. That's an interesting fight actually. I gotta think about that. Who I got right now? I think I lean towards Nick Ball, but I don't know. He said, Reb said, what we need is an educated, unbiased, charismatic creator to start a series with a ref, a judge, and a fan. Get the rights to some of the fights and break them down. Yeah, man, that'd be fire, Reb. I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, I would love to do stuff like that. That'd be fire, man. Go ahead, Ty. That'd be fire. But I don't know how many, you know, and that's on me as a creator, right? I got to make sure. I'm not saying that to complain. Let me. I'm so glad you said that too. I got to figure out a way. And I be trying, bro. I be reading stuff and trying to kick stuff. And you see, I be trying to make like titles that are attractive and clickbaity, but not misleading. So that is tough for me. That's so some of them people figured it out, but I be studying it quite a bit. So that's all me to make it attractive as well, you know, and everybody else. But at the same time, though, it's going to be harder naturally for stuff that people aren't interested in. You know what I'm saying? If you're not already interested in, and I will say this too. There's some topics too that are hot topics that also go. My videos will get lost in there too, and part of that is because, you know, it is such a hot topic that all the big established content creators are also making it on there. So why would they click on mine when they have somebody else talking about it too? So I'm not saying that every single hot topic is a home run, but the majority of the ones that don't do well, I can kind of have a good sense of which one's not going to do well, and it's usually the ones that aren't talking about the usual suspects as far as the big superstars. Go ahead though, Ty. My fault. In regards to Isaiah. Yeah, I'll be right back. Let me go use the bathroom real quick, man. We've been on for 5.5 hours. I need to use the bathroom. Yeah, I'll be right
Slide.
back.
I gotta go eat.
Oh, all right,
Yeah,
Kendrick. Appreciate you, bro. I gotta eat too.
Ty.
I'll
Talk
let
to
you.
him, Ty. Appreciate you, Kendrick. God bless, bro. Be safe.
Wait, peace it out, Kendrick. Peace it out.
My volume working? All right, I'm good.
Yeah, I hear you.
You made some valid points, but I got to hear what you said at the top. I need to hear that again.
I said I was tired. I was tired of I'm tired of them trying to make these fights for Dev and Tio to match up. That shit should have been already at 35. I'm just not really a fan anymore of wanting to see that fight. And I don't know if that's because it's been long overdue. I'll be honest, and if the fight happens now, shout out to them for throwing down and finally we might get that fight. But of course, I mean, Tio, in my opinion, I don't think. I mean, I don't want to say Tio not ducking Dev. I don't think he's ducking Dev. Boots, he's ducking.
Bruh.
Boots, he's ducking 100%, but not Dev. I mean, let's be honest. Like, I'll put it like this: if Dev can get past, I'm not even tweaking, bro. It's just facts. Devin and Tio should have been fought at 35 with all that history. So now, what, they're gonna go up to 44, a fake weight class, and fight? That to me just doesn't make sense. And I know a lot of boxing fans are like, I know a lot of boxing fans, true boxing fans, don't want to see it at 44. I'd rather see it at 40 because Dev isn't even a true 47. Dev
So
is
why
fighting.
am I asking the guy that can't make 40 to come back down there? It's a reason why he said 47. All right, I can't do 40 because I'm in the middle.
Tio said, according to Dev and according to Bill, I don't know how true it is. So it's allegedly that Tio wanted to fight at 40, but it just don't make sense if Tio was already gonna move to 47. So why not just make it at 47?
Yeah, it would make sense. That's the point they're pointing out. Why would you say you can go up there and fight
Tio
Brown
don't want
and
to.
it's at 47, but you don't want to fight me?
Exactly, bro.
You don't even want to fight Brian Norman Jr. at 147.
It don't make sense, bro. I
can't make 140, but you asking me to come down there.
But you know
the whole notion, you said that Tio not ducking. How can you say that and then point out the fact that it's been years that they not making the fight?
But I'll be honest. I don't think Dev really wanted to fight Tio, and Tio didn't really want to fight Dev at 35.
How?
Because at 35, Tio fought more opposition than Dev. Well, I don't even want to say more. I just want to say he fought. He did go after those guys before Dev. I don't even want to bring up Tank because Tank didn't even fight Loma.
He really fought more competition than him, or he fought the guys that was available to him. Being on top, like you got Richard Cormeg. They went and got you a Nakatani. They gave you a Loma.
But you see, we gotta remember, even though they gave Tio Loma, I want to say Tio was kind of in his prime. He was kind of. We had a prime Loma and a prime Tio, but not only that. Dev came along and yeah, Dev got some good people on there, but I mean those dudes were kind of old when Dev fought him.
Is that his problem? They were
not really, not really. But the fact is, Tio went after those dudes before while they were younger.
That's cat.
Tio went after them dudes, and he did. Tio did his thing because he did beat.
Never have I ever heard Tio say he wanted to fight Jojo Diaz.
Nah, but I mean, Jojo Diaz was how old? 35.
He wasn't old when he fought Tio. I mean, he wasn't old when he fought Devin.
But you see that fight, I don't even want to see it no more, and I don't care for it no more, just because it's been long overdue, and I guarantee you, if they make that fight, it's not gonna do that. It might do good, but I think it would do like Ryan Garcia numbers and Dev numbers.
I get the fatigue with the boxing of the back and forth. Are they gonna fight?
It's just annoying, bro.
But to sit here and say he ain't duck, now we capping.
Nah, he ain't. Bro, I don't believe Tio even ducked Devin, and Devin ducked Tio. I don't believe that. I just think I'm telling you. I think that they don't want to fight now that Tio. Now we gotta.
So
now
you're
that,
saying Devin ain't one undisputed at 135?
Well, he didn't because he could have fought, but what happened? He didn't want to fight. So what they do? They went and fought Cambosis, and Devin and Bill were jumping up.
Wait. Why did they fight Cambosos though?
That's what I'm going to.
Because Tio lost. But now hold on.
Fight is mandatory.
Hold on though. He went to fight him, and what happened?
What did Bob say?
Bill and Devin were up and jumping, so happy that they ain't got to fight Tio.
You pointing to what happened after the fact. What did Bob say? He said Tio's a snook. I don't know why he's trying to fight his mandatory. I'm not paying for that shit.
And what happened? Tio went and got.
We got a deal in place over here. You won't fight Devin.
Well, not only that, Bill and Devin were extremely happy though that they had to fight Tio. And
why would he not be happy? That guy actually said, "I will fight you."
Cambosis to me was the weakest link at 135, and he beat the shit out of Tio.
Still beat Tio and got them belts. Weakest link or not, he still was the man.
Yes, but all I'm saying is that Bill and Devin were extremely happy that they didn't have to fight Tio. And I'll be honest, if they fight now, Tio already got a loss. He got nothing to lose anymore. Devin still got that undefeated. He still got that undefeated record. All I'm saying is that if I don't want to see that fight no more, because I wanted to see it when both them dudes had them O's. Now that Tio got one loss, it could be dangerous for Devin, and we might not believe it. But Tio, he ain't got it.
I would hope it'd be dangerous for him. Tio isn't like he's a slouch. He's not ass. He's a good fighter.
He's not, and Tio
better than good. That's the reason why people actually want to see that fight.
But you see, but even like I'm not saying I don't want to see the fight. I'm just saying that it took too long, and
it's like you talking in circles a little bit.
I'm just saying
why you don't want to fight,
bro. That fight should have happened at 135 though.
He didn't.
That fight should have happened at 35. The fight's been long overdue, and I'm telling you right now, if they make that fight pay-per-view, it's gonna do Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney numbers. Why? Because nobody wants to see that shit at 144. If it's at 144, bro, that is a disgrace to boxing, because it's like, come on now. We had two young dudes at 35 that whenever they see each other.
It's been plenty of times fighters fought at catch weights. People still too mad.
But I don't want to see that though. I wanted to see it. I want to see that at a catch weight.
Pacquiao and his catch weights.
But now we're talking about Devin and Tio though. I don't care about no Manny. I don't care about no Floyd. I don't care about no Canelo. Tio and Dev have that long history. Where do people
you were talking about
that history from?
And Buddy was a great fight. That shit was at a catchweight. I ain't trying to hear none of that.
But that's fine though, because you have to remember that.
That's fine though.
Because those two fathers had history. Bro, those two fathers had history, and they put it on their sons.
So you saying Tio and Bill
put it on their sons? Tio and Bill don't got no history. They don't got no history.
Cat.
They don't got no history. They don't got no history.
May I interrupt real quick? I think I see the disconnect between. I mean, I think he's saying like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Isaiah. I think Isaiah's saying like the reason why the catchweight between Tio and Devin is bad because they came from the same divisions. And with Manny, at least he was moving up to catch somebody. I don't agree now. Don't whoop my ass. Hold on. I don't agree.
But yeah, I mean, it just
right. I see what you're saying, but I do think that right now it's not bad because he is a champion at 140, and Devin was just fought at 143 or 144, excuse me, and he was going to go to 147. So I feel like it's a compromise by both fighters, in my personal opinion. Let me check the chat real quick. Shout out to Ray Davis. He said, who is this guy? He not a boxing fan? Nah. Isaiah a boxing fan. Nah, yeah, he a good dude, man. He said Floyd always fought between 144. He said Doc pulled up with the AED machine. He said, Isaiah getting packed up. I'm asleep. He said, dude, just start watching boxing. Tio been ducking death for you. Nah, get off my boy Isaiah. But Ray Davis, you're in the right part. I see you in the waiting room, but I can't pull you up, Ray. I'm about to get off soon, man. I'm just letting Ty
but you see though,
and Isaiah cook,
you see, Doc, you see how how when I don't troll, when I don't troll, all the people come out, bro, and they get mad because I'm talking about their favorite fighter.
You weren't trolling, bro.
No, bro,
I don't
mean,
know how you
serious.
listed every reason why he ducked, and then like, nah, he didn't duck.
Like I said, bro, I personally don't believe Devin ducked Teo and Teo didn't duck Dev. I just don't think that with Dev, I think he was still a free agent, or I don't know who he was signed at that time.
So can you explain how Teo did not duck?
I don't think Teo ducked, because if Teo ducked, then I mean, why would he stay in that division for a long time when both them they got to see each other? But one, they didn't. Instead, now we have everybody that's moved up, and now the big conversation.
You're doing what the last guy did.
The last. Hold on. Look, the last. Bro, the last two fighters in the 135 division that got to fight are who? Who's left?
What division? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
35. The only people that stayed there.
Take a Shakur.
Yeah. Exactly. So I can understand if.
What that got to do with Devin and Teo?
Yeah, no,
bro.
I'm trying to listen to you.
When they were both at 135,
Devin and Teo.
Why did he choose Cambosis?
Devin and Teo, not look.
Devin, like Bob asked him to. Let's start there.
Hey, maybe he wanted to get one win under that undisputed. Maybe he wanted to get that defense.
He was never undisputed.
Fine. Sorry. For the two ring belts, whatever, the ring belt and whatever other shit belts he had, that he wanted to defend, and that's fine. That's fine, because we all know in boxing, when you got them belts, it counts when you get that one, at least one defense, at least. Okay. And I get it. Maybe he thought Cambosis was gonna be a cherry pick guy. Like maybe he thought, okay, I'm gonna go over there, I'm gonna beat him. Okay, well.
He lost. That was Cambosos called at that time.
Yep.
If we gonna keep it a G, he was not. That's the reason why Bob Arum was elated. He called Teo every name in the book, and he outsourced him. He forced his name in the book.
Bob still does that. Bob still does that to this day.
Because Teo he'll line a fight up for him.
So, to me, bro. I'll be honest. I don't think Teo ducks. I just think Teo talks too much that it makes people not want to support him and not want to give him those fights. That's why I don't think he's ducking. I just think it's all the racism comments and everything that he got going on. I just don't appreciate him doing all that, because then that makes it harder to get the fights that he wants to get. So I don't believe he's ducking, especially with him.
What fights do he truly want? Because there's a pattern.
He's always been like this.
You
said Steve Flaggett?
No. Teo's always been like this though, and you know what? Teo's been racist for years.
But even forget about that though. The part that I'm kind of with Ty with Isaiah, like I said, I appreciate you. First of all, I appreciate both of y'all standing on business and what y'all feel, because it's just love. But I don't. It's kind of hard to hear that when. How can I say to accept that, because right now it's with Turkey, right? Turkey's facilitating all the big fights. And
well, he fucked up that bag with Turkey too.
No, but Turkey, right, and then Turkey looked past it, and it's supposedly supposed to be on August 16th, but now it's coming out that Teo
he backs out.
Right, so that's why it's kind of like, dang, well, I hear what Ty's saying, because again, it's a fight that is there that he asked for, that he claimed he asked for, and even on your side. You know, there's been rumors about both of them ducking each other for years, whatever, who cares? But right now, Devin Haney, according to him, and no one has refuted that, they signed their portion. The only part that didn't sign was Teo, and Teo, right? So now it looks bad. It's like, now that's one thing I'll say. Can nobody take away from Turkey, at least from my point of view, is that Turkey's gonna make it apparent who doesn't really want to fight. Whether that's
because Turkey has a tendency of calling them out and letting them know on X, and we will see it. But as of now, I just don't.
And the money's there, you know, most importantly.
But what I don't understand with Teo is, and don't like I like Dev. I do. I really like Dev. I just don't like Bill.
But it doesn't even matter. I mean, if we just being objective, whether who you like or not, it's like with Pacheco and then Billy. I don't really care about either one of them. But according to what the evidence that I've seen, it looks like Pacheco is the main reason why the Billy fight's not happening. You know, I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. Yeah, it could be wrong. It could be in Billy, but I'm just saying what the optics look like Pacheco. So right now, the optics whether we like Teo or Devin, doesn't matter. The optics are like it's Teo. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
See, I just don't believe it yet. I gotta wait a couple more days.
That's fair.
And that's why I'm standing on Teo hasn't dug Devin, because they were at the weight class for so long. And I mean, now that they both with Turkey, apparently Turkey got that bag, right? Well, apparently Turkey got that bag. So if Teo turned down, I don't know how much with Boots, and supposedly Boots wanted 5 million more. So then, to my understanding, is Teo's pretty much saying that Boots ain't want to fight him because of the money, but ain't Turkey the money man though? Like that's what I don't get. So how is Boots asking for 5 million more when he just took a pay cut to beat up Stanion?
Hold on. What you talking about, brother? Man?
Boots took a pay cut.
You over here conflating stuff. Boots appropriate certain information. You all over.
Boots gave Stanionis more money just to fight him. Am I lying?
That's true.
All right. Let me put this in perspective.
But why did Boots do that? Just so he could get this bigger fight? Come on.
Brian Norman Jr. would have not accepted to what Stanios accepted to.
That's what
because Brian Norman has enough common sense to know that going to Atlantic City in a neutral site, that's not what he asked for.
Oh yeah, he stated many times he don't want to do that.
That's true.
He stated on many interviews, almost every interview, that they get that they want to do it.
And you referring to a situation where a promoter wasn't invested in a fight. We talking about fighters tuck and tail.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But I just do that reference because Turkey, the money man, and according to Teo, that Boots wanted 5 mil, but I just don't get all these talks, and I just don't believe it, because if Turkey putting up a big bag, I need to wait at least a couple weeks before I can even maybe until Turkey announces it on his behalf, because right now I get it. People are gonna say
we taking Teo's word. Why would Boots then fight a dude that's not in his division? Somebody he's not mandated to. When his actual mandatory saying, I'm not taking step aside. I already did that. You have to fight me. So
well, I don't know yet. We don't know yet. That fighting announced
getting stripped to fight a dude that's really, quite frankly, he may or may not even show up to this fight.
But you see, Teo ain't even at 47. So I don't know. I don't know
why would I accept anything there.
But you see,
this dude is holding a WBO super belt. Why is he not fighting Brian Norman?
Yeah, but you see, I just don't. I don't. I'm not saying Teo is a liar. Okay, I'm not saying Teo or Dev are liars. I just got to see what Turkey says, because all that back and forth, and like we've seen it in the past, like some of the stuff they put out, it's not real. Some of the stuff they put out is he say, she say.
You're questioning logic with that, but you're not questioning logic with other things. I'm not here to call anybody a liar or not, but I'm gonna just put these facts in front of you.
I mean, fine, bro. I put up some facts too, and I'm gonna stand what I say. I don't think Teo dug that.
Nah. You put some alternative facts out there, bro.
Nah. These are.
He put the what fact? Hold on. Wait. What'd you say? What kind of facts you? Hey, man, y'all funny, man. I appreciate y'all. Hey, man, say you put the Trump alternative fact.
If you
Look, on a real note, on a real note, if Turkey comes out, if Turkey comes out and he says, okay, Teo never signed the contract, everything Devin Haney saying is true, then I'm gonna be like, yo, Ty, shout out to you for the true information, all right?
But right now, need that credit. I don't care for it, because what we can see right now is this is like the umpteenth man that Teo's supposed to fight, and it didn't happen.
That's a fact. But I'm gonna show you what you asked for, though. I'm gonna show him what he asked for. He just asked for it according to the Ring Magazine. Ring Magazine's representation of Turkey, right?
Yeah, I need Turkey himself to tell us.
Oh, bro, now you wilding.
Now you dragging.
Bro, he called Turkey a dictator, and then he posted a picture of him versus Turkey.
Yo, how Teo go from what happened to the meeting with Bob to my dad said, yo, we need 10 M's. Nah, fuck that. We need 20 M's.
Teo ain't getting none of that.
Was going to put him when Bob actually was going to put him out there. It's 3 times that Bob was trying to make that fight. That's on the record.
Yeah,
what did Tio do?
And I could pull you. Here goes the Ring Magazine thing. Now it's not saying it's not Turkey like you wanted. It's Mike Coppinger who's writer.
Oh, okay.
It's but it says Teofimo and Devin Haney talks collapse for August 16th. And if you read this article, it goes it says that Haney says that he signed, and it also says that Lopez's team declined to comment. So they reached out to Lopez, and his team hasn't said anything in regards to the fight falling out. Now, like I said, it's not your guy that you wanted Turkey for, but it is Turkey.
Nah, yeah.
Thing, so.
But I mean, I don't really like Tio like that, but I do think that that's a great matchup. And I got Devin over Tio, but Tio could possibly beat Devin.
If you out here getting fake vagina,
over your fake I get it. He could possibly prove it. No, he could possibly beat Devin because both of them probably got the same punching power. If not, Tio got more punching power.
All right, now we talking about some other stuff, bro.
I'm just being honest,
bro. I'm about to pull up Ray, but I'm about to slide after Ray, cause Ray.
I'm about to go in, bro. Me too though. If anything, I'll jump on tomorrow because I got to take this call.
All right, man. God bless, bro. I appreciate you coming up
God bless,
sharing your ideas and thoughts, man. I appreciate that. Yes, sir.
All right, let it time.
He pulled a Tio.
What up, Ray? He said he pulled a Tio. It's crazy.
Goodness.
That's crazy.
Nah, bro. I really got to take this call, bro.
Yeah, do your thing. I believe you. Go ahead, Isaiah. My boy Isaiah don't duck no smoke. Now we ain't gonna do that.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm still here, and tomorrow I'ma still stand on Tio ain't Doug Devin, and Devin ain't Tuck Tio.
Talk to him. What up, Ray? Talk to me, Ray.
Hold on. Did he literally say that? Hold on. I gotta refresh all this, man. This is crazy, bro. Like I'm going to. First of all, he said that. Let's start with the whole Devin for old fighters thing. His resume. Go check Tio's resume. He has more 30-plus-year-old fighters at the time that he fought him than Devin does.
Oh Lord.
Devin just fought his 30-year-old fighter.
Oh Lord.
8th. Right?
Yeah.
Tio got like 10.
13 of that 16 first fights. 13 of that first 16 fights.
Right. So let's go there. Right. So now let's move the needle a little bit more. Boots' fight was going to be like $6 million or something like that. To fight Boots, the bigger star. I know Boots is a big name, but Devin's the bigger star.
Yep, I agree.
And that's an $11 million fight. And you saying I'm being suckered into this and all. Yo, Tio's boots. Speaking of boots, he's shaking in them boots.
Swiping.
Tio won it with Dev, right? Exactly. That's exactly who Tio is, swiper, because he be lying. That's
Ray, but they told me Boots and Tio was gonna be
that dude. Dad asked for $20 million to fight Dev, and then said that he turned down a fight that Bob Arum tried to finagle when they already sent the offer to Tio.
Well, he said he wanted 20, bro. He got 11, man. That's $9 million short, man.
Yeah. But to fight Dev, but you wanted to take 6 to go fight Boots.
Hey man, he said he got an excuse though. He got an excuse, bro. He too small if he lose to Boots, bro. He ain't got no excuse for Devin, bro.
And then the whole and what about the catch weight thing, bro? Anything over 140 is 147. What are we talking about? Let's keep it there. Anything over 140 is 147.
Now you talking.
Come on, man. Like, are we really? Facts. Listen, man. I can call. I know Doc. You like, yo, you respect this dude's knowledge. I'm pretty sure he has some. But listen. This dude sound like. What did my man Jim Kelly say back in Return of the Dragon, bro?
What he said, bro? What he said?
Came straight out of a comic book, bro. Came straight out of a comic book. Yo, listen, I don't like name dropping people.
Nah.
Like,
Stay it cool.
Talk to him, Oscar.
Listen, man. No.
He needs them gold coins, Ray. I ain't gonna lie. He needs them gold coins, but he cool.
He needs them gold coins.
I ain't mad at him. Listen, I hear his stance. There's nothing wrong with what I was telling Doc, and this is what I was saying with other people that have been on the channel.
Yep.
When you're a boxer fan, you kind of look past certain things and you don't see certain things. Even though you like boxing, you're looking at it from your boxer's point of view.
Right.
And when you look at the facts and you start drawing facts to everything,
Who is the only person that's been calling anybody out since 135 and trying to fight every single person? Made a list, and it wasn't a hit list, a wish list, not a hit list. Because I don't think he went out there saying, "Yo, bring me these fights." He said, "I would like to fight."
Right.
It's a difference. Somebody else said that they was going out there to beat people up, and they put a list out and then reneged on it. Devin didn't do that. Devin actually wants the smoke. He said, "I'm here for all the smoke, win or lose." He's willing to put it on the line because he's a boxer, and that's what he get paid to do. All these other guys are looking for paydays and other ways to stay out the way.
Fellas, man, I'm about to go ahead and call it, man. Shout out to my guy Ray D. No, y'all can stay cook. I'm just about to slide, man. I gotta get some food, bro. I'm starving, bro.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Shout
I
out
just
to my
can't
guy
believe this,
Bodega
man.
Ty, man. Shout out to my guy Oscar. Shout out to my guy Oster. Shout out to Ray
Can I make
Davis.
you a recommendation?
No, sir. Because when I leave you, I'm gonna be on here for 30 more minutes. No, sir.
No, it's a food.
Okay. Go ahead, Oscar.
They're called Governor Tacos, Mexican
Governor
food.
Tacos?
Shrimp.
Okay, bet.
It's shrimp tacos and a flour tortilla with cheese on them.
Okay, now that's
bell peppers and no onion.
What's it called?
In Spanish, they're called Governor Tacos. I'm pretty sure they're like shrimp tacos. That's probably you're gonna find them.
Appreciate that, bro. Yes, sir. Appreciate
there you go.
Man.
No chicken today,
to
Doc.
Omari. Hey, no chicken. Definitely no. I can get me some duck though. You know what I'm talking about? There's a lot of duck going around. Hey. Shout out to my guy Omari for pulling up.
Brian is my favorite fricassee.
Right. Cologne,
hey, dog, I got one more thing.
Ryan as well. Pull up. What's up, bro?
One more thing before you go.
Yo.
I don't care if his name is Junto. He from Gas Funko, or he collects Funkos. Nishida and 5.
Stop it, bro. I don't care. He's a cheetah, a meat beater, or a skeeter. Junto at 5. Mosquito, cheetah, meat beater. I got Junto at 5 beating on the cheetah. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to the fellas, man. Shout out to everybody that pulled up today. I think I got everybody. Puro, shout out to Puro pulled up. Isaiah, Oscar, Oster, Ty, Ray Davis, Kendrick, Omari. Man, hopefully I didn't forget anybody, man. Thomas. We were deep today, so if I didn't say a name, I apologize. Oh, Tufo as well. I think I got everybody, man. Shout out to everybody that pulled up, man. Appreciate y'all rocking as always, man. You know we gotta go through the gosh dang the love and the super chat, man. We hit our goal today. It's our first time hitting our goal in a while, man. We got to keep doing that. We got to keep that up. But we 6-hour stream, bro. We was talking. So let's go through the super chats, man. Definitely shout out to y'all putting graffiti on the chat walls. Big salute to my boy Clone dropping $5 in the super chat. Big Dog Willie with the $2. Tech Dumb Dad with the 11th month renewal of the membership. Shout out to my guy Ty Morissette with the $2. Ty again with the $5. Oscar with the $2. Ty with the $2. Ty with the $2 again. Ty with the $5 again. Shout out to Clone with the $5. Shout out to Clone with the $5. Candy Slim 501 with the $5. Reb with the $5. Ty with the $5 again to end it, man. We hit our goal 10 out of 10, man. I appreciate y'all rocking as always. Don't forget to smack that like button if you haven't done so already. And tell everybody about the channel, man. You know, we just have fun. We disagree. We might raise our voice, get intense and passionate, but I don't mean no offense. Actually, I think I was the only person that raised my voice today. You know what I'm saying? But I just got a little caught up in the moment, but I ain't mean nothing. You know, shout out to my boy Kendrick. He ain't worried about it anyway, but that boy put hands on me. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to my guy Kendrick, but sometimes I just get caught up, you know. But yeah, man, shout out to everybody and their opinions, and I appreciate everybody pulling up, man. Shout out to Ryan Fraser, Boxer Talk Up North, and Kendrick for having their camera on and stuff like that. But I loved it, man. We had new little additions, added little things to the channel. You know what I'm saying? We got the little name plate right there and the name plate up there. You know what I'm saying? Little subtle additions. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Boxer Talk, PhD, boxing enthusiast, analyst, and extraordinaire. So yeah, man, y'all be easy. Don't forget to smack that like button. But most importantly, remember with God, we can do anything. Without God, we're nothing. The doctor's out. Peace. Also, too, man, don't forget, you can become a member. All it costs is $3. And the guys are still chopping it up right now while I'm getting off the stream. They still chopping it up in the BTF members only chat, man. You know what I'm saying? The BTF Boxing Talk family members only chat. You get additional perks like you pull up anytime, whether I'm on stream or off stream. You get more time in what's it called, the Discord. You get the emotes, everything, man. And most importantly, you get to have the satisfaction to know that you are helping a young brother go for his dream of expanding this boxing thing. You know what I'm talking about? We out.
From the hood to college, both worlds they had to meet. 6 degrees between us, so cold, we're about to freeze. But we're Florida boys, hot takes, we bring the heat. We're moving the culture, the engineers to the streets. Yes, sir. Jump up there, Ryan, because you good. Anybody that's a member, they got the members only Discord. You could jump up back in there. But before I go, I also forgot to say, tune in to Ryan Fraser, Boxer Talk Up North. He's doing an interview with James Toney, Lights Out Tony, Hall of Famer. And I'm also forgot to say that I probably won't be streaming for the late show because we just got off now and I have a meeting at 5:30 that I got to go to, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know what time we'll get out. I should be back before the show starts, but I don't want to say that I will and I don't, you know what I'm saying? So there'll probably be no late show, but go check in, go tap it with Ryan Fraser, Boxer Talk Up North, man. And I'm out for real. God bless. Peace.